Hollywood.net. Okay, and you're just listening to the UN and Human Rights Watch, who have both been shown to be uncredible and unreliable.
Okay, when has Human Rights Watch been uncredible?
Human Rights Watch has been shown to have been funded by Qatar and shown to have been very, very unreliable.
Really? Where? Who funding?
Yes, there's been articles on this. Reliable news sources have talked about this.
Qatar. Let's see.
Okay, so
this I see First Post and Middle East Forum.
I don't really have time to sit here and watch you Google everything.
But you don't have any sources for what you
Dude, with all due respect, I can't sit here and
ask you for anything to back
up. Can I answer you, or are you just going to talk over me?
Can I answer? Would you name me?
Can I answer you, or just? Can I answer you, or you just? Can I answer you?
Can you give me a third-party, independent human rights organization that says it's not a genocide? Can I answer
you, or are you going to just talk over me? Because I feel like you're just going to talk over me.
So I made my decision of what I was going to say.
This entire live, and you're not going to let me answer you.
You're free to talk, Andrea.
First of all, there's like hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces of information coming on Israel-Palestine a day. I don't remember every single name, every single character.
You don't remember anything.
I'm not finished. Every single information, every single organization on Israel-Palestine from every single day.
You don't remember a single one.
I don't remember every single article from every single day. The article on Human Rights Watch on Qatar was from many months ago, and no, I don't have it like bookmarked and saved like at my fingertips right now. But yes, it's a fact that this was written about by many outlets, but it was many months ago. So no, I don't have the article right now at my fingerprints. But people can go look it up.
Do you want me to read it to you?
I did. Let me finish. Let me please.
Do you know who released this information?
Let me finish.
It was The Intercept. The Intercept released this information. Did you know that The Intercept? Did you know that The Intercept, the one that did this investigation, also believes that Israel's committing a genocide?
Dude, with all due respect, I don't know if it was The Intercept that released this information.
The Intercept was the one that did the original report.
Okay. So with all due respect,
€3 million from Qatar.
So you're saying because The Intercept believes that Qatar is funding Human Rights Watch, that because they were like saying that means that I have to agree with them that Israel's committing a genocide?
Well, I'm saying if you believe that The Intercept is a reputable source here, then why would you deny them being a reputable source elsewhere?
I'm not saying that The Intercept is my source. Dude, listen to me.
That's where the claim came from. You're not saying anything's your source because you have no actual information or academics behind you.
Oh my God, I can't listen. With all due respect, can I please
there's no respect here. You finished multiple sentences. You're well aware of that.
You're just railroading me. You're just railroading me.
That's what you do. I've been on your live before.
You're railroading me. Because I literally told you that there are reputable articles on this, but I don't remember
cite them to me,
what the article was because I don't have it at my fingertips. So I don't know.
I asked you
the
for
article
one
was
organization.
from 6 months ago, and I've read like a million articles since then. You're claiming it was The Intercept. I honestly don't read The Intercept. So I didn't read the article from The Intercept, with all due respect.
Well,
so your claim was The Intercept.
Probably from Middle East Forum. That was where the original report came from.
I don't read Middle East Forum either. So,
but also, just to be clear, Andrea, this is what you do on all of your lives. I've had multiple conversations with you.
Have you been watching my lives? Are you one of my fans?
I've seen your lives before.
Oh wow, he watches my lives.
Wait, Andrea, we've talked before. You do this to everyone every time. So I don't want you to pretending like you expect.
No, people can go look at my Twitter and go look at things I've tweeted and go look at the articles I've tweeted and make them go look at all the sources.
This is what you do every time. So I don't want you to be bitching and moaning about being interrupted. You interrupt everyone always. You opened the conversation interrupting.
You've interrupted me like 1,000 times.
Correct, as a response to you being unable to control yourself when I'm speaking.
You've interrupted me like 10,000 times and you haven't let me finish the sentence.
That's because I was speaking. But as to the actual points, Israel, so you originally came up on here attacking me for my ethnicity.
I came up here and I asked you to clarify your Jewish ethnicity, but you claimed
you came up here and said, you're not a Jew, you're not an Arab, you're a nobody.
I said, why do you care? Why do you care?
Not an attack on ethnicity.
Why? I asked you, why do you care?
Because I have eyes,
You've never been to Israel. You have nothing to do with this. I don't care that you have a Jewish great-grandparent. That doesn't mean
I didn't ask you to care.
That doesn't make you Jewish, no, sorry.
I didn't, sorry, actually, it would if it was the right grandparent. Just to be
No,
clear.
no, no. With all due respect, great grandparent. No, listen. With all due respect, no, it doesn't work that way. You
I mean, it
have to be
does.
ethnically Jewish. You have to have a Jewish grandparent or Jewish parent.
No, that's
Okay.
the legal requirement for Israel. If you can prove
No, no, no.
if you can
That's
prove, you're just wrong. If you can prove a matrilineal grandparent, right, pretty much 3 or 4 generations back, you could go through a rabbi and not go through conversion.
no.
At
That's
least
not the
within,
way it works.
at least
That's not
within
the
the
way it works.
Orthodox
I'm
churches, at
Jewish, and
least
I'll
within the
tell you.
Orthodox
You have
synagogue.
to know. No, that's not the way it works in Judaism. I'll tell you how it works.
I mean, I've
You have to
seen
prove
people
that your
do it.
mother's a Jew. You have to prove that your mother's a Jew, not that your great
And how
grandparent
does your
or your
mother? How does
great
your mother?
grandparent is a Jew.
How does
It's
your
not
mother
the way
prove
it
that
works
she's?
in
How does your mother
Judaism.
prove that she's a Jew?
Huh? How does your mother
How
prove
does
that she's?
how does your mother prove that she's a Jew?
I'll tell you how your mother proves that she's a Jew. Either through a ketubah or through gravestones or something like that. That's how
So
she proves that
through
she's.
proving that her mother is a Jew as well, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then how does her mother prove that she's a Jew?
through gravestones or ketubahs.
So proving that her mother is also a Jew, right?
Right.
And so if I could prove that my great grandmother on my matrilineal line was a Jew,
But
that
then
would mean that I qualify as well,
but is your
right?
great grandmother a Jew? Or was it your
No,
great
but I was saying
grandfather?
it's just the wrong
But you
grandparent.
literally said that your grandmother's not a Jew or your mother's not a Jew. You just said your great
No, I know.
grandfather is a Jew.
The point I made was that it's just the wrong
So
grandparent.
literally, you didn't
It's
say your
entirely
grandparent
arbitrary if you
or
don't
your
believe in the
or your
religion.
mother's a Jew. You said your great grandparent is a Jew. So literally, like you proved
As I
yourself.
said, it's just the wrong
So
great
like literally, you're
grandparent.
just trying to dance around the argument and just trying to like
I'm not. I
Hollywood
was the one that was attacked on my ethnicity. I'm just clarifying
With all
it.
due respect, you're trying to prove some kind of connection to this conflict, and you have
I
no
don't need a
this
connection to the conflict. I was saying why I care. Because I
Well,
have
listen, with all
eyes.
due
I'm an
respect, you
American and I have
care
Jewish
because you have
ancestry.
some kind of made up. Think you have some kind of Jewish connection, which you don't. Okay,
No, I mean,
and
well,
because you claim your tax dollars are going there, you probably don't even
denying my
pay
connection to
taxes,
Jewish
and if you
identity
do,
would
only
be
$25 of
arguably
them are going a
anti-Semitic.
year. Okay, and you say because you're a like whatever you care because you see you're saying genocide and there is no genocide.
As I said, I
With all due
don't
respect,
need.
What about Congo? What about Yemen? What about Syria? What about all
Wait,
these
that's
other things?
interesting. That's interesting. So a genocide happening in Yemen?
Well, nobody's saying it's a genocide, and 400,000
No
people were
no one
unalive.
is saying that it's a
But it's
genocide.
interesting how the day of the war of Gaza, the first day they were saying a genocide, even before anybody was unalived. War
Yes, it's
does
because
not
Israel
equal
has
genocide. That's not
ethnically
how
cleansed the
genocide works.
Palestinians before. No one's claiming that just because it's a war, it's a genocide. We're claiming because Israel is explicitly committing war crimes against the Palestinians to
Listen, in
reduce their
every
population.
war
You
crimes
need to learn how to stop. One second, Andrea. Did I let you finish your last sentence?
You haven't let me finish any sentence.
What was that I just heard?
That's because I'm being silent and you're being silent at the same time. Because you're not interrupting me because I wasn't talking. But now that I'm talking, you're interrupting me again.
Was that a sentence that I heard?
Oh, wow, you let me finish. You let me.
So can you let me finish my sentences?
Go for it.
There we are. As I was saying, we're saying that it's a genocide because they're explicitly killing women and children and civilians because they're Palestinians. And we have massive evidence for this.
That's not what's happening. See, that's a figment of your imagination. They're not targeting because
and of the ICJ's imagination.
Palestinian. They're not targeting civilians. They're targeting H group, and unfortunately, there's civilian casualties because H group makes civilians human shields, and because in every war there's always civilian casualties. Unfortunately, that's how war works. That in every war in the history of war, there's been civilian casualties.
Is white phosphorus used in every war?
White phosphorus has been used in war for years, and white phosphorus is 100% legal. White phosphorus is 100% legal.
Well, no, it's explicitly against the Security Council resolutions.
White phosphorus is 100% legal. I mean, you can look it up on the UN. You can look it up on the UN website. It's 100% legal and used in certain ways. It's 100% legal.
The accusation was that it was used in high-density residential areas.
I mean, I don't care what the accusation is. It's not true. It's not true.
So is there anywhere? I just want to be very clear.
Illegally is not true.
So what is the right way to use white phosphorus in international law?
I mean, I've looked it up before, but this has been like an old talking point. It hasn't brought up for months, but Military
You don't
experts,
know it?
military experts have addressed this, and they've addressed the fact that Israel is using it properly, and I don't even think they've used it in a while. This is an old talking point. Like, why are you bringing up old talking
So,
points?
well,
Why don't you
'cause
bring up
it's
something
very
new that's happening
simple.
right now?
Well, Israel has been committing war crimes against the Palestinians a lot. I'm sorry you're getting tired of them keep being accused of new shit and getting tired of hearing the old shit. But that doesn't mean that what they're doing is any less horrendous. So white
I mean,
phosphorus
you
is a
just
good
don't like
starting point.
Israel, so you're
They're
going to accuse them of
illegal.
anything. You're going to blame them
I'm
when it
so sorry.
rains.
I don't like a lot of states, right? I don't like Israel because they are an ethno state. I don't like,
I mean,
Saudi
a lot
Arabia
of
because they're a
countries are
monarchical
ethno
ethno
states.
state,
You also
and I
not like
don't like
Pakistan,
them.
Egypt, Saudi Arabia. I mean, Afghanistan. I mean, do you not like everybody else who's like based on ethnicity and religion? Do you want to do away with those countries as well?
I'm not a fan of those countries either.
Oh, okay. So why don't we do away with all the Muslim countries, Arab countries, South Asian countries? Why don't we do away with all those countries as well?
This
Just
isn't
do
a
away with
question of
everybody.
well,
Let's take Pakistan away from
Andrea.
that
I know I
Pakistani
need
daughter
you
while
to
we're
be
at
able
it.
to
Let's
regulate
just do
your
away with all of them.
emotions.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll do away with all of them. Let's have it your
Well, the
way.
question isn't. I mean, it would be better if these states stopped being ethno states. I would agree. I'm glad we've
Oh,
reached
okay. I'm sure
agreement
the
there.
Muslims would love that.
I'm okay. Um, my
I'm not
husband
for
might.
that. I'm not for that. My daughter loves Pakistan, and I want her to have Pakistan. I love Israel. I want to have Israel. I'm all for, and I'm all for the Palestinians having their own state as well.
Would you
I'm
be
all
good
for
with?
that.
I'm so sorry. Just would you be
Once they
good with
stop trying to
like?
destroy Israel, once they will live peacefully side by side with Israel.
So would you be okay with like Germany being an ethno state?
I mean, Germany being what do you mean? Like Germany, the country?
Yeah.
Listen, the countries in Europe, like if they want to be only for their people, like the type of Europeans that they have, that's up to them.
How did that go last time Germany said they were being an ethno state?
All I'm saying to you is you're trying to throw World
Do you
War
remember
II.
the last people in Germany that advocated an ethno state?
You're trying to throw World War II in my face, right? Which is World War II
I'm just
distortion.
asking you. So
Okay,
the last
you're trying
time,
to throw World War II in my
it's not
face, which
really.
is World War II distortion, right? I'm not for people being slaughtered for something to
But
be
how
in.
else do you maintain an
Okay,
ethno state?
excuse me. You don't have to slaughter something for something to be an ethno state, okay? All right.
That's the only way they've been
No,
able to maintain ethno states in the past.
Listen to me with all the respect, okay? Listen to me, okay?
Ethno states lead
No,
to
can
genocide.
I
You
please
advocating an
finish?
ethno
Can I
state
please
is no.
answer without
No,
you
you may
railroading me?
not.
Can I please answer
No.
without you railroading me?
Having a
Without
two-way
you
discussion
railroading
is not
me? Without you
railroading.
railroading me? I'd like
You
to
doing
answer.
this is
I'd
railroading.
like to. You're railroading me, and I'd like to answer. You
You've
can have
already
right of
answered.
return. You can have right of return for the people who are the ethnicity in that state. You can have citizenship for only the ethnicity in that state, like Saudi,
Yes,
like
that would be
United Arab
apartheid.
Emirates has right of return for United Arab Emirates citizens.
And that would be apartheid,
Has
just to be clear.
citizenship for only United Arab Emirates citizens. If Germany wants
That's
to do
by
something like
definition
that,
apartheid.
that's up to them, right? You're saying United Arab Emirates is apartheid. That's what you're claiming.
Sorry, so explicitly denying people citizenship who are rightfully within the land on the basis of their ethnicity or race is by definition apartheid. Did you not know that,
United Arab
Andrea?
Emirates apartheid?
The UAE
You're
is
calling them apartheid?
Yeah, they're by definition apartheid. Yeah.
You're calling UAE apartheid?
Well, was South Africa apartheid?
You're insane.
Do you know what apartheid is?
I know what like you're calling.
Could you
United
describe
Arab-
it for me?
You're calling everything apartheid. Like this is insane. Like
Well,
with all
could you
respect,
describe, Andrea? Could you describe to me what you think
listen,
apartheid
listen.
is?
With all respect, you're exploiting apartheid. This is insane.
I'm just describing it to
Oh
you.
my
I'm
God.
observing what's
With all
happening.
respect, like this is like an insane conversation. Like listen, like it's bad enough that you guys call Israel
Well, you
apartheid.
literally
but now,
said
like,
you literally
are
said
you
they were
calling,
denying.
are you calling Lithuania apartheid because they have right to return to Lithuanians? Are you calling every country, 60 countries have right to return to the laws? Are you calling them all apartheid now?
So, right of return is a fundamental human right that Israel doesn't recognize. Apartheid
Do you know
is
what right of return means? Right of return means only right of return for a certain ethnicity. Are you calling that
No, it
apartheid?
doesn't.
That's
No,
what right
so-
of return laws are. Lithuania has right of return for only Lithuanians. Israel has right of return for only Jewish people. I think Spain has
again-
only right of return for Spanish people. Go look
No,
up
they
what
don't.
right of
Wait, sorry.
return laws do.
Famously,
I-
they don't just have right of return
I
for
think
Spanish people.
Portugal,
Israel.
that's how
one
right
sec-
of
you,
return
wait, one
works.
second. You continuing to speak is not allowing me to speak.
So
And
do
this
you
needs
think
to be a
that's
two-way.
apartheid?
I'm so sorry, Andrea. I mean, if you ask a question 10 times, at some point you do need to actually be interested in an answer. Are you interested in an answer?
No, but do you think that's apartheid?
Are you
like right
interested
of
in an
return?
answer? Would you like me to answer?
Go ahead.
So, first of all, you're just wrong. Spain doesn't just have right of return for Spanish, ethnically Spanish people per se. Mizrahi Jews also have a right of return within Spain, just like
That's
Germany has
because they
a.
have Spanish.
you, so
Sephardic
you need to
Jews, not
you need to
Mizrahi
involve.
Dude,
Yeah,
you're
it's Sephardic.
wrong. It's
That's my
Sephardic
bad.
Jews,
Sephardic,
not
you're right.
Mizrahi Jews.
You are
And that's
correct.
because they have Spanish heritage. It's Sephardic Jews, not
Congratulations,
Mizrahi
you're correct.
Jews.
They are correct. They are Sephardic. Just like Germany has right of return for certain Jewish ethnicities, right? And Poland does as well, right? We wouldn't call them ethnically Polish or ethnically German per se, because they identify as ethnically Jewish. But anyway, Andrea,
But you
right
don't
of return,
understand it,
right
dude.
of return. You
Can I
need to wait.
explain
I'm
it to
sorry.
you?
No, you may not. As I was saying, right of
You don't
return, as is
understand what it
no
means.
shush. Hands on hips, fingers on lips, baby.
Dude, you're being rude.
1 second. You are being rude by
You
not
don't
allowing me to
understand that I
speak.
know the right of return.
You continuing to speak is rude. So may I respond? Thank you. As I was saying, no, right of return is a fundamental human right, which means that if someone was expelled, especially unjustly or in a time of violence, they have the right to return. It's not on the basis of ethnicity, right? That is a colonial lie that is your husband spreading fundamentally. The reason Jewish people and Slavic people, right, and Romani people and certain people elsewhere that were expelled during the Holocaust have the right to return is not because of their ethnicity, but it's because they were targeted because of their ethnicity and therefore unjustly expelled, right? If you can prove you or your family were unjustly expelled from Germany, it's for whatever reason, right? Whether you're a communist, whether you were a homosexual, whether you were disabled, right? You have the right to return under international law.
Not how all right of return laws work.
You've now changed your claim.
Because
No,
I've
you may
right of
not.
return to several
I'm so sorry.
countries. Can I explain it to you?
No, you may not. As I
Because
was
you
saying,
don't know what you're talking about. I'll explain it to you if you want to listen.
I know you've already explained your opinion. Your opinion
But
is
I
wrong,
want to tell you
Andrea.
because I have right of return. Can I explain it to you?
Once
'Cause I
again,
have
you're
right of return.
describing a specific.
I have right of return to
you're-
several countries. Can I explain
I
it
know,
to you?
Andrea. I've already answered your question.
But you don't want to hear it because you don't want to hear. Can I
answered your
explain?
question.
But
Wait, I'm so
I
sorry.
don't have a question. I have a
answered it.
statement. If you're not going to let me talk,
No,
I'm just going to
but
leave.
no,
if you're
you may
not going
not.
to
Wait, you asked the
I'm the one
question.
who has right of
You're free to
return. You
leave,
don't have
Andrea.
right of return. I'm
You're
the
free
one
to
who's
leave.
right of return. You have right of
You have
return to
every
nothing
choice.
because you're not
We're
even
just-
Jewish.
You've
Like, with
already
all due
said that
respect,
multiple
I'm the one
times.
who's right of return.
If we're not
Can I
capable,
explain right of return?
that's perfectly fine.
I have right
No,
of
you
return to
may
like
not.
2 countries. Can I
Did you
explain
hear my
it?
first answer? Did you not hear my
You don't
answer
want to hear
to your
the truth
question?
because you don't want me to debunk you.
No,
Because I only have
you've
right of
already
return to
explained
2
it to me.
countries.
Oh wait. Do you have right of return, Andrea?
I have right of return to like maybe 2, maybe 3 countries. But you don't want to hear what
You
right of
didn't
return
mention.
is.
Wait, do you want to say it again? How many countries do you have right of return to, Andrea?
But do you want to hear how right of return works?
Do you want to say it again? No, I don't. I've already answered the question.
But
No,
literally,
I don't.
you don't want to because you don't want to hear the facts. You just want to spew your nonsense.
No, because we can talk in
Because
international
you
law.
read
what
something
right of
on the
return is.
internet but have not
So,
actually dealt with right of return.
Under international law,
something on a
could you describe to me?
Wikipedia page
Could you describe
and you
to
haven't
me?
actually dealt with right of return, but I actually have because I actually have right of return.
So,
But you don't have right of return to
Andrea,
shit
could
because
you,
you're just an American
Andrea,
with,
could you
like, no
describe,
ancestry
Andrea?
to
I'm
anywhere.
happy to that you answer this.
Yeah, someone's right. Will
Could
is
you,
scared.
what, Andrea?
Will is scared
Could
to
you
hear
describe
facts.
to me, Andrea? Are you capable of not speaking for more than 2 seconds?
You just don't want to hear facts. Okay, Will does want to hear about real right of return stories.
No, I don't. Could you describe to me the international doctrine of right of return?
Okay, dude, with all due respect, do you want to hear about my right of return or do you not want? Because you don't want to hear it. You
No.
want to hear about
Could you describe to me the? I don't care about you, Andrea.
I don't care about
the
big
truth.
words and
Exactly. So, Andrea, could you describe to me the international doctrine of right of return?
I don't care what you read on Wikipedia. I would actually tell you about right of return if you actually want to listen.
I don't
But
care
you
about
don't wanna
your.
listen.
I don't care about
You
the
just wanna-
domestic
you just
law
wanna
that's applying right of
gaslight
return
me
now.
with your doctrines that
I'll
you
just
read
ask
on
you, do you
Wikipedia.
know what the international
I
doctrine of
don't
right of return is?
care. You're not. You're literally
Well,
not
I
going
mean,
to
but
let me
we're
talk.
okay.
You
So
just want
what
control
we're
of this
discussing.
slide, so you can
So
try to
you
sound
don't. So you don't.
intelligent with
Wait. So
your
you
big
wait,
words and your
Andrea. So you.
terminology. You just
So
want to try to
you
sound
don't know.
intelligent. You don't want to listen to like real
I don't need to try
experience
and sound
and real
intelligent. I
life
don't care about.
and
Wait. I don't care
real
about your
things that go
experience.
on in the world. You just, because people have actually been to Israel and actually are Jewish. You just want to, and actually are from diaspora countries they have right of return to. You just want to sit here and be like, oh my God, I know more than this woman who's like twice your
I
age
do know
and
more
has
than you.
twice your
Correct.
knowledge. Yeah. Oh
My
yeah.
age is
100%.
irrelevant.
This teenager knows more than I do. 100%.
Not
100%.
teenager, and I was born after the lead crisis. Clearly.
Okay.
The
100%.
point at hand,
100%.
Andrea, is you're unable of describing the doctrine that we're talking about.
I literally told you that literally I have right of return to 2 countries and I know how my right of return works.
But I asked you if you could describe
Probably
to me
more
what the
than that.
international doctrine.
But I don't know how the right of return works
But I
in the other
asked you,
countries.
I asked you if you could describe to me what the international
But I
doctrine of right of
literally
return
told
is.
you I'd tell you about my right of return, but you don't want to listen
But
to it.
I don't care. But the thing is,
Right,
like,
okay,
I
but
don't care about your right of
let's
return.
move on.
It doesn't matter.
Because we're not gonna.
So
We're gonna
you don't
disagree to
know.
disagree.
Okay.
Let's just agree to disagree. Because again, you're stuck on like
Well,
big
you don't
words you
know.
read on
I don't know why
Wikipedia,
you're
and
talking
I'm
about
stuck
something
on
you
like
don't
real
know.
life.
Israel explicitly disregards the right of return, especially for Palestinians, which is
Israel has
by
right of
definition
return
racism.
laws, but again, disregarding real life, just big stuff you read on Wikipedia.
Israel does have right of return for a very specific ethnicity. That doesn't mean they're respecting the rights of everyone. That's like saying apartheid South Africa
Well, with all
had
due
rights to
respect, when
vote
they have a
and civil
Palestinian
rights
state, they can have.
And freedom of speech. Yes, they did. They did have freedom of speech within apartheid South Africa, just for certain people.
Mute me, I will leave.
If you can't be mute, I would prefer you leave.
Okay, well then I will leave. Then I will leave, and you will lose your 400 people in this live.
That's fine. You're not valuable to me, Andrea.
Oh, I think I'm valuable to your viewers.
If you would like to have a discussion about something productive, I would like to do that. If you would like to continue yapping, you can yap to a wall. Do you want to have a productive discussion, Andrea?
I'd like to talk a little bit too, but you're monopolizing the conversation.
You're free to talk about. You're free to talk.
Can I say something? The Palestinian state,
You've been saying something for the past 10 years.
Will not have right of return for Jews or anybody else. They will not have 400,000 Chinamen immigrating to the Palestinian state. The Palestinian state, once it's created, will only be for Palestinians.
China what?
Will only have Palestinian right of return. And will you say that's apartheid?
400,000 what?
Right of return, or they won't have Chinese right of return.
Did we just drop a slur?
Right of return. They'll only have Palestinian right of return. They won't have right of return for other people. My point is they won't have other people.
Andrea, can I ask you a question?
To that Palestinian state for immigration.
So I think you just said a slur, Andrea.
I didn't say a slur. I said they want to have Chinese people coming.
No, did you say Chinese people?
Chinese people, Chinamen, same thing.
No, that word is a slur.
It's not a slur.
Could you apologize for using a slur? It is.
I'm not apologizing because I didn't say anything wrong. Chinamen is not a slur. There's Chinese men. There's Chinese women. There's Chinese children.
If we're gonna continue using it, we're gonna move on to another person.
Okay, well, it's not a slur. There's Chinese men. There's Chinese women. There's Chinese babies. There's Chinese people.
So I mean, the Oxford Languages Dictionary defines it as a slur. Wikipedia does.
Okay, well, there's Chinese men. There's Chinese women. There's Chinese babies. There's Chinese everything.
Okay. Andrea, we're going to move on. I don't love talking to racists.
I'm not a racist. I have nothing against Chinese people.
We tend to use respectful terms for races that we respect, which are all of them, and you don't. And that would make you
there's Chinese men in the world?
Well, that term specifically is
racist. To some people,
we're going to move on to some people, the people that are affected by it. But we're going to move on, Andrea. Enjoy speaking to a woman. Do send a guest request if you disagree with me. If you don't disagree with me, don't send a guest request. And let's get talking. We got 430 people on here. That would be fantastic. And we'll be moving and grooving. If you don't disagree with me, don't send a guest request. You know what I mean? Yeah, she was trying to gaslight me, which we don't love and don't support. If you're new here and haven't ever discussed with me, that would be great. I feel like I've spoken to this guy before. I will not be voting Jill Stein. I have a brain and eyes. Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Thank you for bringing Andrea on your live. At least you exposed her because whenever we go in our live, she never let us even speak a word. This is the
So true.
person.
Oh, yeah, you agree with me. I appreciate you coming up, but if you don't disagree with me, don't send a guest request, please. Hello, Philly Eagle.
Hey, is Chinese really a slur?
Yeah, hi, what'd you... The term that she used was a slur, correct. Would you send a guest request to disagree on?
The genocide.
You don't think Israel's committing a genocide against the Palestinians. Why do you not believe that?
They definitely have the military resources to do it, and
Okay.
it's such a small place, and they've been really. You can see they've been trying to avoid it. They've only killed 2%.
How can you see that when they've destroyed 40% of civilian infrastructure?
Well, that is also a result of the fact that Hamas uses that infrastructure to hide.
But what percent would that have to be for you to be like, well, maybe it's not? If they destroyed 90% of civilian infrastructure, would you give the exact same justification? Being honest, if I said any number, would you be like, well, that's because they use civilian infrastructure?
If it continued to rise, I'd say no. I'd say it is.
At what point would you draw a line?
I'd say if it continued to grow past maybe 70%, considering it's such a small place and everything is so concentrated in one area.
So 70%.
Somewhere around there.
Let's see if we can get the most recent data. Okay, so the most recent data from February 15th, 2024 is that it is, UN bombardment, Israeli bombardment destroys more than 70% of civilian infrastructure in Gaza, according to the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. So what do we make of that?
Well, I would consider it to be a very small place, and it is very hard, to avoid destroying civilian infrastructure.
But so this is what is wrong with this narrative, is whenever we bring actual data that actually disregards that narrative, right, Israel has an excuse. And the excuse applies no matter what we're looking at, right? Israel could kill 100,000, Israel could kill 200,000, and the excuse that they would provide would still kind of be able to skirt around it. Because you have no clue, right, how many Hamas people are there. You have no clue how targeted their strikes are, right? And you have no clue what number of casualties to expect, right? Like that data isn't clear, so Israel can kind of give these excuses. But when we actually look at the evidence on the ground, right, if Israel is trying their best to not hit civilians, why are they using white phosphorus? Why are they using white phosphorus? Which was condemned by the whole entire UNGA, including America, for being unable to control within civilian territories. If they're trying their best, why are they using them?
Well, what have they been using it on specifically, do you think?
Within Gaza. It's extraordinarily helpful, right, as an incendiary mechanism.
Well, it's been used primarily on the terror tunnels. I believe they've been using it to target.
It's been used on high density civilian territories, right? Even if that has TIAs in it, by definition, like the UN has released guidance on this, it is not in line with international law to use white phosphorus in any high density residential areas, even if there are terror suspects in it, because they cannot be controlled. For example, why do you think they did not allow the Red Cross in the first 7 days following the genocide? And now they have banned UNRWA, right, whose claims of its associations with Hamas have been debunked. Why have they made a targeted, propagandized effort to expel almost all aid in them? And do you think the World Central Kitchen was lying when they said that they thought that Israel targeted them in their car? Or do you think the UN was lying when they said that UN has habitually targeted their aid trucks going into Gaza and in southern Lebanon? Do you think all of these people are lying? Or what do you make of their accounts?
I believe it is a strategy to win the war, and it is being used as such because it works.
So do you think Israel is targeting aid trucks?
No.
So why do you think the UN and World Central Food Kitchen and the Red Cross and UNRWA and Amnesty and Human Rights Watch believe that they are? Do you think all of those 7 independent organizations are lying?
I would consider it collateral damage, to be honest. I wouldn't consider
But
it.
no, I'm asking about targeted. Why are those 7 people who have feet on the ground, right? Red Cross is there. They're watching the missiles. They're saying, hey, Israel, we're here. We know we are. And then they see a missile hit them in a targeted territory on a street. No one around. Do you think they're lying?
I do not believe they're lying, if I'm being fair.
Okay, so what do you make of their accounts?
I believe that,
It's not, because it can't be collateral damage. Everyone on the ground is saying, no, this doesn't look like collateral damage. I've been in war zones before, right? These are people that are seasoned by and large. They've been in war zones before. They know what it looks like. And they're saying, no, this is targeted.
yes,
If Israel was trying their best, it wouldn't even be possible for all of these organizations that have worked in almost every war zone in the world to be saying this.
Yes, I believe that it is, it is unfortunate. It is, it is what happens in war, but it is not
them targeting aid trucks.
Well,
How is
yes.
that anything other than committing war crimes? Actively, intentionally.
Well, it is what Hamas has been doing.
Well, yeah, we all condemn. We don't like Hamas here. Obviously, I don't want to support Hamas. I don't want my tax dollars going to Hamas. I'm talking about what we condemn about Israel, because we can all agree Hamas commits war crimes. Do you agree that Israel commits war crimes?
I do believe that they commit war crimes, yes, but I truly believe that they are in the right in this situation, considering the fact
how is it right for them to target aid trucks, for example?
Well, it is very easy to distinguish, to mistake an aid truck for a military truck, because
not when you have their location and GPS and it has a huge sign on the top and you have very targeted missiles. How is it easy to do that? Because they work with them, right? Like the UN gives the IDF live GPS location of every single one of their aid trucks. And then plastered on an aid truck is that it's the UN. There's a marking for it. The World Central Food Kitchen was the same thing. So, also, once again, all of these people actually on the ground are saying it looks targeted. So we've agreed that it's targeted. If you really think that it's targeted, why would they do that? Why do you think that Israel would target aid trucks?
Yeah, I'll respond to that in a second. I just gotta let you know I gotta go work in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
So but so I do believe that again it's not good. I don't think they should be doing that. It isn't a good thing to be targeting aid trucks, of course, but I don't think they're made.
It's a war crime, and it's a war crime that genociders do.
Yeah.
It's America excused invading and killing over 1 million Arab people in the Gulf War for doing, right? We condemned the Taliban for not working with aid, which they are now working with aid. The amount of aid workers that the Taliban has killed within the last 5 years is less than the amount of aid workers that Israel has killed in the past year. It is bad. It is unequivocally bad, and it's nothing. It's like nothing we've seen before. That has not gotten almost ubiquitous international condemnation.
Does that mean that you support Hezbollah and Iran strikes on?
No, not by any means. None of my tax dollars are going to Hezbollah or Iran. No one here is defending Hezbollah or Iran. You're the one defending the war criminals. You have every choice to stop doing that.
Yeah, in the end, I do want this war to stop. I don't think it is.
Then stop defending the war criminals.
I did also believe that it has a right to exist.
It doesn't have a right to bomb aid trucks. It doesn't have a right to commit genocide. Its right to exist is dependent upon it following international law.
Yes, I do believe that, yes. But I think any.
So if it's not following international law, it doesn't have a right to exist per se. And it is not following international law.
It shouldn't inherently have a right to exist. But, it is the actions of the people protesting in favor of Palestine, mirrored anti-Semitism and things of that sort. And it is not.
So that's an entirely different thing. Do you think the actions of the people protesting against Israel and working or protesting for Israel and protesting against Hamas, etc., have mirrored Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism and anti-Palestinian racism?
No, they have not. They've been almost.
You don't? So when someone, when Zionists in marches see people with keffiyehs and have pulled them off, or when organizations and institutions have expelled or suspended or limited the rights or usage and abilities of people for simply wearing a keffiyeh or having a Palestinian flag in a library, for example. A keffiyeh being a Palestinian cultural item, that doesn't mirror anti-Arab racism, anti-Palestinian racism.
I've only ever seen video proof of.
So
people...
Harvard just did this. They expelled, so they suspended the library rights of over 30 students, I believe, for going in and wearing a keffiyeh and having Palestinian flags on their screens in a library. No disruption, right? They were working, and not even explicitly political messaging. If someone went in and was wearing a kippah and an Israeli flag, would that not seem like anti-Semitism to you? Or just a kippah? Because some of them are just wearing a keffiyeh.
Well, yeah, I guess that is a good point. But Harvard as well doesn't have the best history with almost any race at that point, because there were students,
exactly. But the pro-Israeli contingent are actually calling on them to do this, right? They actually explicitly said that Israel wasn't doing that. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, all of these institutions weren't doing enough to do anything about these protesters. These protesters, who, by the way, have not, by and large, had any actual complaints against them, and a huge amount of them who are Jewish. What instances of anti-Semitism have you seen in pro-Palestinian rallies? I don't doubt that they exist. I just doubt that they're systemic and widespread.
Well, I mean, I was at the university in my city. I witnessed a Jewish student being blocked from entering.
Was it because they were Jewish?
They were only wearing a necklace with the Star of David on it.
But was it because they were Jewish?
Yes, they were.
They said we are not allowing Jews in.
They stood in front of him only because they saw the.
But was it because they were Jewish?
I don't see another reason why they would. The only thing he had.
Well, so from my understanding, the only time I've ever seen this, right, which was a famous video of a similar guy doing the same thing. He was like taking a video. He's like, "Look, they're not letting me in. I'm Jewish." And then another guy walked in who was Arab and wasn't allowed in either because he just wasn't a part of the encampment.
He was,
and they were stopping anyone who wasn't a member of the encampment in.
This man was being blocked specifically from entering the protest. He was not wearing anything.
Well, because was he a member of the encampment? Was he going to protest?
He was literally just going to walk in the.
It would be weird for me to see the pro-Palestinian encampment block all Jewish people when a lot of them are Jewish. He was walking to his class. Is this a video you could show me, or is this just your eyes? It's not a video. I was walking down the street and I witnessed this happening. And you saw that they were stopping him because he was Jewish, and you had full context to understand that he was Jewish.
From my view, was his necklace, and it was.
Okay, so they were stopping a Jewish student from entering an encampment.
Yeah,
but you don't know that it was because they were Jewish.
I have to go to work now.
So would you assume? Yeah, that's fine. It's just one final question. If the student was Arab and wasn't being allowed in, would you assume that it was anti-Arab racism?
Well, no, I would not. But it would depend on the.
Okay, doesn't that seem like a double standard? Maybe you're buying into a narrative about them that is fundamentally flawed and biased.
No, but then again, I've never seen a narrative.
That does seem like a double standard. I've never seen a Jewish student being blocked because they were Jewish.
Yeah, well, it was nice talking to you, man, by the way, debating you.
It was lovely.
So, all right, see you.
See you. Do you have any guest requests? Do I literally have no guest requests? Devastating. Send a guest request if you disagree with me. If you don't disagree with me, don't send a guest request. Oh. If you agree with me, don't send a guest request. But thank you so much for everyone being here. Let's see. I'm going to be on for maybe like an hour more, maybe. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born?
2006.
We're not going to do this, yeah? Send a guest request if you are of age and disagree with me. You know what I mean? I feel a calm energy in the world today. That's how I feel. Today I feel calm. Today I feel alive. Today I feel like country little JD Vance. Is 2006 18? I don't know. That's still weird, bro. Yeah, but I don't trust her, first of all. I'm trying to have a conversation about Oxford offline. Oh, yeah, sure. DM me. I know! Why are we getting old? Shout out me. I'm 20. Did I party yesterday? A bit. Not extensively. Not a lot. Not a lot. Just a little bit. And I might do it again. And what are you going to do? Nothing. You're going to do nothing. You're not going to do anything about it. Anyway. Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to disagree, send a guest request. You don't have to you have to get on. You just yellow.
Hello.
Oh. What's up? What did you send a guest request to disagree on?
I disagree that Israel is a criminal state.
Sure. Why? On what basis?
Actually, no, I don't disagree. Like, I do disagree with that, but I disagree with like the amount of support you're giving to Palestine. I think.
Oh no, guys! I gotta stop supporting the people being genocided. It's too much. It's too much. I'm doing too much to stop them from being killed.
So do you propose that Israel just stop targeting the Hamas terrorists?
If they were targeting Hamas terrorists, we could have this discussion. I propose that Israel follow international law first and foremost, and then we can talk from there about how they, actually express their valid right to self-determination and self-defense, perhaps. But they aren't expressing it right now, so it's entirely besides the point.
Are you glad that the leader of Hamas was recently killed?
I'm never happy when anyone's dead. I don't support killing of anyone, so.
So you think it's a bad thing that the Hamas leader was killed?
I think killing anyone is bad.
Do you think it's less bad that he was killed than, say, an innocent person? Because this guy's
fundamentally equal.
This guy's a terrorist, isn't he?
I don't think you lose your rights to life based on your actions.
But would you rather this guy be killed, or someone who's some random person in a random country who's completely innocent, living a normal life?
Killed.
Yeah, but that's not how the world works. People are going to get killed.
Well, then make an actual argument about the actual real world, not a hypothetical comparison.
I'm asking you a question.
So, would I support him murdering an innocent person? No.
I asked you, would you rather him be killed or a random person be killed?
But this is a random hypothetical. If we want to talk about the real world, let's talk about the real world. If we want to engage in random hypotheticals, I'm just going to say I can't say I'd rather no one die. But if we want to talk about the real world, let's talk about the real world. Of course I don't condone him committing terrorism.
I'm making a hypothetical situation.
So then we're not talking about the real world. And so in your hypothetical, what I'm going to go is,
we don't have to.
In your hypothetical, then I'm going to say I think all human lives are fundamentally valuable. And equally so.
You think the leader of Hamas is a valuable person?
I believe all humans are valuable people, yeah.
Humans are valuable, but doesn't necessarily mean the leader of Hamas is a valuable person.
Well, I believe all humans are valuable. I think we have an inalienable value as human beings. You're just not going to get me on this.
You're
just not. It's just not going to happen. I'm a fundamental humanist at my heart. It's just not going to happen. So you can like stop. I value all people, no matter
that's
what
okay.
anyone
Fine,
ever.
fine. I'm not going to try and persuade you to agree with me. There's something that you think it's a bad thing that the leader of Hamas, who's like one of the world's worst terrorists, was killed, and I think it's a good thing he was killed to prevent more human.
Well, I think the harm that is prevented in that, if the harm was prevented in that, that is a good thing. I don't think killing is a good thing, right? But if you're saying harm was prevented in the military strike against him, I actually disagree that harm was likely prevented. I don't think he would. I don't think the death of him has saved many people.
What good would he do if he was alive?
That's not the question. The question is whether Hamas will go on without him, and I think they will. I think resistance is a natural and inevitable response to the terrorism and oppression and marginalization that Palestinians have received from the Israelis. And so it has very little to do with one person. And so I don't actually see the functional benefit to it, even if you did want to justify death. The actual response to actually reduce terrorism and actually respond to the oppression of the Palestinians is to stop oppressing the Palestinians, and maybe then you will stop getting the very natural resistance to oppression that happens every time we ever oppress people.
So what do you think should happen now?
I think Israel should start following international law and stop marginalizing, colonizing, and oppressing the Palestinian people.
Can you specify what you mean by international law?
The law enshrined in the jurisprudence of the ICJ. And that Israel has agreed to and submitted to them as under jurisdiction of. Do you disagree?
Not really. I don't really understand.
Okay, wonderful. So I think they should follow the things that they agreed to.
Follow the things that what? Sorry?
They agreed to, like fundamental human rights, recognition of self-determination of peoples.
Yeah. All right.
Do you not?
I mean, you can't.
This is a really low bar. I'm like, do you believe in fundamental human dignity? And you're like, who's getting it?
No. I'm just thinking. So you're saying if Israel were to follow international law, they would just stop all attacks altogether on Palestine, right?
We could talk about their pragmatic right to self-defense, right, under international law, and we can justify certain actions within certain contexts of that.
Okay,
that's not what they're doing right now, and so it's impossible to analyze their current actions on that basis because they're not actualizing any right.
Okay, so can you say
let me make the analogy so maybe you understand. Yeah. If you slapped me, right, and then I proceeded to pull out a shotgun and shoot you 20 times, we wouldn't even be able to have a discussion about what my right to self-defense justifies because I wasn't even playing that game, right? Like I wasn't engaged in my right to self-defense. So you could like maybe make a hypothetical where you're like, well, maybe if instead of ever pulling out the shotgun, they just kind of like backed up and maybe pushed you back as self-defense, maybe that would be fine. But that's like so incredibly different and separate from like what's going on right now. So like, the right of Israel to self-defense is entirely divorced from the question of what Israel's doing right now.
If you substitute that analogy into Israel and Palestine, it would be the equivalent of Hamas doing what they did to Israel, and then Israel nuclear bombing Palestine.
No, when it so Hamas.
You're saying if you slapped me and then Hamas I shot you 20 times with a shotgun. Yeah. What I'm saying is, what Israel are doing, they're not shooting them 20 times with a shotgun. They're just slapping them back 3 times. Like.
Okay, so Hamas killed 400 to 500 enemy combatants and 600 to 700 innocent civilians, and then they took 150 to 200. Hostages.
Yeah, and then Israel.
Okay, so just to be very clear, Israel has over 20,000 hostages in administrative detention, which every single human rights organization has called illegal and fundamentally violating their rights to due process. So 20,000 to 200. That seems like an order of magnitude difference. 2 order of magnitudes actually. And then Israel has now killed 47,000 people of which only they even claim 15,000 are militants. So they killed then 32,000 innocent civilians, as opposed to Hamas's 700, and then they've killed 15,000 combatants. So according to their own numbers, we can't verify that because they don't let reporters into the territory, as opposed to Hamas's 500 to 600 military combatants. So yes, I would say my analogy is pretty fucking accurate.
No, your analogy would be accurate if you said maybe you wouldn't be slapping me 3 times. Maybe you'd be slapping me 2,000 times after I slapped you once.
But it's not. Like, it's literally an order of magnitude difference. Like, it's like 10 times different. In some cases, 100 times different, like literally numerically. And also, we don't have the updated numbers for deaths, right? The leading medical journal in the world said the deaths were, on a conservative note, 187,000 and upwards of 215,000. That was 2 months ago.
Israel are targeting the terrorist groups, correct?
I know, but you're going to fall back on this argumentation, right? Even they say, right, that their military to civilian ratio is roughly 1-to-1. Hamas's military to civilian ratio on October 7th was roughly 1-to-1. This has nothing to do with the question. Their right to self-defend does not excuse them using white phosphorus, them targeting aid trucks, them actively killing civilians, them summarily executing people, which we have visual, photographic, and videographic evidence of them doing within refugee camps, them allowing and engaging in systemic sexual violence in detainment camps. How is that self-defending? It's not a question of self-defending. And they're also not fucking targeting Hamas. If they were targeting Hamas, how the hell did they hit the World Central Food Kitchen?
Because
how did they do that?
How'd they hit what?
Why did they hit the World Central Food Kitchen truck? Do you think World Central Food Kitchen was lying when they said that they shared the location, made them aware of everything, and had agreed upon markers, and were in a non-militant territory?
Maybe that was a slip-up, but they're going to have slip-ups, aren't they? They're going to do something wrong.
So why did the UN say that they were habitually hitting them? And why did Amnesty also say this? And why did the Red Cross also say this? Israel seems to slip up a lot.
Why don't the innocent civilians just move to places where Israel are telling them to?
They do, and then they get bombed. Israel has bombed every single portion of Gaza. Israel has bombed the Rafah crossing, which they said would be a safe zone.
Yeah.
Did you not know that? I'm just like, I'm sick of hearing the same questions. Did you not know that answer?
No.
You didn't know that?
No.
Why do you think you didn't know that?
Because I don't know as much as I'd like to know about this topic, but
okay.
I still feel that how do I say this? That too much support is with Palestine.
But if you take me seriously, if Israel is bombing food trucks, right, aid trucks, if Israel is bombing refugee camps that they tell people to go into, surely you find that repugnant. The only way you can believe what you're saying is if you don't believe those facts. But we have strong evidence for these facts.
So they need to get to Hamas somehow. And
they need to what?
No, what I'm saying is I don't think
do you condemn Israel if they are bombing aid trucks?
I don't. You say, do you condemn Israel? It's not Israel who are doing that. It's one.
Israel is bombing aid trucks.
Yeah. It's not. You can't say Israel. You got to specify like who.
I can.
It's someone. It's a person who decided I hate Palestinians. I'm gonna bomb this. I'm gonna bomb this village.
Maybe the first time, but not the 12th time.
Well, yeah.
At some point, it's a strategy.
It takes 12 or less people.
So at what point can you blame a country for their actions?
What point can you blame a country for their actions?
Also, do you think it's just one person clicking a button for a missile?
No,
it goes through a series of commands.
But if
when they say, "Hey, look, here, this is where we're hitting," there is a World Central Food Kitchen truck there, and then it goes through a series of commands, and those commands have been the commanders have been given the power to decide what to hit. That's Israel doing it. I can say that.
What did you say there was 12 of? 12 villages that Israel bombed, or what?
There are more than 12 food trucks that have been bombed. The UN has said that it's habitual, systemic,
when
and
you said there was
targeted.
12 of something, what were you referring to?
12 was just an example.
Okay, so how many food trucks have they bombed then?
I don't know. Let's see. Any food trucks has Israel bombed?
It doesn't have to be food trucks. It could be just like villages as well.
So this is 3 World Center food trucks. And then, so I'm just going to read off a few stories here. So Israel's carried out 8 strikes on aid workers' convoys and premises since October 7th, 2023. That's in May. And then in February, they say they fired on a UN convoy. And then there's obviously in April, the 3 strikes on the World Center Kitchen. Yeah. So there are at least, 11 by that count. And then 7 aid workers were killed as they were delivering food, as they killed in an Israeli strike.
Well, that's eight or less people who have made the wrong decision.
But it's not, because that goes through the chain of command. You are not just hitting that. You say this is where we want to hit, and then your commander says this is where we're going to hit, and then goes to a committee and they say this is where we want to hit. And has Israel come out and said, yep, we fired these people who have done the wrong thing? No, they haven't. And also, you don't do that. I don't know if you know much about the military, the military culture. I have a lot of military family. That's just not how anything the military ever works. Just not how it does it. And also, why do you give this leeway to Israel, not Hamas? What if Hamas's killing civilians was just one rogue guy? It wasn't.
Hamas is a terrorist organization.
But they're a terrorist organization by their actions, right?
Israel.
And I'm judging Israel's actions.
What? So you're comparing Hamas and Israel? Israel are a country. Hamas is purely a terrorist group based on everything they do, how they identify themselves, and how the world.
I'm so sorry. Wait, when they feed women and children, they're just a terrorist organization?
Who, Hamas?
Yeah.
It's how the world identify them.
Yeah, because terrorism, the word terrorist is fundamentally racist, because it's only ever applied to the enemies of the imperial core. So Israel is targeting food trucks. Israel is summarily killing women and children. Israel is targeting refugee camps that they tell people to go to. If anyone else did this, it would be terrorism, right? Are you just denying Israel does it?
Am I denying Israel's doing what?
Summarily killing women and children, targeting refugee camps that they tell people to go to, bombing and targeting food trucks and food deliveries.
If Hamas and Palestine didn't start this in the first place, none of this would be happening.
That's besides the question. I want to start with the facts, and then we can talk about the justifying narrative. Do you deny that happens?
Deny that what happens, sir?
Do you need to be? Do I need to repeat it again?
Yeah, and probably again.
Why?
Do I deny that it happened? No, I don't deny that it happened.
So do you think targeting food convoys can be justified?
It depends who the food convoys were for.
They were for innocent civilians. They were by the Red Cross. Do you think targeting...
What if they were for Hamas?
Do you think targeting... Then you stop them from going in? Do you think
if they were for Hamas, I think it's completely justified to bomb them.
Wait. You think it's justified to bomb the Red Cross?
I think it's justified to bomb the food if it's for Hamas.
You think it's justified to bomb the Red Cross delivering food?
No, I don't think it's justified to bomb... So is it
ever justified to bomb the Red Cross delivering food?
No, I'm not saying it's justified to bomb...
Israel has done that. Is it ever acceptable to bomb World Central Food Kitchen delivering food into Gaza? Is that ever acceptable?
Unless it's for Hamas, and it's only...
What do you mean it's for Hamas? So do you think... What is the series of events that go on here? You in your mind, you're saying Israel lets the World Central Food Kitchen go into Gaza, and the World Central Food Kitchen walking in goes, "Hey guys, this is for Hamas," and then Israel goes, "Yep, go on in," and then later they're just driving along. They've worked with Israel this whole time, and then Israel bombs them, and they're like, "Oops, you told us it was for Hamas. I guess we just bomb you rather than like not stopping you in." Is like genuinely sit and think about what like the words coming out of your mouth.
Yeah. So
are you saying that's what happens?
Saying, not exactly, no.
Yeah, because that's idiotic. No, like Israel's just denied that they did it because they're liars. But if we're agreeing they did it, which we have good, strong evidence they did, we have no reason to believe that it was going to Hamas. And also, if that's the justification, like all food could end up in Hamas's hand.
I don't think it's fair to say that assume that they have done it when.
I do. So, I mean, Amnesty has said they did, Human Rights Watch did, UN did, World Central Food Kitchen, which has to work with Israel, did. Why would you think they're lying, or do you think they're wrong?
Well, I didn't know that all those organizations proved that they did.
So, where are you getting your information? What is disagreeing? So, like, all of those organizations have also called it a genocide. What information do you have to disagree with them?
I'm not going to disagree with the UN.
Okay, so if it is a genocide, how much is too much activism against genocide?
I don't really understand, sorry.
You told me we were doing too much activism, too much focus on Palestinians.
Yeah.
How much is too much activism against genocide? If I believe the Palestinians are being genocided, should I clock in and just do like an hour a day of activism? What's too much?
That's a question you can't answer because it's going to be so many different answers from so many different people.
So I guess more accurately, what's your problem? If you agree it's a genocide, the fuck are you doing up here?
I think it can be a justified genocide.
Okay. What justifies killing women and children on the basis of their ethnicity?
Women and children are being put in front of...
What justifies killing them on the basis of their ethnicity? That's what genocide is. What justifies genocide?
In this situation?
Period. Ideologically, what could justify genocide?
What could justify genocide? So, I'm not really saying. I'm trying to be.
You said justify genocide.
Yeah. I get.
So
that's quite.
You could be
quite
more
wild
careful.
to say, but
it's not just wild. It's stupid and horrible and disgusting and reprehensible. Try and sit. Like really. Don't walk that back.
You're just
really talk about that. Let's walk through
it. We're going 100 miles an hour. Just slow down a bit.
So let's slow down. What could justify genocide?
Bro, I take it back. You can't justify genocide. But
so Israel's committing a genocide. I'll ask you again then. I don't want them to be committing a genocide. We agree they're committing a genocide. What are we doing up here, folks?
I think Israel is wrong for purposely killing women and children, which it could be. Yeah.
Period.
I'm not standing with Israel. I'm not saying comment section of everything free Israel, free Palestine. I'm just saying I don't think I think people take sides too easily, and I think.
Well, I'm against genocide. That's my side. Are you on that side?
Yeah, but Israel.
Ding, ding, ding. Then we're in agreement, baby.
Israel are making sure that
Israel is committing a genocide. We've agreed on that.
Whatever they're doing, Israel are making sure that Hamas aren't going to do this again.
So that's a justification. So if you're saying what they're doing is genocide, and
if you think that's a justification, you can think that's a justification.
No, but that's by definition what you're giving. You're attempting to justify it.
I'm not attempting to justify anything. All I'm saying is.
Then you would agree you condemn Israel for committing a genocide.
I'm not saying anything about that.
You're not willing to condemn a genocide?
all I'm saying is,
do you condemn Israel for committing a
does not
genocide?
try to justify genocide. What I'm saying is Israel
So
just doesn't want
you think
Gaza.
Israel? Do you condemn Israel for committing a genocide?
A genocide to the women and children? No.
You don't condemn them? Okay. Then I'm going to move on to someone who can maybe put a few more words together. But I appreciate you coming
okay.
up.
That's fine.
Peace.
Cheers, bro.
I'm going to run for 2 seconds. I need to pee. I'll be back. Baby. Hello. You there?
Hello, hello?
Hello. What did you guess for us to disagree on?
Huh? Can you hear me?
I can.
All right, so I'm an Israeli, right?
Oh, apologies. Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah.
What is that supposed to mean?
It's unfortunate. I would hate to have to deal with that morally.
Why?
Just put you in a difficult position.
So I'm currently part of the Israel Defense Force, right?
You're a terrorist.
I am not.
Oh my God, guys. Live and open today we have a terrorist. So terrorist, why are you doing terrorism?
So it's not. So I have a question for you. You support October 7th?
No.
No, okay. Thank you for agreeing. No, you don't.
Support Israel bombing trucks full of like food for women and children in Gaza?
Are there any footage of that?
Mm-hmm. We have a footage of the strike on the World Central Kitchen.
Well, maybe if H group wasn't trying to take it.
But that's not the excuse Israel gave.
No, but it's not an excuse.
But Hamas wasn't trying to take that food.
You know all the money that is
that justify killing humanitarian workers?
We're not.
I mean, so, okay, why do you think World Central Kitchen is lying about you then?
Well, because they hate us.
Why would they hate you? They literally worked with you for like 20 years.
Well, I don't know, but we literally have troops.
So why do you think that Amnesty is lying about you then?
Personally, I don't know.
Why do you think Human Rights Watch is lying about you?
I don't know.
So maybe if every single independent third-party human rights organization is saying that you're committing human rights violations, do you think maybe the problem is you and not them?
I don't think it's a war. It's like...
I don't think it's a war either.
You don't think it's a war?
Mm-mm.
Why? For you. When Lebanon bombs Israel, right?
So when Hezbollah bombs Israel, yeah? Because Lebanon hasn't bombed Israel.
Okay, agreed.
Yeah.
When Hezbollah bombs Israel, right?
Yep.
And we fight back, that's called a war.
Maybe. That's more accurately a war.
So when Hamas came into Israel on October 7th...
Mm-hmm. When they escaped their prison.
Yes. Well, it's not a prison.
Could they leave? Could they exit?
Yes, they can actually.
Can they?
Yeah.
Without Israeli permission?
That's not how it works. There's so many.
Do they have an airport? Is it legal for them to fly?
No, but they can get out of Israel easily.
Is it legal for them to walk out of Gaza?
They go to either Egypt or Jordan.
How do they go to Jordan?
They just walk out. And it's not an open air prison.
Really? Okay, so what aid goes in without Israeli approval?
There's a lot of aid that goes in without our approval.
How?
It comes in from Jordan and Egypt.
What port of entry does Jordan have to Gaza?
I'm gonna have to think about that one because
it's a square. There's one port of entry other than Israel. None of them border Gaza.
What about the water? They can literally get out.
Israel, no. Israel patrols the water.
Yeah.
Israel has killed Palestinians for going in, like for fishing too far outside the water. Did you not know that? They can't leave the water.
No, I do know that.
So they can't go on the water. Then why'd you say, what about the water? That's Israeli shit.
So let me explain
So
something.
wait, I'm so sorry. So what out the water? Go in on that point.
Well, I just want to explain something too.
You're going to back up on your point. Okay.
I just want to say something before I keep going, right?
Okay.
On the 7th of October, on the 7th of October, right? I got a call from my commander, right? Saying that I have to go to the south with my teammate and my team. Okay? Did you know that 3 of my best friends died because of Hamas? Did you know that?
That's devastating.
It is devastating.
Maybe you should stop being a terrorist.
It's not a terrorist though.
The IDF is a terrorist organization.
So what is it? What's the IDF called?
The Israeli Defense Force?
Exactly. So we're defending our one Jewish state when there's 20 other Islamic states.
Do you know what North Korea's official title is?
No, what is it?
You don't know?
No, because I'm not North Korean.
Okay. It's the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Does that mean that they're democratic?
That's not my spot to say that.
Do you think North Korea is democratic?
Personally, I don't know because I've never
You don't
been
know
there.
if North Korea is democratic?
I'm Israeli. I don't leave Israel.
Do you have eyes?
I do have eyes.
And you're like, guys, this North Korean thing, they might be onto something. Just because you name yourself something doesn't make it true, right? Like that's so laughable. Every defense force thinks of the defense. The Department of Defense in America, their defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we were defending ourselves from what in Afghanistan? Nothing. We were defending ourselves from what in Vietnam? Nothing. It's
Wait,
not
are you
defense.
from the Middle East?
No.
Are you Muslim?
No.
What are you, Christian?
What?
You're Christian?
Ask your mother. I don't know.
Ask my
It's
mother.
besides the point.
No, so you don't even... You're going off what the world is saying.
I'm going off the best information I have that third-party independent organizations have. I'm not part of the problem and actively part of the terrorist organization that exists. By this logic, we should get a Hamas guy up. He's closer to the issue than you are. Then he would be able to browbeat anything you want.
How is he closer to the issue than I am if I'm part of the IDF?
Well, if you believe he's the one doing it, surely he would know better.
Do you know Arabic?
No.
Wait, give me 1 second. No, I'm just gonna say one thing. Ya Ben Shardamuta.
The guy literally just spit on his own ground. That's so sad. Yeah, he ran away.
We picked the biggest
Max,
fail
your food?
the whole place.
Hello.
Max,
Oh. What is Ask the Prof doing? Hello.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? Well, I've seen you around. Do you agree? You don't disagree, surely.
What do you say? You saw me around?
I've seen your account before.
Oh, you did?
I feel like I have. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, wow. On what basis? Why do you disagree? What do you disagree with?
I'm just wondering why you're on live saying free Palestine and Israel's a criminal state.
My goodness. Can y'all hear that outside?
Yeah, we can hear that.
Devastating. Well, because they are a criminal state, and because I would like the Palestinian people to be liberated from all colonial oppression.
And how so are they criminal?
Well, they keep committing crimes.
Such as?
The illegal occupation of East Jerusalem, the illegal occupation of the Golan Heights, the apartheid that they're committing within at least Area C of the West Bank, the denial of right of return to the Palestinians, and then a series of war crimes within Gaza.
So is there occupation in Gaza?
They are currently militarily occupying it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
No one
let's just say
disagrees with
before October 7th, was it an occupation?
that. Oh, yeah.
And how so?
There was an effective occupation through like complete an entire blockade. And like air, land, and sea control.
Like settlements are they called then in Area C?
I don't have the names in front of me. Are you doubting this demographic? Do you just want to look it up? Like,
no, I'm telling you, most towns like Ramallah, right? For example,
that's Area A. Wait, I just like this is just a fact. This isn't a debate point. I'm right, and like you're not wrong yet, but I'm just correct. There are 400,000 Palestinians with an Area C. That is just the true fact of reality. Like.
Most of the Palestinians who live in the West Bank are within Area A and B.
That's not the claim being made. Do you deny the fact that I pointed to?
My point is, in Area C, there's no.
But do you not? Okay, can you just recognize the fact that I said? Do 400,000 Palestinians live in an Area C?
And I'm telling you, no. Most of them actually don't.
Okay, you're saying no. 400,000 Palestinians don't live within Area C.
No.
Okay, I'll bring a source.
Because Area A consists of 20%.
1 second. Might be 300,000, and they're not granted equal rights. So.
Okay, and how many live in A and B?
Why is that relevant to the question at hand?
That is relevant because in Area C,
I was saying that these Palestinians are certainly there under.
Do you even know what the Area A, B, and C look like? Area C is the outer parts of the West Bank. Area A and B are more
of the West Bank. I'll ask, what percent of the West Bank is Area C?
Percentage, really big percentage. Actually, most of it is actually in the like close to the Jordanian side.
Ding, ding, ding. 60% of it is Area C.
Yeah, because Jordanians don't want the Palestinians in the West Bank even close to them, right? That's
preference.
Do you know why Area C is in the outer part of the West Bank? I have a question for you. Do you know?
Do you know what? Because most of the Palestinians live within major Palestinian territories. Like
no, but why?
Cities,
okay,
which would be internal of the West Bank, which makes
but you have the West
sense,
Bank,
considering that the West Bank was literally drawn around the Palestinian territories.
Okay, so you have the border of the West Bank, right?
Which was drawn around the Palestinian territories, yeah.
Right, and then you have Area C. It would make
sense that it would encircle the major Palestinian territories and cities.
Right, and why is that?
Because it was drawn around them.
And why? Why for Israel? Why is that a good thing?
Well, it's not a good thing. It's just like, as a matter of fact, it was partitioned specifically on ethnic boundaries.
I know, but respectfully, put yourself in the Israeli government shoes just for a second.
Well, no, I think, well, yeah, they want to control and kill as many Palestinians as they can. It makes sense to be able to put them within.
You want to try again?
Because you disagree with it. I put myself in the shoes of like a genocidal colonial entity, and that's what I'd like to do if I was a genocidal colonial entity.
Okay, let me tell you. The reason why Area C covers by the border.
Do you want an answer to a question?
Because you're wrong. I'm just going to correct you real quick.
Oh, okay.
So the reason why Area C is by the border and outer parts by outside of the West Bank parts, right? An outer part of inside the West Bank, sorry, is because to prevent team members, right, from crossing from the West Bank into Jerusalem, for example, into other cities like Beersheba, to prevent on October 7th.
Okay, so if it's about safety
of course
of the Israeli people, why does Israel allow settlers to illegally go and settle within the West Bank, which they have no right to do under international law?
What international law?
Sovereignty, self-determination, sovereignty of the native peoples.
Can you pull up the United Nations law that actually says that?
Well, so there was an advisory ruling on the ICJ that said this. Do you want like the professional's opinion on this? There was an ICJ ruling in July that ruled this. And
right, ICJ ruling. That's not international law. That's not international law.
If the Supreme Court ruled something, would it be law in America?
Sorry?
So what is law if not statutes and court rulings?
No, but you're talking about the ICJ, right?
Yes, which has binding jurisdiction over Israel.
How so? What did the ICJ since 1948 has implemented on Israel? Please tell me.
Wait, are you denying that Israel recognizes the binding jurisdiction of the ICJ?
Well, I'm asking.
They did in the UN Accords. So the UN Accords describe the state of international law and describe the ICJ as the ultimate arbiter of international law. And
Do you have a source for that?
Yes, the UN Accords.
Where in the UN Accords does it say that? Educate me, please.
Yep. Okay, so where is this? Article 36 of the statute of the ICJ. So Article 36. The jurisdiction of the court comprises all cases which parties refer to it and all matters specifically provided for in the Charter of the UN Charter of the United Nations. So. The states party to the present statute at any time together recognize a compulsory ipso facto and without special agreement in relation to any state accepting the same obligations, jurisdiction of the court, and all legal disputes concerning the interpretation of the treaty. Any question of international law, the existence of any fact which, if established, would constitute a breach of international obligation, the nature and extent of the reparation to be made by the breach of an international obligation. So,
okay, so you're talking about the UN, right? You're talking about the UN and ICJ, right? So
which have binding jurisdiction over international law.
Right. So when they bring some kind of case, right, up in ICJ or UN, so give me one example of any country in the world that actually proceeded with that case.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm just wondering. You're saying ICJ and UN and Israel like follows.
Well, so we can. If you want to say international law doesn't exist, we can have that discussion. You asked about international law. I answered you.
What I'm telling you.
If you want to say it doesn't exist, that's fine. There are examples of countries following it, right? So Guyana did, Bosnia did, Rwanda did, a series of countries did, actually, Spain, France, Germany. They all did. You don't know what you're talking about, but also be clear. You asked me about the law. I've proven to you the law. I've brought you the law. You have no clue what you're talking about on this. The law does say this. If you want to say that the law is vague, we can have that discussion. What are you actually asking?
You just read, what is it, Article 36 or something? And then you said that's
the jurisdiction of the court. So Article 36 of the Article 36 of the Statute of the International Court of Justice is legally binding international agreement. Yeah.
But yeah, you're talking about two different things at the same time, which is quite interesting. But yeah.
Well, it's difficult to talk about only one thing. If we want to be really simple, do you know what the ICJ is?
Of course.
You want to spell it out? Okay, so it's a court. And so when courts say things, they're legally binding on the parties relevant. Like if I stabbed you and we got brought to court and they said, no, you can't stab him, I wouldn't be like, well, who says? Them, they say. It's them, because that's what courts do.
I'm really trying to understand you here. But honestly, I mean, you still can't bring up one example when the UN brought up a case, even if it was the case of the, potential genocide.
I brought up 3.
In Israel.
Bosnia, Guyana, Germany.
What was the Germany one?
They had a dispute with the Netherlands. They had a border dispute with the Netherlands, and they had a ruling.
Okay, and after the ruling, what happened?
They followed it and recognized each other.
Because the ICJ.
Well, I mean, we can't say that anything is because of the ICJ. It's a political device.
Exactly. You're acting like it was because the UN or the ICJ, but it's not true. Of course it's not. It was between the politicians from both countries.
Well, everything is political. Whether I stab you is also political.
Okay, for the real question here, real quick, for Gaza, right? You're saying...
Are you just going to avoid the question? You said it wasn't illegal. Are you saying the law doesn't apply I'm misinterpreting the law, or something else?
There
You
was
have a
no
point?
law.
I'll just follow you through. Does international law say that what the ICJ is legally binding?
Of course, but when they connect the law to Israel,
Did the
there's no
ICJ
connection.
rule? Did the ICJ rule that Israel was violating the law as it pertains to the West Bank?
It's an opinion basis. There's no actual evidence.
Okay,
of
so
it.
we're
It's just
going to
an
go back.
opinion.
We're going to go back.
It's opinion basis.
We're going to go back to step one. Does international law declare that ICJ opinions are legally binding?
Sure, for the ICJ.
What do you mean for the ICJ? Let's go in on that one.
It's like in
Things
a
are either legally
circle.
binding.
Again, it's within their own little circle of the ICJ, but other countries don't actually follow that or believe in it
But Israel is a member state of the ICJ.
Again,
Are you just saying international law doesn't exist?
I'm telling you that it's opinion basis in the ICJ. People are just voting because that's what they believe in. So I believe there's dinosaurs. So what's up?
Do you think international law exists?
Of course it does. But when you have people...
Give me an example of when someone... Okay, could you give me an example of a criminal state and how you know they're criminal?
You're changing the conversation. I'm trying to tell you.
Well, that's because you're not saying anything of value, so I'm trying to help you say something of value. Could you give me an example of a criminal state?
Okay, we're not gonna agree on that on this topic. Okay,
I just want you to. We're not. But
you're going in circles.
I'd like you to. We're not going in circles. I'm trying to get somewhere. You're trying to go back. So answer my question.
You're going in circles. You're going in circles.
You're unable to answer my question.
Let's move on to the next point. Are you not capable of answering my
question? Are you not interested in understanding? Like,
wow, the gaslighting is crazy. Wow.
It was a question.
You call yourself a decent debater is crazy.
I never said I was a decent debater.
I want to go back to you talking about Gaza earlier.
You don't want to defend your claim about them being a criminal state?
Well, I'm trying to continue on to the next point, and you're just.
I am too. So could you describe to me what I'm trying to help you understand new concept. Could you describe to me a state that is criminal and how you knew they were criminal?
Okay, again, on Gaza.
You're not willing to engage? Okay.
I'm just asking you, in Gaza...
I'll move on to what you want to talk about.
What is Israel doing in Gaza that is wrong?
Asked the prof.
Well, I'm just asking...
targeting food envoys.
What? What are you talking about?
So when they targeted the World Central Kitchen food envoy, that was wrong.
Okay. What about it?
Well, it was wrong because they're humanitarian workers, and it's wrong to target humanitarian workers.
Okay, that was a mistake. What about it?
It wasn't a mistake. According to the UN, Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, and World Central Kitchen, it was a targeted strike.
It was a targeted strike by mistake. Correct. You got that right.
They accidentally, that's so intriguing. They accidentally targeted World Central Kitchen knowing it was World Central Kitchen?
Because they believed that there was age group members using their vehicles.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they
didn't even provide that excuse. No, they didn't. Israel hasn't even claimed that.
There was a lot of UN vehicles that were used.
Wait, you're just lying? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm going to stop there. You're just lying? Israel never claimed that as it regards the World Central Kitchen.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of vehicles that are being used.
So you're telling me Israel believed they were being used by H group, and Israel has never said this, and Israel has not suggested this, but you're giving their excuse for them.
No, they did say that they believed that there was age group members in the vehicles.
No, they didn't say they believed it for the World Central Kitchen. For other UN trucks that they also targeted, yes. But for World Central Kitchen, no, because they were in consistent contact with the World Central Kitchen, and we have it on record of them doing so.
Buddy, you're spreading misinformation. It's crazy. No, it's actually crazy. You know why they put borders around Gaza, right? For the last 20 years now?
Well, I'm asking you why you think it's acceptable that they're targeting aid workers. Do you think it's acceptable that they're using white phosphorus in high-density residential areas?
There's no evidence of that being used, actually, so...
There is. According to an independent New York Times analysis of the photo evidence, it was sufficient and convincing that there was white phosphorus being used within high density. Do you think the New York Times is lying?
The person who wrote the report could be lying for sure.
But you think the New York Times in publishing it is lying?
There's a lot of articles that are being published.
So do you think Amnesty International is lying?
Could be lies.
So do you think Amnesty International is lying?
Anyone could be lying, of course.
But so how we tend to test something is, if everyone thinks you're the crazy one, maybe you are the crazy one. You know what I mean? And so if you have to believe that everyone in the world in some huge conspiracy, even though apparently they are disagreeing organizations from different organizations, saying the same thing, maybe you're wrong.
So why do you believe?
Could you tell me what gaslighting means?
No, I'm just wondering, do you like gaslighting people and acting like terrorism is just, the norm?
Terrorism does seem to be the norm, and second of all, I don't enjoy gaslighting people, at least not in public.
So do you think what age group is doing is right? Or, used to be doing. They're basically eliminated. Most of them are, so. But what they used to do. Well, just.
For example?
Shoot rockets over the border for 20 years.
I think when they were targeting valid military targets, that was acceptable.
What military targets are you referring to exactly? Out of the 10,000 rockets?
So, for example, on October 7th, we can talk October 7th. On October 7th, 400 of the people killed were valid military personnel. I don't like killing. I don't think any killing is right or good.
No, forget about October 7th. Don't worry about October 7th.
Amen. Okay.
Yeah, forget about it for a second.
So how many civilians...
Wait, let me talk,
2020, in 2022, how many Israeli civilians were killed by Hamas rockets?
Bro, why are you getting so mad? Before October 7th,
I'm not mad.
Oh, you're mad. For the last 20 years, they were shooting rockets.
I will begin to be bad if you start lying about me. I'll ask the direct question, and I prefer not to be told that I'm being emotional when I'm not. How many in 2022 Israeli civilians were killed by Hamas rockets?
The Iron Dome did a pretty damn good job, I guess.
So if it's just hitting the Iron Dome, is that a military installation?
No.
The Iron Dome isn't a military installation?
No, it's not more of a military. It's more just to protect the Israelis.
Does the IDF run the Iron Dome?
Of course.
Is the IDF a military?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So it's then installed by the military?
Of course, yeah.
So it's a military installation?
No, it's not. When you're using it to, protect your civilians against Hamas, it's not really. It's just it's a good cause by
doesn't all of the military is hypothetically defensive?
No, it's offensive too. Look at Gaza right now, bro. It's not really defensive.
Genocide's so funny.
It's not genocide. It's not. You don't know what genocide is. No,
I don't. That's fascinating.
It's not 30, 40,000, 50. No, it's not genocide.
Okay, how many people were killed in the Bosnian genocide?
I don't have the number off the top of my head.
Do you think it was more or less than the people killed thus far, the innocent civilians killed thus far by Israel in Gaza?
It's not about the number, though.
It's not about the number.
When it comes to genocide, it's not about the number.
I don't know. So what is the defining feature of genocide?
Is when you're eliminating a group of people based on their, religion or, who they are. Let's say Palestinians, right?
Nationality, that's one. So proud.
Right, so when you unalive them...
There are two more. Do you know the two other ones?
When you unalive
religion, nationality...
And beliefs? I guess that's religion.
And race. There we go.
Yeah.
So proud. And what are the 5 things that you can do against people on the basis of those 4 characteristics? You got 1 kill. What other ones?
People die. It doesn't mean it's a genocide, though.
I'll just ask you, there are 4 things that you can do. You can kill them. What are the other 4 ways that you can commit genocide?
Genocide is killing.
Wrong again.
No, it's
I don't
not.
know what genocide is. Okay,
no,
so
every genocide that was stated as a genocide that was
according
killing.
to the Genocide Convention, there are 5 actus reus that you can do. Right, and typically it's a mixture of both. You can kill. You can reduce the living standards to the point of threatening life. You can stop births in the area. You can transfer children between the oppressed and the oppressors, right? To remove. I'm forgetting the 4th. Convention. Let me pull up the 4th.
Again, it was precise.
Serious bodily or mental harm to the groups, to members of the group. So that's the definition.
The main point, it was precise attack against age group members in Gaza. That's the whole point.
And so the bombing of the World Central Kitchen was a precise attack on Hamas members.
So you can use one example. You can use one example.
Of examples.
You can use hundreds.
The family was
That's still not going to make
by...
your point valid, just so you know.
So, okay, so what would make my point valid?
If Israel carpet bombed Gaza and
like destroyed what percentage of residential and areas?
It's not about percentage. So if Israel,
but that's what carpet bombing means. That carpet bombing means you're destroying a shit ton of residential areas, right?
Right, without caring for people's lives.
So for example, like in Vietnam, we called it carpet bombing when it was 50% to 70% or above. Do you know what percent they've destroyed residential areas in Gaza?
Most of it.
Yeah, 70%, my love.
Yeah, 70 or more.
How do you distinguish between that and carpet bombing?
Because what I'm trying to say, when it's carpet bombing, let's say in the Gaza City,
you're just saying it's targeted.
Rafah,
I have evidence it's not targeted, right? Or if it is,
what evidence do you have? What evidence do you have?
So every third party analyst. So the use of white phosphorus can't be targeted. That's the
again not proven. But okay, go ahead.
You're denied. Okay, so once again, the New York Times proved it, Amnesty International proved it, Human Rights Watch affirmed it, and the UN affirmed it.
Okay, you even trying to make the point white phosphorus and genocide doesn't make sense. But okay, go ahead. What's your next point?
I'm asking you. So white phosphorus. Do you deny that fact?
I deny it, but even if it was true, that has nothing to do with genocide.
So why do you deny it? On what basis? I mean, we just need to live.
What's
in
your next
reality.
point?
No, I just don't want to speak to someone not living in reality. What evidence could I show you to prove any fact? I showed you 4 independent, separate, differently funded, differently motivated organizations saying the same thing and building on different evidence.
Okay, what
could I show you?
Show me a video of just civilians on the street just walking.
What could I show you?
Well, yeah. I'm trying to answer your question, bro. You're cutting me off.
Sure. So video evidence.
Video evidence of civilians, right, just walking down the street, right, moving from A to B, and there's a rocket dropping on them. And you see hundreds of people just die, just like that, from one rocket, which is very much possible, especially if you're using a JDM. But yeah, go ahead.
So I'm talking about white phosphorus.
Show me one video right now.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I'm talking about white phosphorus for a second. We can switch topics.
I'm telling you, the easiest way for you to prove it's genocide is literally civilians.
No, I'm asking about white phosphorus right now. What evidence could I show you?
A rocket dropping on them and hundreds of them die. And I'll apologize and I'll tell you I was wrong. Go ahead.
When I'm asking specifically about white phosphorus, are you interested in that discussion?
No, because I never used it.
You're not okay. So, but what evidence could I provide to you to show you that they did? So there's videography evidence of it.
Videography.
Yeah.
Okay, show it.
I mean, I can reference it for you. So it's published within the human rights. I'm not going to show it on TikTok because I will get banned. Like, I think you can understand that. But it's. So there are 2 videos released by Human Rights Watch. It's called Israel White Phosphorus Used in Gaza, Lebanon. Published in October 12th, 2023. So it's published there.
Who's the source?
It's Human Rights Watch.
Human Rights Watch. Okay, great. Wow.
Amnesty also releases the videos.
Just like going to TikTok for some news, huh?
No, I'm on amnesty.org. And I'm on hrw.org.
Yeah, I never heard of those sources.
They're some of the most like well-respected international human rights organizations in the world.
By you, that's bias, but okay.
No, by like the world. Could you name me a better respected human rights organization in the world?
No, out of all those human rights, the UN is just. It's not an organization. Any of the United Nations organizations.
These aren't members. These aren't members of the UN. Could you name me a more well-respected international human rights organization?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Someone said Israelis, right? Watch. Yeah, I'm not aware of that one, buddy. Sorry. But again, how's the genocide in Gaza? I still don't understand.
Well, I mean, I've started to show you evidence that they're using things that are inexcusable within war, and the only possible explanation is that they are either entirely irreverent of the impact upon civilians, or they are directly targeting it. So the targeting of civilian food aid, it could only be leading to one of those, right, which is deliberate inflicting on the group's conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction. That's why you bomb food, right? They've caused serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group, right? White phosphorus will burn you severely. They've killed members of the group. There's evidence of summary execution within refugee camps. And then obviously we have the huge one, which is that they bomb people. They tell people to go to refugee camps. They tell people to go to safe zones, and then they bomb the safe zone without telling them to move then. That's very clearly killing members of the group.
Okay, so anything that you said in this live since I joined has to do with genocide. How is anything
Not
that you said is connected to any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, such as killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or member harm to members of the group, forcefully transferring children of the group to another group, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group? How?
So I've just shown that to you.
How? White phosphorus
I literally
does
just
not...
went through that evidence. It
Okay,
does cause
your
serious
first point,
bodily or mental harm.
Wait, your first point, white phosphorus does not connect to any of the things that are connected to the definition of genocide?
White phosphorus doesn't cause serious bodily or mental harm?
How so?
Have you ever seen... So what do you think white phosphorus is?
Okay, so if you're saying... Okay, let's just say...
No, I'm not going to play this game. What do you think white phosphorus is?
What is it?
Yeah.
I know what it is, but I'm
about 30. So describe it.
Well, it's a toxin, right, that is used by military personnel, right?
What does it do?
What does it do? Well, it's basically a chemical that burns your skin up.
It burns. Okay, so you're asking me if it causes serious bodily or mental harm? Are you dumb, or did you just look it up?
No, I'm just wondering where is it used?
How does it cause serious bodily or mental harm? How
Where
does it connect to the point being made? Gaza.
Where in Gaza?
North Gaza was specifically the incident reported by Amnesty in high-density residential areas. But you accused me of making an accusation that had nothing to do with the points being made.
So do you have pictures? Do you have pictures of Gaza?
And you can continue to die. We do. Yes, we do, actually. If you want to look up white phosphorus. If you want to look up white phosphorus burns of Gazans, yes, there is quite severe examples of it.
Okay, I'm looking right now. Let's see. Yeah, I can't find one thing.
I mean, look up Gaza, white phosphorus burns.
Yeah, that's literally what I searched. Can't find one thing. I mean, I see Al Jazeera. Wait, here. I found Al Jazeera. Israel admits white phosphorus use. Al Jazeera, my favorite source. It's a picture of a guy fully wrapped in really, Bro, a guy wrapped in toilet paper from top to bottom. Where's the burns? I can't even see the burns.
Wait, do you have Safe Search on?
No, I don't.
Could you check for me if you have Safe Search on?
I don't. I know what it is. I don't have it.
Oh, then you're just lying. I have searched up the exact... I looked up Gaza white phosphorus burns, and we have direct examples of it. Bro. Oh, okay.
You and your pathetic lies is crazy, not gonna lie.
I mean, literally anyone can look this up. So it's on Amnesty's Twitter. It's released on Human Rights Watch's actual website. It's posted on the Financial Times. It's on the Denver Post. It's on POICA. It's published openly. So
yeah, I even found.
Can I ask? Are you in Israel?
No, I'm not in Israel.
Are you based in like America?
Yeah, North America. Yeah.
Okay, so you should be getting similar results. They're published pretty openly. I don't know why you would assume I'm lying about something literally everyone watching can check. Why do you think I would lie about that?
Yeah, here, I found the source that you're talking about. The Israel uses white phosphorus in Gaza and Lebanon.
Yeah.
And I'm like reading it, but like, what is the source? Like, I get HRW has it, but like, where did they get that source from?
So once again, HRW is like sufficiently institutional to trust them. Maybe you genuinely don't know this. HRW is like the most, like HRW and Amnesty are like the most respected human rights organizations in the world.
There's no one name of a person interviewed on the ground.
Then they also they directly link the sources that they got from a person on the ground.
The whole article just explains what it is and how it's used.
I'm so sorry. They literally cite the article. They cite the video that they have.
The video explains what it is. Again, there's not even one name of a person being interviewed on the ground stating that actually happened.
Well, you realize that Israel doesn't allow reporters in, right?
And that article is actually talking about back in 2013?
No, this is 2023.
Yeah, it was posted in 2023.
Yep, and it's about 2023.
Oh, it brought up it brought an example from 2013. Okay, I see.
On October 11th, Human Rights Watch interviewed by phone two people from the Al-Mina area in Gaza City who described observing strikes consistent with the use of white phosphorus. One was on the street at the time. Are we reading the same thing?
No, we are, but I still don't see, even in their own article, I don't see actual evidence that it happened.
On October 11th, Human Rights Watch interviewed by phone two people from Al-Mina. They have eyewitness testimony.
Who are the two people?
Human Rights Watch also reviewed two videos from October 10th from two locations.
Where are the two videos, though? Where are they?
Did you look at the Twitter that they linked?
Twitter that they linked. Let's take a look.
So you didn't. You're not arguing in good faith. I don't know why you're here.
Twitter that they linked. I can't see a Twitter that they linked. What are you talking about?
Okay. Click the link that says to and reviewed. Hello. I'm gonna get off in about 10 minutes, but I wanted to give another person a chance. Motel Chemsoil. You there, Queen?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, would you send a guest request to disagree on?
The use of phosphorus was used for illumination, that's all.
Okay, but that's illegal in high-density residential areas.
No, it's not illegal. Not when it's used for illumination. And you can't talk to me about legalities. Tell me one legality that Hamas has followed. If you're so stiff on legalities, why don't they follow the ICJ? Why don't they follow the ICJ ruling? The only ruling the ICJ have made.
I condemn Hamas for not doing that. I don't. I don't support Hamas.
Okay,
that's a wild assumption to make. Yeah.
No, it's not a wild. It's not when you call Israel an illegal state, which is exactly what they say.
Well, many people say it.
It doesn't make it right.
Spain calls it a criminal state as well.
Doesn't make it right.
But it just makes it. But it makes it a.
No, it doesn't make it anything.
Well, I heard you the first.
It doesn't make it anything.
I heard you the first 3 times.
Yeah, but you disagree.
What it does make it. Well, because when I do something that Hamas
you
does,
put it as your background. You put it in your background that Israel is a criminal state.
Yes.
Why are we a criminal state? Why? What crimes are we committing?
Because you're committing crimes.
What crimes are we committing?
The illegal annexation of the Golan. You don't need to repeat things. I hear you the first time.
That's an opinion,
though. You don't answer.
Well, Well,
It's all
I'm happy
opinion
to
based.
answer
because the answers you
it's
give are
everything in
all,
this.
all
Well, I'm happy
propaganda.
to answer the
But it's all propaganda.
decolonization of the Golan Heights.
Everything you're saying is BS, and you know it. What's your skin in this game?
Okay,
What's your skin in this game?
humanity eyes. So I'll answer your first question and then I'll move on to your 1 second. So I'll answer your first question and then I'll go on to your second. So a great example of the crimes Israel's committing is the illegal annexation of the Golan Heights at East Jerusalem. What's my skin in
Who
this
says
game?
it's illegal?
The Security Council,
Which Security Council? Which Security Council?
the UN Security Council.
The UN. Okay. And what amount of Islamic extremists are in the UN? What percentage?
Well, I don't know that any of them are on the
You don't
Security
know?
Council.
Well, maybe you should look it up on your computer that you love so much.
I think to my most recent
all
one.
that HRW bullshit and the Amnesty bullshit.
Council. I don't think any of them are Security Council members. Let me check.
Oh, really?
Everything that Israel's taking is just for security, bro. Come on, Golden Heights, parts of the West
But
Bank.
you can't ever annex for security.
You're sitting in America,
One
all
second, guys.
comfortable
1 second,
with
guys.
all your luxuries. You have no idea about the
I just want to
region.
take one claim at a time. We know how to have a discussion. So the permanent members of the Security Council are China, France, Russia, UK, United States. And then non-permanent right now are Algeria, Ecuador, Guyana, Japan, Malta, Mozambique, Korea, the Republic of Korea, so South Korea, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, and Switzerland. So do you think that those group of countries would be anti-Israel?
So name me one pro-Israel in that group of people of countries you just named.
The United States and the United Kingdom and France and Slovenia and Switzerland and Japan.
Really? Japan? You think Japan are?
And Malta.
Bro, even parliament members in Lebanon are saying that Israel had no target in Lebanon that was bombed randomly, and they voted civilians.
I would love for him to address that point first. Are you fucking delusional? America is like the most pro-Israel thing in the world. Do you recognize that, right?
No.
You don't think America? So we sent Israel $1 billion in.
Oh, now it's we.
Military
Now it's
aid.
we. So you must be pro-Israel then, because you're American.
No.
Wait, I'm reading the chat here. First of all, when I said they weren't using white phosphorus on civilians, and Moto was saying they were using white phosphorus on age group members, those are two different things. They weren't using white phosphorus on civilians in civilian areas. What are you talking about? And even if there was civilian areas, it's because there were age group members there.
That's still illegal to use white phosphorus in civilian areas.
Do either of you have any military experience whatsoever?
I'm just intrigued. I'm intrigued.
asking
You don't
do you have any
think
military-
you don't?
do you
I
have
just
any
want to. I want to
military-
address. So you're not allowed to just like change topic.
Don't tell me what I'm not allowed. Who do you think you are? I'm not allowed.
I think I'm the one with admin powers.
Yeah, you tell him, Motel. You tell him.
Yeah, right.
You got admin powers?
so-
Your mother must be so proud of you. You got admin powers. Do you put that on your resume?
Wait, who? I don't have
Admin powers.
Wait, what?
I have admin.
Not
I have
you.
admin powers. He's going a little crazy.
I'm going
So
a little crazy. You're
are.
sitting in America in your luxury. You've never been
I'm
to the
not in
region. You
America.
have no idea what it's like here. You don't have
You don't
no
know
idea
anything
what.
about me.
You have
I
no
also don't-
military
I
experience
also don't
whatsoever.
live in
You have no
America.
idea what white phosphorus is or what it's used for. We have
Once
never
again,
used
I
it
don't.
illegally.
The
It's
thing is,
been
like, I
used
don't.
for illumination.
The first lie that you say, I'm out. So I
Oh,
don't
now
live in
I'm
America.
lying because you disagree with me. I'm lying.
Yeah. Well, no. You said I live in America.
Well, that's my assumption. If I'm wrong, I apologize.
Okay. So what do assumptions do?
Oh,
you ever heard
don't
this
play
one?
games with me. I'm much too old and far too intelligent for that.
Okay, then let's exercise that intelligence.
Miller,
And you said that
Miller
the
loves the dictionary.
United. You said that the United States was not pro-Israel, so they were really anti-Israel when they gave Israel
Where are they?
$1
Where
billion.
are their troops? Where are their troops? Are they here helping us? Are they here helping us?
Yes. Actually,
Yeah,
they
they're
have
in
200.
they're in ships far miles away. Okay, you have
No,
you don't know.
you're just wrong.
not-
Sorry, wait. I'm so intrigued. America has 200 boots on the ground.
200 boots on our ground. Are you out of your mind?
No, there is Motel. There is.
No, there's not. No, there's
Yep.
not. Not
Yeah,
on,
there
not
is.
on the ground. Not on the
Okay,
ground. in
wait,
Gaza.
Motel.
Are
Wait,
they-
1 sec, bro.
Are they
There's
going into Gaza?
Bro, no, but they're okay.
No,
first
no.
of
So
all,
you mean they're on Israeli
They're
ground?
in-
You know why
they're
they're on
in
Israeli
Israel.
ground?
the U.S.
You know why
soldiers
they're on
aren't actually
Israeli
helping
ground?
us, but there is a military base in Israel under Beersheba in the Negev,
Yeah, that
which is
I
a
know.
U.S. Yeah,
No.
That I know.
So-
and why
no,
are they
so-
here? Why are they here? Because
Most
we train
recently-
American troops.
No, actually, so it's
Yes,
specifically
actually, we do.
Once again, you saying two things twice doesn't make it true. So
No, it
America is
doesn't make
sending
it true that
Israel.
you disagree with me.
You don't have to speak every time I am.
I can speak whenever
Wait,
I want to.
Chatter's saying
Let's
Zayo
exercise.
versus Zayo. Well, you know what the difference is
Whatever I
between...
want to do.
Yo, wait, one sec. Chatter's saying Zayo versus Zayo. Well, you know the difference between Zionists and pro-Palestinians? Pro-Palestinians say one lie and then all of them run after one another like ducks.
Oh, that's incredible because like I've been attacked extensively by pro-Palestinians for a series of my takes, but America has sent them the THAAD anti-missile system and has sent them, I believe, about 100 troops to help.
I thought it was
run
200
So
5 minutes ago.
Yeah, so I learned something. I clarified. I checked, and now I've clarified. So that's how learning and growing works. And so,
So
yeah, there are
100,
U.S.
you think 100 troops with the massive army that we have is going to make such a vast difference and is such great help to you?
Well, I think $1 billion is a pretty damn big help.
America's given Israel $1 billion.
Within the past year, we gave $1 billion additional dollars.
How much did America give Gaza?
We've given in military aid 0.
No, financially. You mentioned
Like
the dollar
in
amount.
terms of, well, $1 billion is in.
How
is
much
in,
have they given Gaza? Don't avoid the question.
They're incomparable numbers. I don't know the immediate humanitarian aid.
And how much is Israel? How much is Israel every month giving Gaza?
Yo, I gotta go. Motel, enjoy. Have fun.
So we've given 336 million in humanitarian aid, but we've given 0 in military aid. I don't know why you would compare the two.
Because if you're giving one and you're giving the other, what does that mean to us?
Well, it means that we don't want the Gazans to die, and we want to help you.
Do you think America would have given during the Second World War would have given Japan and Germany humanitarian aid?
What?
Do you think America would have given Germany and Japan during the Second World War humanitarian aid? I'm just a simple question.
No, and actually the World War...
I'm just asking, do you think they would?
Well, we know what they did, and they didn't. And actually, we made up the whole system of international law
why are they
specifically in
giving
response.
Gaza? Why are they giving Gaza humanitarian aid?
Well, if you let me actually explain a very simple concept, then we wouldn't have to go through this bullshit. So
this bullshit. So when I ask a question, it's bullshit because you don't like the question.
Yes. No, it's bullshit because it's a waste of my time. Because I was about to explain it, so you wouldn't have to do. Yes. As I was saying,
you boys, you're so trendy with your Free Palestine and help Gaza and blah blah blah, and it's all
I am very
pathetic
trendy. I
because you have
appreciate
no idea what you're talking about. You've never been to the region. You don't know what goes on here.
So as I was saying.
No. As I'm saying, have you ever been to the region?
No.
No. So I don't know where you are, and it doesn't seem like you're prepared to say, but.
I mean,
how can you have any conception?
It's quite well known where I am. I'm at uni right now.
Oh,
as I was saying,
you're a student, and the definition of student proves that you don't know anything because you're learning, and you're being all trendy, and you have no idea what goes on here.
So people
you think you know everything because you've got a laptop in front of you that you can tap, and your sources are outrageous.
You think Human Rights Watch is an outrageous source?
You quoted about a phosphorus thing that was dated 2013.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, well, according to the other chap that was up here, it was 2013.
No, he corrected himself. They were
what was it, 2023? 2023. How long has this been going on for?
A year.
So you think 4 days after October 7th, or 5 days, was it the 12th? 5 days, we went in there and used phosphorus.
Yeah, because we have evidence.
According to HRW, who are trying to keep their jobs, and Amnesty, which is the most anti-Semitic organization in the world.
Why do you think Amnesty is anti-Semitic?
Why don't you look up on your laptop, is Amnesty International anti-Semitic? Try that.
Is Amnesty International anti-Semitic? So let's go NGO Monitor, which is a pretty solid charity that looks into this.
Another charity. Why don't you look for a professional organization?
Charities are professional organizations.
Are they really? Something else you need to learn in your student.
Intriguing.
Why do students think they know everything? Because they go to a few classes and the ideas are plunged into their head, but they don't do their own research.
We have the only thing that comes up is them condemning anti-Semitism. UN must respect human rights while combating anti-Semitism. Amnesty International has joined a coalition of civil society organizations who are calling the UN not to endorse or adopt any working definition of anti-Semitism that has been used to suppress criticisms of human rights violations. If the UN adopts the IHRA definition, it will embolden the government to restrict legitimate criticism of the Israeli government and stifle growing calls for the end of system of apartheid imposed on Palestinians. Developing a comprehensive plan to tackle anti-Semitism around the world is of vital importance. And also attacking me on my age or my status as like a student at Oxford University isn't the best look. Are you still there? I can't see you when you're off the app. I know these things are new to you. Oh. What's love got to do with it? What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love? It's always a good song. What's love got to do with it? What's love but a second-hand emotion? I can't sing, by the way. I don't stand by my singing. Guys, you're asking for an intelligent Zio. Come on now. We want a single bachelor while we're at it?
Hey.
Hello, what did you send a guest request to disagree on?
Do you deny Israel existence?
Do I deny? I think Israel as like a Zionist project exists. Yeah, that's fine.
Then why are you saying it isn't real?
Because it's a good pun.
Hmm.
It's not real in the sense that people mean it as like a valid, legitimate, functional country within like the international sphere. Because it's violating the fundamentals upon which a country ought to exist. And therefore undermines its own...
Bank?
West Bank, Gaza, Lebanon, Syria.
Okay, let's go into the West Bank.
Yeah, sure. So their illegal annexation of East Jerusalem, that's illegal. Do you disagree?
Wait. Before 1948, what was the West Bank called?
The West Bank was a part of the British Mandate of Palestine.
All right. But specifically,
and then prior to that,
the West Bank?
Prior to that, it was part of
the Ottoman Empire.
The Ottoman Empire, yeah. So the West Bank wasn't like a unified entity. It wasn't ubiquitously known as Judea.
Itself,
it wasn't known just as Judea and Samaria. It was known by a series of different names, by the Ottomans, by the British, some by the Jews. It has historically, parts of it been called Samaria, parts of it Judea, but not all of it, historically.
Okay, so between 48 and 67, Jordan occupied the West Bank.
Okay.
And then the Arab countries started another war with Israel
In 1967 is what you're referencing?
Yes.
Who fired the first shot in 1967?
That was a preemptive attack because
so
Egypt
started
itself...
the war.
No, that's not what it means.
That is what a
preemptive attack is
means.
legal.
It can be legal, but Israel started the war. You can say it's justified, but Israel started the war.
Okay. The same year, Egypt, before the war started, Egypt ordered the UN peacekeepers to move from its border. for the sake of attacking Israel.
So that's not how land trades work.
I'm not talking about the land trade.
You don't win land.
I'm not talking about the land trade.
Okay, what? Just say that sentence again.
Do you think Israel was justifiable by attacking Egypt?
Maybe. That's not a question at hand as to whether or not they illegally annexed the East Jerusalem. How do you think Israel gained the right to East Jerusalem?
Israel didn't just gain the right. It occupied it after...
Which is illegal.
Okay.
Well, annexation is illegal. So if they didn't gain the right to it, why are they claiming annexation?
It's illegal, but it can be justifiable.
How can it be legally justified?
It doesn't have to be legally justified.
So you're just saying it's morally fine that they're criminals?
It's morally fine to annex a place where you were attacked from, for the sake of your own security.
So how is annexing necessary for security? That's what military occupation is, right?
Yes.
So annexation is never necessary for security, by definition.
Temporary, it can be for security.
But that's not what annexation is. Annexation is permanent.
Annexation is, you're right. I'm talking about
annexation is illegal. So let's talk about the annexation of East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights. That's illegal. That's not justified on self-defense terms.
Oh, so you're saying the Golan Heights are annexed already?
Well, they are. And so is East Jerusalem.
I still think it is morally okay for Israel to do it,
but it is
for their own security. Okay, yeah, sure.
How is annexation necessary for security?
Buffer zone with Syria.
But you could have a DMZ. That's not annexation. That's what they did with Lebanon. You could have a demilitarized zone. A demilitarized zone.
But when you don't have peace, any diplomatic agreement for years, you need to move on.
Then you militarily occupy. You don't annex. So with annexation, you allow civilians into the territory. If you're taking it as a buffer zone, then allowing civilians into the territory would, if you're saying they're allowed to allow civilians into the territory because it's annexed, and they need to annex because it's self-defense, then they're allowing civilians into the territory for self-defense, and that would be a human shield.
I don't think Israel put any civilians into the border.
The Golan Heights, they do, actually. Israeli civilians can move into the Golan Heights.
There were already drugs.
No. Like if you live in Tel Aviv, you can move into the Golan Heights. So why is it necessary that Israel allows its own civilians to move into the Golan Heights for self-defense, or is it not? And if it's not, then why are they annexing it? Wouldn't they just militarily occupy it?
They can use it as a leverage for future proposals.
So that's not self-defense then?
It can be.
That's not what self-defense is. Self-defense is a very mechanistic function, right? You can't use self-defense as a political lever. There's a reason it could never be justified under international law, because even if it could be used as a political lever, it can't be justified under self-defense. So then,
but it doesn't hurt anyone.
But then we agree then that annexation can't be justified under self-defense either, because political leverage isn't a justifiable avenue for self-defense.
Okay, but you need to annex some part in order to keep the military there. To install.
Well, no, that's what a military occupation is. If it's only about keeping the military there, then you militarily occupy it. Are you getting it?
Okay, but Israel did.
Do we understand? You don't have to fight this dumb battle. They did something wrong.
Okay, let's say they did something wrong.
Do you condemn Israel for illegally annexing the Golan Heights?
Yes, but Israel did offer the Golan Heights and Assad's father refused.
Who did? Yasser Arafat?
No, Bashar, I think his name.
Bashar?
Father. His father refused.
He's not like a legitimate leader of Syria, so I don't really care.
That was before the civil war.
Yeah, I don't like
his
Assad.
father. No, his
his father. The other Assad. Still don't care.
Yes.
Not a fan. So I don't support him either. Doesn't mean Israel should have illegally annexed them.
But Israel can't put a military...
Why did they annex the East Jerusalem then? Have we won the logic of East Jerusalem then, as well?
I don't think Israel should have annexed East Jerusalem.
Okay, so these are crimes that Israel has committed. And so
okay,
when
but
we
from
commit
the other
crimes,
side, you
we're
also have
criminals.
crimes.
That's fine. There can be two criminals.
But you only point one is a criminal state.
Yes, because I'm talking about one of them being criminal state. Ding, ding, ding.
But you're very focused on one specifically.
Yes, because one of them is getting... Well, one of them is getting $1 billion of my tax dollars and
so
half of our UN resolutions. No, they don't. So how much military aid did Syria, like the Assad government, then get from America in the last year?
I'm talking about
how much military aid did the Palestinians get?
It doesn't have to be military aid. It can be economic aid.
I think it does.
And
humanitarian aid. That's drastically different.
Wait, do you know how much money UNRWA paid?
If just to be clear, if Israelis were starving, I would want my money to go to them.
Yes, but
that's not the question. My issue is military aid. Military aid is very different. You would recognize guns are different than bread, right?
Yes, but
okay, so that's the point there. We give them
Palestinians
guns and we give them bread. Those are two different things that are happening. So I have an issue with when my military and my guns and my
weapons
from America.
Yes, they're getting money from UNRWA.
They're getting money from UNRWA to buy weapons. Fantastic. I care when my country is actively militarily supporting a certain military cause. Is your accusation that America is actively arming Hamas?
Not directly, but through UNRWA.
Are they intending to arm Hamas?
No.
Okay, then I think that's about the end of that discussion. Clearly, I would care more about my country and what it's intending to do with its money, sending $1 billion in guns and tanks and bombs to Israel, right? I have an issue with that. And even if I didn't, I can talk about the humanitarian harms that I want. I could just like the way Israel sounds, and therefore I talk about it more. It's entirely besides the point.
I think you're ignoring Arab responsibility.
Arabs don't have a responsibility for
Israel's Arab
war
leaders.
crimes. Arab
for the world conflict, not just specific war crimes, for the world conflict.
I mean, we could talk about that, but that's a very different discussion. I mean, I'm talking about the crimes Israel's committing. I also generally think Israel's like an overall agitator in this case.
Israel is not the agitator because.
But why? So do you not think like illegally annexing someone's territory is pretty fucking agitating?
But that's not where the conflict started.
Well, the conflict started about 100 years ago now.
No,
with Zionist terrorists entering. You know, do you think the Likud, or no? Do you think the Lehi were agitators? Wait. I mean, let's go to when the conflict started. Do you think the Lehi were agitators?
No.
You don't think the Lehi were agitators?
Wait. The Zionist movement started in 1881.
Yeah, and it started.
Okay.
It's when it was first Aliyah was like early 1890s.
1881. Yeah.
Was that 1881? Was first Aliyah? 1881. Yeah, 1881 and 1908, 1903 was first Aliyah. And that was under the Ottoman Palestine. You don't think the Lehi were agitators? Could you go more in on that?
The Lehi
was
formed as a response for all the massacres against Jews.
Yeah, and then they bombed
Even
innocent
before
Arab
the
women and
Zionist movement
children.
started.
I'm so sorry. Then they bombed innocent women and children. You don't think that was agitating?
I think what was agitating is the previous massacres against Jews. Don't you think that the first massacres were the things that started the conflict?
There are no first massacres.
In the context of
Like, everything's a reaction
immigration.
to everything.
Okay, the massacre of
I'd also
Safad
say a
in
lot of them.
1830.
Wait, if we start the clock, the immigration itself was agitating because they came to explicitly displace Palestinians, and they
No,
had
they did
that
not. You
intention
cannot
from the very
say
beginning.
that
Wait, no,
someone
sorry,
who
wait,
fled
sorry.
from persecution-
It was the Jewish Charitable Association, the Jewish Colonial Association, as it was known then. Did it have an explicit purpose to buy up land and prevent Palestinians from ever owning that land? Was it not founded with that explicit?
Wait,
I'm just to
About
be clear,
50
we are agreeing on that. The JCA, its explicit purpose was to buy land
the
that only
Jewish
Jews.
National Fund?
What?
The Jewish National Fund?
Yes.
There is no problem with them buying land. They bought it legally.
Don't you think it's so? If I started a place to buy land just for white people with an explicit purpose to never ever sell it to black people ever again, do you think that would be agitating?
I think that's what happened in the other side
And
too.
can you answer my question?
But that happened. Wait. Let's go look into 1700.
Can you answer my question first?
But again, that's a response.
But can you answer my
Because the Arabs
question?
did it first. The Arabs did it first. They forbid.
Can you answer the question that I asked? I shouldn't
but I
have to
cannot-
ask 4 times. I shouldn't. This is really
You should
annoying.
see who
So
started
can you
this.
answer the question first?
Do you think Jews?
I'm
We're
going to
second-class
ask you
citizens
one more
under
time and then I'm going to
Ottoman
kick
rule.
you. Can you answer my question?
No, you're just getting mad because you can't answer me.
I asked you a question
Because
and
you
you
know
ignored it.
that Jews
So you're
were
not capable of
primarily.
answering my question? I'm okay. It is about time
Okay,
for me to
let's
go to
say-
bed. I'm going to run on. I'm going to give you one more chance. Can you answer my question?
I think the Jewish National Fund did.
Okay, so you
not
can't
want
answer my question.
Arabs from buying
Goodbye.
land.
Woo! Okay, life's good. Thank you so much, everyone. That was the first live that I've actually had sufficient viewership and like a lot of people. So if we can keep this good vibe going, I'll probably try and go live every Saturday. I think Saturdays work really well for me generally. Yeah, generally really good. I have to get a lot of reading done tomorrow, which I'm unexcited for, but we'll see. All right. Love you all. Thank you so much for this. Actually, like, I'm so happy to be able to get a live back. If you haven't already, please do go follow my Instagram, follow my YouTube. I own those audiences more. I don't own this audience, right? So if you like what I do, please go follow my Instagram and YouTube. I mean, guys, it's actually insane. Like, I'm going to be graduating this year. Can I just like real talk for a second? Like, I'm going to be graduating this year. And I would love to be able to continue to put like a lot of work and effort into this, because I enjoy doing this. I like these type of discussions. But a few things. First of all, after like 2 seconds speaking to a Zionist, I was like, someone needs to crush this propaganda because Israelis don't have any problem taking up a huge limelight and everyone focusing on them, first of all. Second of all, I make so much less money than when I did debate abortion. Like, when I debated abortion, motherfucker, like, I made so much more money. I got so many more fans. I got so many, like, things. Third, people make livings working for charities. Like, people get paid doing charity work. That's what I think is misunderstood. Like, if, like, what I'm doing I feel like is a good thing and people are willing to donate to it, yeah, I'll take your donations, thank you. I also have a donation link for the Palestinians, like, link to my bio. If you would like to donate to Palestinians, please feel free. And please do. You look really spoiled. You look really as spoiled. What? Anyway, thank you so much, all my loves. I'm gonna run off. But cool times, cool people. Bye. What's next after I graduate? Fuck knows. Oh, that's the other thing. If someone wants to give me a real job, give me one. You hear me? Also, guys, look at that scar. I haven't seen that in forever. If you want to give me a real job, give me one. Call up Amnesty. Get them to give me a job, motherfuckers. Call up The Intercept.
Productive.
That's not the truth. You're talking about genocide.
If you want to continue, I'm so sorry. If you want to continue repeating yourself, you can repeat yourself to a wall. I would like to move forward with the conversation.
Okay, let's move forward. Clearly, you lost this topic of discussion.
Then
let's move forward.
Move forward like with the point that was being made, which is
go to the next point. Yalla, let's go.
No, it's not my next point. It's the same point. It's just not going backwards by repeating shit.
No, I just think that right now you're just saying things that are super invalid. But okay.
I asked one question, which was, would you agree that the Inquisition was a genocide against Jews?
The Inquisition from Spain, yes. The Spanish Inquisition was a genocide with Jews. Absolutely.
Yes, precisely. So when you're citing, like the source you provided, which was I can't find, it's kind of an uncited NGO, Genocide Education Project. Obviously, there have been hundreds, I think, of historical genocides. I think both you and I can agree on that, right? Arguably, the Christians invading during the Crusades, they certainly engaged in genocide of Arabs and Muslims within Jerusalem. Historically, the Mongols committed genocide in India and across Central Asia. The Russians committed genocide against certain peoples within Central Asia as well. Like, this is a thing that happens in the world, right? And all this started from was in modern times when we see people committing genocide. So when we saw genocide being committed in Korea by the Americans, or in Darfur, right, or a series of or the Serbians in the like Serbia still says they're not committing a genocide, or it didn't commit a genocide against the Bosniaks, even though they got indicted for it and found guilty of it. First of all, very few of them come out and say that that's what they're doing. Second of all, oftentimes they take actions very clearly and openly to prevent it from being obvious that that's what they're doing, right? Like America certainly did this when they committed genocide in Korea. They certainly tried to justify it and then try and deny it. And so that's the response to they could do it in 5 minutes. Well, I think, right, they are doing what they are politically capable of doing and balancing a very, very tight rope of international approval and tolerance, along with
they're not asking for any approval.
Are shared with Israel.
On the contrary, it's actually just been shown to us historically that Israel did not ask America's approval to respond back to Iran. Israel is not asking anymore, because the thing is, we need to start protecting our own citizens, not based on the opinions of what Will, the TikTok guy, has to say. Israel does not care about what your opinion is or what other countries' opinion is about how it's going to protect its citizens of its country. At the end of the day, I'm going to throw a question to you. Does Sinwar want to create genocide against the Jews?
Yeah. Was the October 7th massacre?
Was October 7th not an attempt of genocide? Was Sinwar's attempt to the Jews a genocide?
Ask the question a fourth time?
Is Hezbollah's mission not to eliminate the Jews? Let's talk about that genocide, Will. Let's talk about it, Will. Tell me about their attempt to eliminate us.
Was that a genocide?
That was a genocide to you? Why? Because they didn't get unalived as many as Palestinians. That's why it's not considered a genocide.
Would you like an answer?
Yeah, hit us.
Okay, I think there were certainly genocidal acts that happened on October 7th.
Genocide? You think or you know? Because Sinwar said it. Sinwar said it. I don't care to risk 100,000 of my men. He doesn't care because his mission was to create genocide. That's the reality of it. If you cannot accept the truth, then brother, you are standing on the wrong side because you don't know what genocide is. You have videos of Palestinians saying, I don't want to live with any Israelis.
Do you care more about scolding me than hearing that I'm agreeing with you?
No, because the thing is that you're saying one party is trying to create a genocidal act, which is invalid. And no Israeli will ever agree with such
Israel
a
News Network.
false
I said,
statement.
wait, I'm so sorry. I said that, yes, I believe genocidal acts happened by Hamas on October 7th.
It happens even prior to that. What about Hezbollah? What do you think they're trying?
I'm so sorry. I don't know what you're crashing out about. Okay, so because I'm agreeing.
What does it mean crashing out? I don't think anybody's crashing here. I'm chilling here at my house.
You're not. Okay, then you need
to. Actually, I think.
Okay, then I need to be able to know that I am heard. Right, which is not repeating the same topic. Okay, so that involves you not
a question.
No,
then
no, I'm gonna ask a question, and then you're free to ask a question.
Sure.
Okay, so we were trying to understand genocide. Whether Hamas has been attempting to commit genocide against the Jewish people, right? We can talk about whether Israel is attempting to commit genocide against whatever. Are you disagreeing with my major thesis? Or actually, no. The question I want to ask is: do you believe if Israel went in, carpet bombed every single part of Gaza, such that there were literally no Gazans left alive, okay, there was zero, that America publicly, right, would be able to continue supporting Israel? They gave them $1 billion in arms loans, refundable loans, by the way. America supported, according to a recent report, 70% of the military actions that Israel has taken following October 7th. Do you think America politically would be able to continue doing that if Israel openly and publicly carpet bombed all of Gaza without any attempt at justification? Do you really believe that?
America stands with Israel not because of what your opinion is. America stands with Israel because America has witnessed throughout history that, in fact, Israel is a democracy. 1, 2, they're not led by extremists. 3, they're not looking to create any sort of genocide, not even close to it. 4, they just want to live in peace. They just want to live in peace. And America has recognized.
Can you answer the hypothetical as laid?
That was the long answer. The short answer is no.
So no, Israel wouldn't be able to continue doing their things if they went and point blank killed everything.
Israel wouldn't do
that. That wasn't the question.
Yeah.
My question
I'm not understanding your question. If Israel is capable of what?
No, I said if Israel did just carpet bomb all of Gaza, literally leaving 0 people, would America be able, right? Would the American government be able to continue sending them arms and supporting them?
No.
Would America be able? Would they be able to? Yeah, they're able to do whatever they want to do. But would
in the
they?
sense, would they? Let's say would they?
Would they? Probably not, because
do you think Israel is interested in keeping American arms and trade deals?
Yes, but to an extent, meaning that.
Okay, but so do you think to some extent if Israel is trying to commit a genocide, okay, then we agree, at least to some extent, if they were trying to commit a genocide, they would be, sorry, there's an anti-Semite and leave, guys, stop. If they were trying to commit a genocide, to some extent, they would be interested in not just going and carpet bombing everything, because they have an interest in keeping American funding. So you would agree that, like, if they wanted to commit genocide,
I don't think you can make that leap.
They wouldn't do it.
I don't think you can make that leap. But
do we get the point I just made, which is the fact that they are?
Point, but I don't think you can make that leap.
What leap?
That we're just doing what we can just to get funding, and we're just doing what we can get away with.
Well, no.
Well, I can make that argument. Iran gets funding from America.
I can make that argument later. The point right now was that when I'm responding to you. How much American military funding went to Iran in the last year?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but I do know that there has been millions of dollars poured into Iran through the Joe Biden administration. Absolutely.
$0 of American military funding went into Iran last year.
I don't buy it.
I mean,
directly into their military? 0, yeah, of course. But remember, no one's going to fund it directly. They fund it indirectly.
I mean, we fund Israel's military directly.
Let me ask you a question. How did how did the people of Hamas become so rich and powerful? They were funded through the people of Iran. The group in Iran would send them money.
They also got some Qatari funding.
Whatever kind of funding, they still get funding, just not directly. It's
I know, but
indirect.
but you are much more interested in disagreeing with me than like engaging with me on facts. I'm agreeing with you. Please have a two-way discussion with me and hear what I say. I'm begging you as a human being for that, please. Because like, it's just very frustrating to speak to you because like, yes, I agree. Hamas got funding from Iran. Like that's true. Right. All I was saying was that like, I'm trying to make a very base level argument is when you come in here and say, if they wanted to commit a genocide, they would just bomb everything in Gaza. That's not true. Right. That's not what they would do. And even if you and I disagree on whether they are committing a genocide, okay, you and I can agree that response, that counter argument is bad. It is not a good counter argument.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Can I just get some recognition of that?
I'm going to recognize that if they were trying to create genocide, yeah, I agree with you. They wouldn't do it that way. I agree with you.
Okay,
but
so
again,
then your counter argument to my accusation of them committing genocide is that if they want to commit genocide, they would do it this way, and they're not doing it that way. Therefore, they're not committing genocide.
No, not necessarily, because genocide means that. Let me ask you a question. Look up on Google right now. What is the definition of genocide? Pick it up.
I mean, I can recite it to you. I mean, I know the genocide.
Let's look at it. Let's look at it.
Because clearly, genocide is the deliberate and systematic destruction. Wait a minute, I'm speaking here. Genocide is the deliberate and systematic destruction of a group of people based on their race, ethnicity, nationality, or religion. That's what it means. Acts that constitute genocide include killing members of the group, causing serious harm to members of the group, deliberately creating conditions to physically destroy the group, preventing births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. So when I look at genocide, when you say the word genocide, there's a part here that says, based on their race, ethnicity, nationality, or religion. Do you know how many people that are Palestinian live in Israel and that live in Israel? I don't see Israel going to unalive them. I don't see that.
Okay.
So when you talk about genocide, that means that we have a mission to remove a race or an ethnicity or some sort of nationality or religion, which till this day we have not done. So when you want to talk about facts, let's talk about the real definition. What does it say on Google the real definition of genocide is? Not what does Will's abbreviation or opinion of what genocide means to him.
I was going to cite to you the Genocide Convention definition, but that's fine, which is almost verbatim the definition you gave, which is what you're reading off, I believe, is the Genocide Convention UN definition, yeah?
This definition that I read to you was from Google.
Like what site on Google? Was it the first thing that popped up, Oxford Languages Dictionary?
Well, I'm not in front of it, but it's just the AI overview. That's what it says. Generated by AI experiment. I have no idea where it's coming from.
Okay. So like this is helpful because I actually do like a lot of research into this, and I actually know where these definitions are coming from.
Well, actually,
so it's like
I
here's
found
the thing.
It's from the United Nations.
Yes, correct. Because that's the definition.
Correct. That is the United Nations definitions.
I'm going to the racial proportionality. So maybe don't use the AI overview. Maybe use the actual direct source because I actually know. You interrupt me before doing it, and then cite it incorrectly. Just to be clear, the definition you gave was slightly off of even the source that you cited.
So what source do you want to? So what source are you going to find your website?
I cite the actual UN Charter on Genocide.
Okay, so let's talk about it.
Which you
in the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. As such, and then he gives examples.
Yes,
So right now,
it gives them the 5 cents of things Vactus Reis. Once again, okay. So in part or whole, in part or in whole. Does maybe that clarification of in whole or in part, which you missed out, on in your previous definition show you how your argument is wrong? Let's just take a second of reflection. If you can be in part or in whole, right, committing genocide against in part of a group or in whole of a group, how me saying, hey, maybe they're committing genocide against the Palestinians within Gaza, in order to do that and commit genocide, that is a part of the Palestinian peoples. They aren't necessarily committing genocide against all Palestinian peoples, right?
Let me give you a counter argument.
Israel.
Okay.
No, I don't want to counter. I want Israel News Network to respond to that.
I don't know. I can't. To be honest with you, I can't agree with a lot of things that you're saying, because for me, I have just a hard time processing the fact that you're telling me about genocide. And in fact, I mean, Israel has shown so many times over the course of history.
But if you're not capable, I'm going to be so honest, like human. If you're not capable of having like a well-reasoned argument, that is fine. That's understandable.
It's well-reasoned one?
No. I mean, I will respond to you. I want to address this person because I want both people I'm talking to be able to have a well-reasoned argument, or I can find other people too. So if you're not capable of having, stop speaking. Like if you're not capable of having a well-reasoned argument, that's understandable. I don't want to talk to you though, because I'm trying to have a well-reasoned argument to determine the truth. I don't want to engage with someone who can't regulate their emotions, which is understandable. Once again, you just take yourself out of the platform. So are you capable of having a well-reasoned logical argument, or are you not?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I love to have arguments with you.
Yeah.
Okay, then I love to
sit here, brother. Remember something. I'm not. Listen. Let me give you a little bit of history about who I am.
I don't want to know about you.
No. I'm just because I have a lot of things that you say about emotional, this and that, brother. I am a 32-year-old successful businessman. I have multiple businesses. I am not insecure. I am not insecure, and I don't use this platform to gain followers or attraction. I can care less for followers. I can care less for likes. That's not what I do. My business is completely different.
I was responding directly to what you said, which is that you were having difficulty even processing what I was saying.
No, I already told you, Mike.
Okay, then can you respond to what I said?
My whole entire thought process. I am responding to you, but you just talk a lot. You talk a lot and you talk really fast. And you talk a lot and you talk really fast.
Well,
it's just too much, brother. You got to chill out. Smoke some weed or something, brother. You need to chill. You need to chill.
I'd like an answer.
I'm trying to give you an answer, but you're still talking.
Okay,
you just talk. All you do is you talk like the radio. Yeah. Brother, you gotta just be chill.
And if we're not capable of having a respectful, productive argument, I don't know what we're doing.
We are, but you're not, brother. You got two people here. You have me and you have this other woman telling you the same thing. You just don't allow for conversations to flow, because either I have to agree with your nonsense or it's an argument.
Yeah, and you're rude to us.
Yes, that's how debates work.
And you're nasty. You keep telling this woman, no, stop talking. Brother, you are degrading her. You are degrading to the society.
PhD.
People to have conversations with you, brother. You're sitting over here protecting the interests of the Palestinian people, but brother, you're saying some crazy stuff.
Okay, so I was having a discussion with one person.
You're saying some stuff, brother, that's crazy. I'm sorry.
Because I wanted a productive two-way discussion. I'll restate the question, which is, you can commit genocide against these set of Palestinians and not other set of Palestinians. Do you see how that defeats the argument you made, Israel News Network?
Listen, your idea of genocide, I think, is completely invalid. That's just what I'm going to say. Because, to be honest with you, you keep throwing these, like, curveballs in the sense of, like, I want to attack the conversation this way and that way and this way. Brother, genocide is very black and white. It's basically the attempt to destroy or eliminate an ethnical group, a religious group, a group of people, and that's not what we're doing. And that's it. That's just all I got to say. There's not much more to that topic.
I mean, we agreed on a definition, the UN Genocide Convention, and now are you walking back that definition? Are you saying that definition's wrong? Are you saying that definition is just somehow the will definition? I don't understand that response.
You cut out for a second, so I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm saying we agreed on a definition. Are you now saying that definition is wrong? It was never right? What's going on?
What is the agreement of the definition? The one from the United Nations page?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hello? Are you talking about the United Nations page?
Yes. Are you driving?
No. My wife is driving now. She's in the car.
That's a risk to my account. I'm gonna once you're off, I will have to get you back on. Just because I can't have people that are driving on my account, because that's bad for it. Hello, what was the point that you so desperately wanted to make?
I wanted to say that the IDF mission is this. It is to eradicate all the weapon stockpiles that are in Gaza, and to either arrest, if possible, to arrest terrorists that will reveal intel about Hamas, and if they fight, then unfortunately to take them out. What happens?
So you didn't have an argument that responded to anything I said.
No, I'm trying to. Hang on.
So can you respond to anything I said?
Can I respond, please? What?
You're perfectly capable of responding. I don't want you to repeat IDF talking points. I'd rather you
I'm trying to answer, please.
Okay, then feel free.
Let me finish. So what happens in reality is that Hamas fighters refuse to evacuate when IDF sends leaflets from above and says evacuate. But because Hamas uses the human shield tactics and they refuse to evacuate, sometimes at gunpoint, they keep their families around, their kids around. So it happens that there's a gunfight, and so kids get harmed. That nobody's trying to.
I'm so serious. Do you believe I haven't heard any of these claims before? This is why I feel like you're wasting my time, and I'm going to let someone else up. Just because you're making verbatim the exact same arguments that Israel has been repeating for the last year, right? And that's why I keep interrupting you as well, is because I want to get somewhere new, right? I want to make new points.
You have not heard the Palestinians speaking about their martyrdom and how much it's so important to them and sacred.
I have heard the arguments that you've made every single time. So first of all, no.
Have you
not
heard
everything is in crossfire. One second.
Mm-hmm.
So no, it's not all in crossfire. That's not true. They bombed a fucking refugee camp, right? That's not crossfire. That is fucking genocide. No, Israel does not always target terrorists. They claim that in the general, but they do not claim that in the specific. The Al-Das family was bombed in a direct targeted strike, and Israel still has yet to provide a justification for the Al-Das family. There are hundreds of examples like that of Israel even failing to provide a justification for specific strikes, which they owe when they are striking residential areas. They are attempting to get out of internal scrutiny by providing a overall universal justification for them basically bombing any single residential or hospital or refugee camp. It doesn't work that way. You believe their lies. I don't want you to continue repeating their lies. So I want to get your actual thought and actual critical analysis on this. When Israel, for example, there are widespread accounts of Israel using white phosphorus. Why do you believe that independent third-party analysts are saying that white phosphorus is happening within Israel? Why do you believe? If you believe they're lying, why is Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, the UN...
You know what? It might be happening. I don't know. I need to investigate that.
Okay, then please investigate that. When almost every single human rights organization says they're committing apartheid in the West Bank, why do you think they're doing that?
I need to investigate that. I don't.
Why have you? So why? Then one second. Then we're going to go a little deeper. Why do you think that has not been the focus of your investigation? Rather, you have been focused on justifying the atrocious acts of Israel to me, rather than genuinely critically engaging in what Israel has done.
I don't think it's related to Gaza right now, because there has been historic hate between Palestinians and Israelis that has even before the occupation, before 1967. And, I think
it's true, but why have you not been investigating the harms to Palestinians, right? Why are you still in the dark? For a year long, there have been accusations of apartheid. For a year long, there have been accusations of genocide. For 10 years, there have been accusations of apartheid. Why is this not the focus of your investigation?
I think the point is that there are two enemies that should not live in one state. Therefore,
but you don't know enough about this conflict to even make a critical analyst. If Israel was genuinely trying to wipe out all Palestinians, would your analysis change? Yeah, surely it would, right? Surely we should do something different when people are being genocidal.
I would know if we would be trying to wipe.
But you wouldn't, because you don't even know the accusations people are making.
No.
Well, you don't know about the accusations you don't know about the accusations of white phosphorus? You don't know about the accusations of apartheid?
I have heard about them, but I haven't seen proof.
So look for the proof and attempt. But you yourself said, well, actually, I need to look more into it.
I am not a historian. I'm not claiming to know everything. All I know.
And yet you're still accountable to be on the right side of history, which is something you are failing right now.
Do you know everything?
I don't know everything.
Do you claim that what the IDF
I am not attempting to just...
Do you claim that what the IDF is saying, that they're going after stocks of weapon and terrorists, is this all a lie?
I think the IDF habitually lies, yes. Do I think everything the IDF always says is a lie? No. Do I believe the IDF has extraordinarily illegal aims and political aims? Absolutely.
And what is the reason why you're so passionate about it?
Because when I see genocide happening, I know that harms against one are harms against all. So every harm that a Palestinian has is a harm that I have.
And where did this even start? I'm curious.
When I came out of the womb and I observed that all humans deserve the same and that I need to share my toys.
And what did you struggle? What was your fight before this fight?
I mean, I previously worked on abortion rights. I worked on religious freedom rights. I worked on the abolition of the death penalty and other fundamental human rights recognitions. I don't know why this matters.
I'm really curious. Yeah, I'm really curious. What are the things you take on?
Why are you curious?
I'm glad that you're taking this on.
Okay,
I mean,
I'll try and find someone who actually disagrees productively.
Go ahead.
Fantastic.
Go ahead.
Great.
All right. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Right. Bye.
Bye.
We're not going to do anything. Hello, Mike. What's up?
Hey, Will. So I'm a little bit different. Like, I'm not a full-fledged Zionist.
Send a guest request to disagree on.
So, well, I think you and I would disagree on like literally everything but this, which is interesting. Like, I'm a full-fledged like MAGA Republican, and I can't stand this genocide. It's insane to me because like I have a Telegram account. I can look up. Well, you're lagging.
Yeah, you are. It might be on my side as well. Yeah, there we are. We're better.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, look, I may be a conservative, but I had a problem with depleted uranium being used in Iraq when we were there. Uranium was being tipped on missiles dropped in Lebanon by Israel. Over the last year, I've had a Telegram account where I've been able to access Palestinian channels as well as Israeli channels. One of the things that I see that really concerns me is...
So do we disagree on anything of relevance?
Not for this particular case, but I had one question I wanted to ask you, and I figured you could just toss me.
Yeah, sure.
So, like, is there a path that you see forward regardless of which candidate gets elected? Because, like, I'm going to vote for Trump, but I don't see him stopping this. And I sure as hell don't see Kamala stopping this. So is there... Well, no, obviously, he's a big Israel fan, and is there a path that you can see forward where we stop funding this foreign nation that's wasting our money and killing innocent people?
So do I think it's likely? No. Do I think, let's just talk about candidates. Trump is, Kamala's much more likely to reduce funding and use diplomatic and political pressure against
Kamala's endorsed by Dick Cheney. He's literally the reason why we got into Iraq to begin with. She's endorsed by some of the worst warmongers our country has ever seen, and that's my biggest concern.
That's perfectly well true. Dick Cheney was a Republican.
And he vehemently is against Donald Trump.
Trump said that they should finish the job.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking you. I'm not voting for Trump on this issue. I'm voting for Trump because I want to see a significant...
Vote against Trump on this issue, then. Kamala is objectively more likely to end this. It's not binary. Kamala's going to be far worse.
But you do understand that I'm an American.
Kamala believes in the two-state solution. That's actually along the 1946 line. She condemned the movement to Jerusalem. She condemned the Abraham Accords. Trump did the Abraham Accords, right, which massively increased Israel's power and recognition. He proposed a batshit crazy Israel peace plan
No,
right?
no, I understand what you're saying is correct, and I'm not going to argue with you on that at all. What I will tell you is I'm an American, and I'm going to vote for my issues first, right? I'm going to vote for the candidate that makes sure that my
genocide enough.
It's a secondary issue compared to what we have in our country. I don't want men in my daughter's restroom.
That's insane.
It's way more important to me. But let's just not forget the fact that none of this had happened during the 4 years of his administration, right? They had the Abraham Accords, but that didn't have anything to do with
the Abraham Accords clearly led to this. The Abraham
You
Accords
wanna
are a
elaborate on that?
one-to-one causation with this. Absolutely. The Abraham Accords emboldened Israel to massively overstep their brutalization of the Palestinians and accelerated this issue by saying that the Palestinians effectively would be wiped out as settlers encroached upon the West Bank further, following Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Sudan, and Morocco recognizing Israel.
Can you
It left the
also
Palestinians
can you educate
and-
me a little
and-
bit, because I'm not 100% on this. I want to find out. I know this has been going on since 48 and since the occupation started with the British Mandate, but was there a particular issue that led to the October 7th attack? Because when I hear Zionist talking points like Ben Shapiro, just talking points, it's always October 7th, October 7th, October 7th. And I know it's not that early of a conflict. Was there something that happened right before October 7th that led the Palestinians to be like, fuck this, we're going to go attack them?
No, there wasn't immediate incitement. There's just long-held violation of international law. So there was a blockade on Gaza prior, and there were.
Do you think
illegal
Israel allowed it
checkpoints.
to happen?
I don't think it's a helpful line of argument to go down that. I don't really care. I think Israel wasn't that bothered about it. I don't think
Because regardless of who I'm
Netanyahu
voting
personally
for,
was that. I think you should vote for, if you are a Trump voter, fucking don't vote for Trump. Trump will make this worse. Imminently. Also, on the trans shit, let's talk, as a matter of fact, your daughter also could come out eventually as trans, and you realize that if they do, right, then the policies that he's advocating would make them less safe.
But the thing that you're missing the fact that I am absolutely going to inculcate my values into my child, and considering that my wife is going to homeschool my kid, there's the chances of my daughter coming out as trans without any external influence. Are you eating chicken?
Yeah.
No worries. Anyway, it was just like, what the fuck? The chances of her being influenced by something like that statistically was like a non-issue 10 years ago and has only raised to be an issue. Well, let's be honest with you. It wasn't until 2012, 2014 that we started hearing a lot of the terms associating with cisgender as a brand new made-up term.
Until you started hearing.
No, you can literally look up the term usage online. There are websites that track terms being used.
Yes, because it became more used. But so the thing is, are you just saying, yes, I have no empathy, I only care? Also, you realize that there's been no statistical evidence ever that bathroom policies make children safer, right?
You realize that the governor of Virginia was elected because of the Loudoun County case, and that case was directly because of a young boy graping a little girl in one classroom in a school. Then the boy was removed. The boy in a dress was removed and put into another school where the boy did the same thing. The father then showed up to the school.
Is there any evidence? I'm so sorry. Is there any? So I have longitudinal evidence on this. That there is zero relationship between bathroom
You don't have
policy
longitudinal evidence
and,
because there has not been a proliferation of transgenderism in American society for longer than 10
No,
years.
we have the
So
last
let's
10
be honest,
years.
we don't
So
have-
for the
that's
last
not
5
longitudinal
years,
evidence.
it is longitudinal.
That is not
longitudinal. Just means across
That's
a point of time. We have 5 years.
That's not going to give us a lifespan. When you're talking about
Longitudinal
transgenderism,
doesn't
you're
mean
talking about
lifespan.
the concepts of people who may have long-bearing effects that are going to take 20, 30, and 40 years to actually show.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Talking about the actual facts we have in front of us, we have been doing transgender surgeries for the past 40 years.
Yeah, and we have
that, right?
detransitioners coming out talking about vaginal atrophy.
What percent
talking
of people
about
detransition?
pubic hair growing in the urethra line, and it's not 1%.
I'm sorry. Okay, I actually want to have a discussion about this because I haven't talked about trans issues forever. What percent of people detransition, and do you have a source for that?
No, I don't have a source for it, but you don't have a source for what you're talking about. And if
I
you
have
do
a long.
source,
Sorry,
it's skewed.
wait. We agree. We both start with no knowledge, and then we look at the information we have to form an opinion. Right? That's how opinions are formed. Right?
Generally.
So we're going to work on the best data we have, even if it's not perfect or right.
No, I understand that, but before we get started, let's define our terms.
You've said
what's a man and what's a woman, so we can kind of.
I'm not going to do this with you. I'm going to talk about flagrant safety. Right.
Of course, you're not going to do it because the issue.
No, but I mean, we can engage in this. The question is not whether you agree this word is used in this way. No, 1 second. Can you hear me? I let you rant. Please, no, brother. You came in here respectfully. I know you know how to be respectful. The question is not whether we're the adults. You're not speaking over me because this is sorry. No, I'm just
sorry. I'm speaking.
I'm speaking. Mike, I'm speaking. No, I am. No, you weren't.
No, I'm sorry. I was speaking.
You asked me a question.
But you're not giving me the respect that I was giving you.
You don't get to determine what answer is acceptable to you. Mike, I know you know how to be respectful. If we're gonna generally this is not the topic of the discussion. Right. I'm willing to engage, right? Because I want to have this discussion with you because I think this will be productive with you.
Yeah, bro.
I need you and Mike, I need you to prove me right or it will not happen. Okay? If you cannot hold a productive discussion, I have other people I want to talk to. Okay? So I need, just for the sake of having a productive discussion, I need you to. So as I was saying, the data we do have shows a zero correlation between instances of SA and bathroom policies. What we do have, though, is massive amounts of actually studied reports of transgender people being brutalized for using the wrong bathroom in cases like this, because this has been happening for the last 40 years. Where trans people have had either social or in cases legal pressure to use the correct bathroom. And we have instances on instances on instances of them being brutalized and sometimes murdered, right? They're 7 to 10 times more likely to have violent acts, including homicide committed against them in these cases. So Mike, are you denying any of that? Or are you saying you don't care?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Can you tell me can you tell me what an autogynephile is?
Can you answer my question?
No. Do you know the definition of what an autogynephile is? Because this is directly related to what we're talking about.
It can be related. Autogynephile. Not immediately off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so it's a condition where you gain arousal from people seeing you presenting yourself as the sex or gender that you are not. And the uncomfortable reactions that those people show, especially when you're in a little girl's locker room or when a man is trying to assault you because you're in the same restroom creeping on his 4-year-old daughter. That's what you're talking about. Like when you're talking about the concept
I'm asking you about the facts
people
of
going into
security.
restrooms and being assaulted, you're conflating transgender people with autogynephiles. Autogynephiles are men who are going to present as transgender, go into restrooms, and then essay or simply just stand and be creepy towards women. And this
Mike,
is
can
what
you
we're
answer my
fighting.
question?
What is your question?
Did you not hear it the first time? Would you like me
no,
to
I
repeat
honestly,
it?
Yeah, I would really appreciate if you could repeat it. I mean, I don't understand why that's so complicated.
And then equally, I would appreciate if when I speak, you listen, because when you're speaking, I'm listening. Is that fair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I asked, are you disagreeing with the fact that we don't have any data showing that it's less safe?
I already did. I already disagreed with you. Yeah, I already disagreed with you.
Do you have any data? Do you have any data?
No, I'm saying that your data is
safe?
skewed because you are conflating two separate groups of people.
No data.
Not everyone who claims to be transgender is simply transgender. There is a significant portion of underlying autogynephiles who are simply trying to assault.
Mike, that wasn't the question. Do you, Mike, no. Mike, do you have any data?
Yeah, you can Google this. Especially when it comes to the Loudoun County case. That is the case that led to Youngkin winning the Virginia.
So, Mike, the point is very, very direct. Do you have any data directly relating the rate of violence or SA within bathrooms, okay, and the bathroom bills that you are proposing?
Again, I just provided you a specific example of what.
That's an example. I can give you. So I can give you examples
that's a case,
of
transgender.
But I can give you examples of. I can give. Wait, Mike. Whenever both of us are speaking, neither of us is speaking. And I can give you examples
you gotta kind of learn
transgender people, and I can give you examples of transgender people being attacked in bathrooms. Neither of those prove our point. Okay. What I can show you is correlationary data showing that there is a zero correlation between rates of SA and violence
So you have like concrete data. Can you drop it in the chat?
We have concrete data. I'm happy to show you the studies. Relationship between bathroom bills and
it's not going to be from a skewed source.
Bathroom bills and
it's not going to be from a skewed source, right? It was cutting out again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There we are. Gender identity non-discrimination laws in public accommodations, a review of evidence regarding safety and privacy in public restrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms. And they found that there was no correlation between restrictive public restroom access.
Yeah, that's great. What's your source?
So
like, where are
is,
you? What are you looking at right now?
I'm at the Springer Nature Link public citation, which is the Springer. What is this? What is this? This is the Sexual Research and Social Policy section of the Springer Nature journal, I imagine. Yeah, Sexual Research and Social Policy International Forum publication of original peer-reviewed state-of-the-art empirical research on sexuality, theoretical and methodological discussions.
So, I mean, I still, you're providing one study with a
and you provided nothing,
like,
so I win. So can you provide me counter evidence?
Okay. It's like I continue to give you a specific example that was a case.
Yes, your one example. I'm so
Court.
sorry. One example does not prove the point, because I can admit that there are people that will be trans or be autogynephiles or whatever you want to call them and assault people in bathrooms. That's not the question. The question is if your solution has anything to do with the problem. I'm showing you data that it doesn't.
No, yeah, that's what I was telling you. The point is that your data is skewed because it doesn't take into account for the creepy men. Well, that's the point. Until we start accepting the fact that a significant portion of transgender identifying people are autogynephiles, then you're not actually going to have accurate data, right? And the problem with actually getting that accurate data, Will, I need you to stop talking over me. The problem with getting that accurate data,
there's nothing that
the problem with not having accurate data, right, is that you can't, in today's society, in the culture, we're getting there, but you still have the loudest, smallest portion of our population being the transgender community who are censorious. They are nasty. They're never going to let you highlight the fact that a significant portion of trans identifying individuals are just simply autogynephiles.
Wait, Mike, this is actually entirely besides the point.
Will, I'm talking. I'm sorry, but you just keep trying to talk over me.
No, I will talk over you.
Yeah, but there
Explain to
are
me the data problem.
significant amounts of men over the last 5 years who have gotten sentenced for prison time and then have decided post that they want to transition and gone to women's prisons. That is an autogynephile taking strategic advantage of a political climate right now. And you know it. And so for you to sit there and
can I ask you one very
I get it, you're a soft guy. You want to push the progressive talking points.
Mike, can I ask
but this
you one
is
very
just something
specific
that
question?
it's so embarrassing.
Mike, can I ask you one very Mike, can I ask you one very specific question? And then I want an actual real answer to it, please.
Yeah, and then I should probably dip because I'm wasting time for
you're happy to
Palestine.
leave. Yeah, that's fine. What is the specific evidentiary issue here? Because there is no delineation of who is or is not trans in this study.
That's the specific delineation. When you're talking about trans identity.
We're not talking about trans identity. We're literally just taking here is a policy, and here is a correlation between that policy and the rates of all people's SA.
Yeah, and my argument is still going to stand. When you do not delineate between the difference between transgender identifying individuals and autogynephiles, you can't have accurate data. And when you're talking about a bill that would ban people, are you kidding me? Specific essay examples related to this demographic. If you don't differentiate between the two. No, but that's the thing is this policy would ban people who aren't the gender on their birth certificate from going into those restrooms. And that will stop
this policy.
Because as a father, I can tell you, you will be assaulted if you step into the restroom and creep on my little daughter. And it's just, it's not a...
Mike, you can big angry man this all you want. This, literally, this...
Dude, I'm like 190 pounds. I'm not big.
This study has nothing to do with saying who is or is not trans.
Okay, but you're stating that the bill that would be banning transgender individuals from going into restrooms is ineffective, and you're citing this study.
The bill that requires you only to go in what is on your birth certificate.
And what is that bill for? Why is that bill in existence? Come on, we're getting somewhere here.
For a huge
that bill exists because transgender individuals want to go into other restrooms, correct? If that wasn't an issue, that bill was
to trans people, sure. But if we're looking at the
exactly,
but Mike, your
wasn't for transgender people trying to go into the wrong restrooms. This bill never would have been written.
Okay, but your worry is that your child may get assaulted in a restroom, right?
No, my worry is that I'm going to catch a murder charge if I walk into a restroom when my daughter's 8 and I see some weirdo creeping on my little girl because I'm not going to think clearly in that emotional state.
You're worried about someone creeping on your little girl.
I'm worried about that, but I'm worried about it on a societal level, not just for me, for any other potential person out there. You have to take into consideration the potential emotional impact. And how you would overreact.
I'm really trying to get some right here. Once again, the way you would react, the gay panic defense, the trans panic defense, we could have a different discussion about.
No, it's not a gay panic. I don't care if a homosexual is around my child. I care if someone is trying to creep on my child.
But so
it's not about gay panic. It's about an overtly emotional reaction.
Do you know what the gay panic defense is?
No, it's a bullshit leftist talking point. Emotional defenses have been used in murder cases.
I'm so sorry. The gay panic defense is a literal legal doctrine. It's not a
I understand that. But it's a very recent. That's like saying the DSM-5 is just standard and it's not politicized.
Wait, no, the gay panic defense. The progressives are against the gay panic defense.
The whole concept that I'm talking about is emotional instability in a time where you walk in and seeing your child abused. I am concerned about walking into a restaurant,
trans people or
my kid
genderqueer people.
Trans people, a freaking address. I don't care who you are, and I'm not going to think, what does this person identify as when I'm dumping them on their head in the bathroom? I'm just going to react. And so if we keep these people out of restrooms, we won't have this issue. It's really simple.
Okay, Mike. So the rate of sexual harassment, violence within restrooms does not change if you pass a bill requiring you to go in the bathroom of your sex. That's what this study shows. So if your worry is to have your
study
mother,
that you're citing, what's the time frame on the study? How many subjects were in the study?
It doesn't actually matter because you have no counter evidence.
Throw studies around.
I
can throw studies all over the place. It's not going to give me.
Please show me one. Please show me.
No, because I'm not like you. I'm not going to base my opinion off of a simple study that easily could have had 10 subjects.
You'll base your opinion off nothing then.
Months long. No, I'm basing my opinion off the simple concept that you should only be able to go into the restroom that your birth certificate says you're allowed.
You're basing it off your feelings. So you're not actually worried about danger.
You're basing it off your feelings because you still refuse to define what a woman is.
I'm sorry, Mike.
You can't even tell me what a woman is.
This isn't about because that's not the question. Mike.
No, that is the question. That's innately the question.
I thought we were talking about taking care of your children. I thought you were trying to say, make your children safe. You don't actually care about that?
I'm trying to defend my children from this mental insanity that has taken over our country. This is the worst social contagion we've ever seen.
I don't want to hear. Because the reason I have to interrupt you is because this is just nonsense, Mike. Do you care about danger? Then let's talk about danger. If you want to talk about semantics and linguistics of what a woman means, we can, right? But I care about
can you define it?
Feel like you are
it's not semantics. Can you simply define one of the terms that we're using in this argument?
I'm not using
Can you
the
define
word woman. I'm sorry. Did I use that in my argument?
Yeah, because you were talking about transgender people and straight people overall, and how it does not matter what demographic you're in. That bill will still not protect people. So at the end of the day, what I am talking about is men and women.
There's one thing I don't respect.
What is a woman?
Mike, there's one thing I don't like or don't respect. Liars. Did I say woman?
Oh my God, dude. Semantics. Just such a ridiculous tactic.
Mike,
what is a woman?
Where were you, a 30-year-old?
What is a woman?
Mike, you're
you can't define a basic term.
I don't engage with liars. Why'd you lie?
Is it someone who just identifies as one?
Are you hearing me? I'm not going to engage with liars. Why did you lie?
Of course you're not, because your definition is ridiculous.
Correct. Wait, Mike, why did you lie?
Why did you lie? Dude, look, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mike,
You are
Mike,
such
why
an
did you lie?
Why did I lie? Why did I lie? What did I lie about, Will? Go ahead. Elaborate.
You said that I used woman in my argument.
No, I said that the entire argument we're based on is between women, men,
You said,
and transgender individuals. and
you said you can't even define a word. You said you can't even define a word you used in your argument.
I did not say you used. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
Yeah, shrug your shoulders because you know you're wrong. But at the end of the day, you have to accept the fact that
You said,
until you can actually define one of the terms that we're using in this argument, you're a no, you're just a moron because you're talking about like women and men and transgender people, and you.
I wasn't talking about women. I wasn't talking about men. I was talking about trans people, but it wasn't even a crux of my argument. My point was that the policy that you suggested doesn't do what you want. We can have the discussion about whether trans people are valid. I've consistently denied that discussion because that's not the point at hand. You said you want to take your child safe. I took you in good faith as wanting to keep people safe. And I responded in that sense. If you want to move on to a philosophical discussion about what trans people are, we can have that discussion.
That you can't
but
talk about
Mike, I also just don't respect you right now because like you did lie. I didn't use it.
No, I did not lie. I didn't say you used the word woman. What I said is you can't define a specific term that is integral to what we're talking about. What is transgender?
I'm sorry, say what you actually said.
Transgender person.
Can you repeat what you verbatim
What
said?
is a transgender person? Sorry, we don't have like a little courtroom lady with a keyboard, but like we can't go back in the script and see exactly what was said. I can tell you, I didn't say you said the word
subject
woman.
of the discussion
You
is
can
whether
gaslight
your
me all you
policy,
want, but at the end of the day, you have to
subject of the
accept the
discussion.
fact that this is a bullshit tactic, right?
Yeah, engaging
Like,
in
you know it's a
sophistry
bullshit tactic.
is a bullshit
You won't
tactic.
answer the question, what is a woman? And so you keep
Why is it
turning
relevant?
to, well, why did you lie? Why did you lie? Why did you lie?
Okay, wait, sorry, Mike. Why is it
What
relevant?
is a woman?
Why is it relevant?
Can you define that?
I mean, once again, I've done this debate. Like anyone,
Can you tell me what a
like,
trans person is? Can you tell me what a transgender person is? Like, we
why
kind of
is
need
it
to define these terms.
Why
if
is
we're
it,
actually
Mike,
going
why
to
is it
have a
relevant to the
conversation
argument being made?
Because the argument is specifically related to transgender individuals, and the other people who aren't transgender are the ones who are significantly affected. You aren't able to define these terms, then you're arguing in bad faith.
It's not relevant.
Because and the truth is, I'm asking you this because I know you know the answer to the question, but if you answer it correctly, you're going to piss off the LGBTQ caliphate, and you know it. You'll piss off the very small, loud minority in our country that nobody can offend. That's why they hate Dave Chappelle so much, because he's the only one with a pair of balls big enough to actually shit on them when they deserve it. You won't actually define woman or transgender because they deserve it. You won't actually define woman or transgender because you know if you say a woman is circular.
Mike, this is okay.
Will.
Mike.
Will.
So this is
Will. Transgender because you know if you say a woman is circular.
Mike, this is okay.
Will.
Mike.
Will.
So this is
Will.
Okay. Okay. There's a lag. Let's try and be an adult here. So this is
Will.
Okay. Okay. There's a lag. Let's try and be an adult here. I said Mike multiple times because like there was a lag and you were still speaking. Like,
sorry, I was being a child.
I'm trying to be like mature. You were. So the thing I think you don't know about me is that I've debated this topic for 4 years. Okay. You can go on.
Just out of curiosity, how
you can
old are
go
you?
into. Mike, please. I just want to make this point just for a second. I've debated this topic for 4 years. I have literally hundreds of hours of myself debating this topic. Okay? You don't know that about me. That's fair. Right? But that is true. You can go on my YouTube. It's very, very available. I've given my definition of a woman. I have an in-depth description of what trans people are.
Can you just provide it now?
Mike, but the thing is I'm doing this not because I'm scared of defining what a woman is and I think the woke mob or the conservative mob will beat me to shreds, right? Mike, the reason I'm doing this, if you want to know what I define a woman as, please go back in my archive. We can do it. The reason is because I'm engaging in this discussion, not because I want to talk about, because I thought we could get somewhere productive with a very specific claim that you made, right? Because I took you to be good faith.
Are you talking about the trans shit or the voting for Trump shit?
Being scared for the safety of your daughter.
It's not scared. Like I said, I'm not afraid
being
of
worried, being concerned. I don't want to offend your masculinity. Having a concern.
You're not offending anybody's masculinity.
Okay, then we don't.
But the concept of my daughter being in a restroom and me walking in and seeing someone who is obviously not a transgender person, but they're an autogynephile, is something that I worry about, and it's not ever really going to happen. Statistically, it's not going to happen. But think about it. It's like I carry a gun every single day, everywhere
Mike,
I go, right?
I understand, Mike. Can I finish? I really do think we were getting somewhere.
But I try to be prepared. It's the same thing with this. Having this
Mike, you don't need to explain it a 10th time. I
recognizing
understand
the dangers out there.
Okay, Mike, come on. I was trying to set this to be productive.
Go ahead, set it up.
I understand what you're saying. And what I thought we were going to do is address a very specific concern about people that are not the female using a female bathroom. Okay? That's what I was engaging in. And then what I was met with was objective immaturity and bad faith argumentation. What's a woman? What's a woman? What's a woman? What's a woman?
Yeah,
what's a woman?
because
Because you can't find what's a woman. No, because it's not. It's like it's useless and it's like not productive because we can go down into a philosophical discussion. What a woman is.
Every other
Mike. It's irrelevant how we define gender and sex and sexuality and transgender, whether in fact a policy proposal makes your daughter safer, right? We can engage with real facts right now, like empirical evidence about whether the policy you're proposing makes your daughter safer.
So just out of curiosity, would you agree that whether or not you think it's just progressive over the last few years, and I think it's a social contagion, would you agree that this is not something we have seen in our society except for like the last decade, right? Because when you talk about this concept of transgenderism...
Wait, I'm just going to clarify this question. Because also, once again, when you ask a question, you don't continue talking, you let you respond. So I'm going to clarify the question. It's just progression. What is progression? Trans people existing?
Transgenderism going from in the shadows to like a mainstream phenomenon.
So do I think...
like when we were little kids, me, not you.
One second. You've asked a question.
Mainstream movies made fun of transgender people. Then around the mid 2010s, it became like absolutely not acceptable to do so. And I'm curious, just out of curiosity, like when did RuPaul's Drag Race? When did homosexuality become such a part of our culture? Because you have to admit, this has changed the cultural fabric of our society. Do you think it's changed the cultural fabric of our society over the last decade?
I think the cultural fabric of our society has changed. That's not relevant to the discussion I want to have with you, Mike, because it's very amorphous and it's entirely useless. I want you to stop saying that we need a bathroom bill to keep your daughter safer.
No, we don't need a bathroom bill to keep my daughter safer. We need to bring back asylums to keep my daughter safer. Like Ronald Reagan got rid of the asylums, and as such, we have homeless people all throughout LA where I used to live, and I see a significant amount of mentally ill people all over, like especially this platform. You have TikTokers who are openly pushing. What about the transgender guy who...
Oh, did that get... I didn't kick him, y'all. Might have gotten taken down for hate speech, TBH. It's a bit devastating. Okay, well, we move on. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, what'd you send a guest request to disagree on?
So I'm just wondering. So when I was walking, I saw your image. I was like, wow. You know what I mean?
What?
That have been a war crime?
It might have been.
Well, if that's where you're going to hang your hat,
Do you think that international law should exist?
I think that international law should exist, but I also
So do you
think
think
that
like the
international
Geneva
law,
Convention is a generally good thing?
generally it is a good thing. However,
Okay, so what I'm talking about is very flagrant violations of the Geneva Convention.
right. Very
Which is what
flagrant,
Israel's
but you,
doing, right? So
but
we're not
you
talking about
really,
little minutia of warfare. We can talk about whether Nagasaki, Hiroshima was just like that's fine, But like the annexation of East Jerusalem, that's a violation of international law, clearly.
Wait a minute, the annexation of East Jerusalem. East Jerusalem was actually it was lost in 1948. The Israeli side lost East Jerusalem in 1948. They gained it back in 1967 after being attacked initially by the 5 Arab armies.
Actually, Israel shot the first shot in 1967.
No, sir. Cautious Bella, you know it. You know what that means. First of all, they were denied access to the.
Wait, sorry. Are you saying that the Arab nations shot the first shot in 1967?
No, I'm saying that when you
but you just said that they attacked first. That's not true.
I said cautious Bella. You realize that when a nation is.
So you were wrong when you said they attacked first.
No, I was not wrong. Cautious Bella, I mean, the initial attack takes place once you mass.
In 1967.
Yes, they did.
Okay, what attack?
By massing their troops on the border.
But is amassing troops on a border an attack?
Yes, it is. It is.
Wait, that's fascinating. Wait, so when I put troops within my own sovereign territory, that's an attack?
When you mass troops on your border against another nation, and that massing of troops is perceived as an imminent threat to the existence of a nation.
Threat. That's not an attack.
That is an immediate threat. Yes, absolutely, but it's still an act of war.
So if you amass troops on your own sovereign territory, you think that's an attack?
That is an attack. Yes, it is. It is. Okay, it is. It is. Okay. Okay, if we're going to get into a rhetorical thing over this,
it's not rhetorical. You're using a word wrong.
Okay, it is a proper reason to, in fact,
that's fine.
Defend
just
yourself.
What you said was incorrect. You think
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. No, I'm not going to concede that. I'm not going to concede that. Okay, this is your show. You want to just move on. Fine, go ahead.
No, I'm not moving on. If you want to move on, it's fine.
No, fine.
I said
then once again, you can just say yes. We can just go yes. This is a he said, she said situation. Right? You can say yes. I can say no. However, once again, sir,
you said
once again, when you mass troops on that border, on your border against another nation, and that is seen by the international community as an imminent threat. That is, in fact, an act of war. Now, not only were troops massed on that border, but they were, of course, surrounded.
That's fine.
Excuse me?
Well, tariffs. But once again, even Israel called what they did a preemptive strike. So you're just wrong for calling.
Who in Israel called it a preemptive strike?
Even Israel does not believe it was they shot first. You're just wrong.
Really?
But fine. As to the actual point, so the president at the time of Israel said that they.
Wait a minute. You just said collectively Israel. You just said Israel said it was wrong.
The people that speak for Israel, the Israeli president and executive, correct? But as to the point that you were making, which is that they won
I'd like
war,
to see that.
Under international law, if you fight someone in war and you take land from them, can you legally annex that into your territory and claim it de jure as yours? Is that what international law says?
Whenever you are attacked and you have taken land in a defensive war, then that is the exception to the rule. If you are attacked,
where is that in international law? Because that was explicitly.
I looked it up.
Explicitly outlawed. You're wrong. That's not international law. International law states that rights of conquest were illegal and that a mutual recognition of the sovereignty of nations, including in quote unquote defensive wars, must be respected.
That's not the information that I got in Britannica, sir.
Where'd you get the information?
I looked it up on Britannica. I asked the question, and then it just said that the exception.
Right.
It just said, look at. I don't look at what I did. I'm telling you what I did. Okay, you can take it for you. You can look it up yourself. Fine.
I know this because I know the law on this. You are wrong, so I want to know what is spreading incorrect information.
Oh gosh. Okay. Hold on. Look at you. Look it up. Okay, I don't want to get bogged down into a.
I don't see any Britannica. The right of conquest. This is Wikipedia.
Just Google. Do you really want to do this right now? Okay.
Well, it's just you're wrong. So I mean, we can either accept that you're wrong, or we can find a source that agrees with you. But nothing about.
Well.
Okay, I mean, so sorry. Just Google AI, the first thing that comes up, which is the only source that immediately at all says anything about this quickly. No, international law does not permit the annexation of territory conquered in defensive war, and they cite annexation and as well as Jerez, right? Because the only people claiming this right, is Israel. So Haaretz, right, an Israeli, generally liberal article, says that Netanyahu lied when he claimed this. And then also Wikipedia, annexation, the descriptions of annexation say that, no, you cannot in a defensive war claim it. So no one agrees.
Here is an AI overview. Okay, yes, a defender can legally take land in a defensive war because the UN Charter acknowledges the legality of a defensive war. A defensive war is when a nation... once again, I just Googled the first thing that I can find right now.
Gives you a little citation for it.
Okay, I'm
Perez and Wikipedia saying the opposite.
Okay, well, where is the citation? Where is the citation? The notation that you're talking about?
It has a little link next to it. So at the end of the sentence, it'll have a little link to what it says.
Okay, hold on. So I pressed the little thing, right?
Yeah. So what is that link said?
It says says house.government, international law, and the recognition of Israeli sovereignty in the Golan.
Yeah. So this is testimony by one law professor. Legality of defensive conquest.
A law professor? So I'm supposed to take your word over a law professor?
No. So I'm taking like literally everyone's word over a law professor. But let's see what the law professor actually said. Evidence, source, prohibition, post charter understands something over. Okay, the UN prohibits war in most cases when the use of force.
I could pull up other sources, but I don't intend to do
Okay,
right
this
now.
claims that if there was no violation of international law under the war, some form of conquest may be justified. That was from 2018 by one law professor. I want to see who this is, because this was testimony to the U.S. House, which is famously unreliable. Oh no, he's Israeli. Okay, I actually don't care what he has to say. There we are.
Okay, fair enough. No, fair enough. You don't care what he has to say. Okay, then let's deal with it from that basis.
Let's deal
with it from that. No,
because he's not third party. You can understand how like someone who has a vested interest in their country expanding, I wouldn't care what they have to say on their country legally expanding.
And how do you judge intent? How do you know that he?
I didn't say intent. I said he had a vested interest in it.
A vested interest means that he intends to skew things in the favor of his own political interest.
Sorry, no. The whole entire purpose of vested interest is that you don't
fair enough. Okay, fair enough. You have no interest in. You have no interest in taking him as a credible source, and I have no interest in...
Because he has a vested interest in lying. So
but what I was...
JustSecurity.org, as well as Haaretz, as well as Wikipedia, agree with what I'm saying. One Israeli law professor seems to agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. So obviously, two things.
I'm going to take the third party, almost ubiquitous analysis.
You have every right to do so, but the only thing I've established right now is, and which is what I really want to establish, is that I'm not talking out of my hat. Okay, I gave you a credible source, and you say that it's incredible or lacking of any credibility.
An Israeli scholar on the legality of his own country.
A scholar, sir. Now, am I going to take a scholar, or am I going to take some Breakfast Club-looking kid on TikTok? Okay, I think I'll take the scholar.
You're going to insult me personally?
I was just kidding. Okay, you know what? As a matter of fact, I'm going to do something. By the way...
Sorry. No,
I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to take a step back and apologize. I screwed up. I screwed up. I can't apologize for that? No, I did. I apologize. That was, you know what? That is something that I do not like to do. Sometimes I can't resist myself, and I have to be the SOB that I
control yourself or leave.
No, I know. No, absolutely. No. Sometimes I can't resist. I have to be the SOB that I was when I was your age. Okay, I regress. Okay,
once again,
I do apologize.
Or like that was obviously a snide attack. Let's just try and not comment on any physical or personal aspect.
No, you know what? No, you know what? Sometimes.
Do you think that that's a fair rule?
Absolutely. No, I apologize.
For your comment just then.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, I apologize in any way that
stay on topic.
I submit to. Okay, I know. No, that was stupid, and I apologize. Although it was kind of clever, it was stupid. Okay.
Nope, nothing was clever about personal insult.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And then I apologize even for the last statement.
Do you think that their annexation of the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem is legal when the UN has explicitly and multiple times claimed that it was illegal? So has the ICJ. So
you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you.
Disagreed with you. The UN General Council has disagreed with you. Amnesty International disagrees.
You know
with
what?
Human Rights Watch disagrees with you.
I am going to be completely honest with you, sir. I'm not a legal scholar. When indictments are laid down, when it goes to the ICC, and then you in fact have a not only an indictment, not only an indictment. No, the ICC. I'm sorry, but the ICC. When indictments are laid down to the ICC, when there is a call to justice that leads to the prosecution of individuals or collectively the government, then I will look at it from that point.
That has happened. The ICJ has submitted
when governments are found to be guilty by the International Criminal Court.
The ICJ released an advisory ruling finding them guilty of the crime of apartheid.
I said ICC, sir, not ICJ.
Why do you trust the ICC more than the ICJ?
Because the ICC has prosecutive powers, and the ICJ merely, for lack of a better term right now, they're merely nothing more than an observational element. They do not send people to jail. They do not.
I'm so sorry. Do you think everyone that has been indicted by the ICC has been sent to jail?
No. But I want something.
Sorry, Putin, who was indicted by the ICC, went to Mongolia, a ICC signatory country, and was not thrown in jail.
Which,
by the way, just as effective as the ICJ. Actually, the ICJ has also actively caused punitive measures to be taken against countries.
Which, by the way,
so once again, also, are you American, sir?
Yes, I am.
You know that your country is not part of the ICC, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why do you trust the ICC more than the ICJ when they?
I didn't say I trust it. I said that I'll take it a lot more seriously when in fact
by basically the same people.
Because when criminal indictments are laid down that have teeth into them, I take the situation more seriously, and I consider because once again it's a prosecutory.
The prosecutions don't do anything more than the prosecutions of the ICJ.
Doesn't make any difference. Once again, when you have an indictment,
you're wrong. The difference is wrong.
No, once again, they're making the ICJ doesn't, for lack of a better term, right now, the ICJ makes proclamations.
Yes,
nothing
so
declarations. The ICC hands down actual indictments. If you can get consensus, it's a criminal
court rather than
a criminal court, and for that reason, sir, I give it more credibility. However, ultimately,
that's wild. That's a wild distinction. So you don't trust what the ICJ, which is a specialist body in this area, has done. But you do trust the ICC, which is not a specialist body.
I didn't say I trust them. I said that I will take the allegations more seriously.
The ICC will never rule on whether Israel has committed the crime of apartheid.
Okay, then everything else is speculative because ultimately, sir, what's going to decide this conflict will have nothing to do with the ICJ, the ICC, or the Geneva Convention. What will decide this is an element of power. Who wins this conflict? So we can sit here, we can play all the
using your breath to support an apartheid genocidal state is giving them power.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's me.
It is. That's the whole point of public advocacy.
Look at no. See, you're operating now. You're launching accusations against my intent.
No. I'm saying by being up here and using your breath to support a genocidal apartheid state.
They're not a genocidal apartheid state. So first of all, they're not an apartheid state.
But if you want to stay in realpolitik, right, and you want to say, well, all that really matters is power and who has the bigger guns.
No.
Right? Then what I'm telling you is that you are choosing to use your power to support them. We can talk about analysis. Yeah, I think Israel's going to win. Yeah, I think they are going to successfully genocide a lot of Palestinians. Yeah. We can have that analysis if you want, right? I'd rather have the discussion of, hey, we're two people who have independent political power by speaking on this, right? Because we are both American citizens, and our government is the one who determines it.
Do you think
Let's talk about how they should have it. So why do you not think they're an apartheid state?
Well, because you have... Okay, put it to you this way. I think that the more credible charges are do systems of hypocrisy in terms of apartheid exist within Israel without it being an actual apartheid state? Because I do believe
it's a state that is committing apartheid. by not giving Palestinians within Area C and B citizenship of the country that is ruling them, how is that not apartheid?
Well, because first of all, the terrorist activity has been prosecuted against Israel.
Sorry, can you collectively punish a group of people because certain people within that group have done terrorist actions?
You're not collectively punishing them by just allowing them.
Group of people don't have to get citizenship because a few of them committed terrorism. That's collective punishment.
First of all, they don't want citizenship. They want the majority.
Multiple individuals within Area A, within Area B and C have requested it. You're wrong, but they have a right to it under them being administered by Israel. So I'm asking you, right? Also, what did you mean saying because they had terrorism? Did you mean to say that because there were some terrorists within this group, which, by the way, there have been Israeli terrorists?
You can't.
Ben-Gvir is Israeli terrorist. Does that mean we should get rid of all Israeli citizenship? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Ben-Gvir is not a terrorist. He's a radical conservative. He's a radical.
He is a convicted terrorist. Sorry, he has been indicted and prosecuted for 4 counts of domestic terrorism.
Domestic terrorism against his own nation.
He's been indicted for 4 counts of domestic terrorism.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
He's literally an indicted terrorist.
Okay, anyway, fair enough. Fair enough.
So my question was, why does it matter that some Palestinians have been terrorists? Does that justify not giving rightful citizenship?
No, that doesn't justify
to all Palestinians. So then why did you mention it?
Because that's not
a racist double standard.
Because that's not what justifies it. What justifies it is the fact that
what was the relevance of mentioning it?
It represents an imminent threat to the nation of Israel, therefore giving Israel the right to defend themselves.
Demographic and nationality. So are you saying that in order to maintain Israel's national security, they must not recognize an entire nationality?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because once again,
who else said that? You know who else said that? Apartheid South Africa, baby. That was the exact same justification that apartheid South Africa said to deny black people citizenship because it was a threat to the apartheid state. 100%.
Different situation, sir. Different situation.
It is different, but the justification is the exact same.
No, the justification isn't the exact same.
And they were right. They were right. Giving black people citizenship within apartheid South Africa did destroy the regime.
No, the black. Well, first of all, the black population in South Africa did not represent an imminent threat to the existence of the entire nation.
It did, because the apartheid regime
what they did in South Africa is they overturned apartheid, but they didn't do it
to Israel's fundamental constitution to overturn the apartheid of Israel, right, which is to maintain the ethnically Jewish supremacy, is to fundamentally make it not Israel, because they established Israel as a Jewish nation. So in order to overturn the apartheid within Israel, inherent in the Constitution of Israel, one must make it not a constitutionally Jewish nation.
Okay. So I'll give you your argument just for the sake right now. I'll give you your argument. Okay, let's say that Israel.
Tell me why you disagree.
Because it's going to bear no fruit. So once again, I'm going to cede your argument right now, as I did before. I'm conceding, yes. So now, question 2. Now, as a result of that, should the state of Israel exist? Because the state of South
depends how you conceive of the state of Israel. Should there be a state in that area that is named Israel? I don't really care. Should there be a Jewish supremacist state? Should there be a state, an ethno-state, solely for one type of person within this area? Absolutely not.
Should there be a state right now that promises and gives a concept of Zionism to the Jewish people? Yes or no?
A concept of Zionism. What do you mean by a concept?
Do you know what the
Zionism?
Well, okay. Do you know what the definition of Zionism
is? Tell me of the ideological movement of Zionism.
You tell me the definition of Zionism. So I want to hear your definition. And I'm not going to say you're right and wrong.
Google definition that I agree with.
Okay.
A movement for, and originally, the reestablishment and now the development and protection of a Jewish nation is in what is now Israel. It was established as a political organization in 1897 under Theodor Herzl and was later led by Shane Weizmann.
Okay. So my definition of Zionism is the right of the Jewish people to have self-determination in their ancestral homeland. Nothing more, nothing less than that. Now, as a result of that, I support that concept. Based on my definition, I support...
Israel goes well beyond that.
Okay, so there should be a nation of Israel, They
I don't
should have what.
I'd actually prefer if it's not.
Well, I'm not talking about. I prefer that it is, and I want it to be called Israel, and I want it to be a homeland for the Jewish people, and I want them to consistently maintain the immigration policies that they have right now, as they exist, because that is within their right to be autonomous. And then what I want you to do, and what I want your side to do, is eventually, the people who feel like you that you would rather have that you would rather not, sir, that you would rather not have the nation be called Israel. So people on your side who feel as you do, and you probably do,
give special rights to special people.
Would you prefer to see the flag changed also, just based on your preference?
Care. The issue
you don't care. I care a great deal. No, I care a great deal. I think that the Star of David.
If you're going to have, sir,
I'm shutting up. Go ahead. I'm shutting up. I'm shutting up. I'm shutting up. Go ahead.
My issue is that the state of Israel, the name of Israel, and the iconography of Israel, and the whole concept of Israel that has been built up, right, does not just give self-determination to the Jewish people within where they perfectly well have a right to be. Okay? It does so in a way that deprives other native people their right to self-determination. And so that is fucked up and has been a colonial genocidal state for its whole existence. So any association with that state, no, anti, bad, right? So, but if we could all wipe it clean and start again and say, okay, Jews have a right to be here, right? What should we call the nation? I don't care if that whole legacy of the name of Israel is gone. I don't really care. We can call it Palestine, we can call it Israel, we can call it the Holy, I don't care. The point is when you say, a right of self-determination within their ancestral homeland, you're sneaking in an idea that they are the only ones with a right to self-determination within their homeland. So I'll ask you directly, do you believe that the native Palestinians, the people that were there prior, right, to there, that have been living there for generations on generations on generations, do you believe that they have a right to self-determination within that very same land?
I believe that they have a right to self-determination once they have their own nation, which I believe should exist alongside by side with the Israeli nation.
Can I just ask, do you believe that Jews had a right to self-determination within that land prior to the foundation of Israel?
Absolutely.
So you are, sorry, just to be clear, you are saying that the native Palestinians do not have a right to self-determination prior to the foundation of their state. But but Jews do. How is that not racism?
I'm going to repeat what I said. I said that the people of Palestine, who are Palestinian people, and I recognize them as such, have a right to self-determination once they establish their own independent...
But you believe that Jews had a right to self-determination prior?
Yes,
so one
absolutely.
Group of people had a right to self-determination always. One group of people you give preconditions and qualifications on.
No. Why? Both people have a right to self-determination, but they only... I'm being 100% equal because both sides have a right to self-determination. Only one side pursued and succeeded in attaining nation-state status as recognized by the United Nations, and the other side, sir,
the state of Palestine is recognized as an observer state within the UN.
Observer state doesn't give you. They'll never sit at the Security Council. They'll never be. They're more or less overseers. They're more or less in the. They're more or less in the. They're not. They are not a nation. They are not a nation state with the right to self-determination. What they are is they're a region.
Sorry, I'm intrigued.
They're a region.
Humans have right to self-determination.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Okay,
but
so the
way
Palestinians and peoples as a collective have a right to self-determination as well.
Yes, they do.
Okay, so do the Palestinian people have a right to? Do the Palestinian people have a right to self-determination right now?
Once they attain nation-state status as recognized, once they petition.
I'm going to start that again. Do I, as a human, regardless of my national identity, have a right to self-determination?
Yes, but you don't have a right to self-determination if you let's say you decide to go to China, right? And you,
I maintain my right to self-determination in China.
Not within the nation of China.
Yes, I do.
You are an American. You have the right to self-determination. But once you go there, you live under the dictates of their system.
Yes, and when I live in America, I live under the dictates of the American system. That's not what we mean by self-determination.
Yes, it is. Okay, put it to you this way. Okay, would you consider that the right to free speech imperative, is a very important part of the right to
We're
self-determination.
talking
You can
about
say whatever you
fundamental
want.
human rights.
No, we're talking about the full right. Don't you think free speech is a fundamental human right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you go to China and you say things that you could legally say in America, and in China you will be sent to jail. Okay, or you could even be unalived. Okay, possibly.
You more likely to be unalived in America. That's fine.
No, that's not true. Come on.
We
You
per
can,
capita slaughter more people than China does.
not over free speech issues, sir.
I mean, I would consider innocent black men that just like mouth off to the police free speech issues, but that's neither here nor there.
That is not official policy of the United States, and you know it. What you
Seems
do.
pretty official when they keep doing
This is the problem I have with people who are on your side. Who, by the way, I find you credible. Okay, I don't think that you're talking out of your hat. Like obviously you think I am. Okay, but I will say this. That
I don't care. I would prefer we talk on substance.
No. I am talking on substance. What you do? Okay.
I really don't care your opinion of my side. I don't have a good.
I'm
view
not
of your
going
side
to
either.
waste a lot of time saying things. Okay,
Don't
if I
waste
throw
any time then.
I throw out olive branches.
Beautiful. So in
on top of being an SOB,
Negative
at
view of
times
China,
I'm
which
usually
by
a
and large
nice.
has more freedom of speech than we do, just to be clear. But
Are you're going to say that communist China has more freedom of speech than the United States?
I am going to say that.
Okay, you
because
know what? In my
you can't speak when you're
opinion,
dying from,
if you're
you can't speak when you're dying from preventable diseases. You can't speak when you're dying from when you're like physically not able to live because you're unhoused. You're not free when you don't have access to childcare. You're not free when you have these things. But anyway, that's what I mean by that. But okay, so you go to China and you get arrested. Yes, I can tell you they are infringing upon your freedom of speech because you still have a right to freedom of speech, but they are infringing upon it.
Yes, sir. What, I mean, if we want to talk philosophy, okay, yeah, we all have rights to self-determination.
But that's what
we
a
should
fundamental
we
human
should
right
all exist within a co-op where we all have equal rights within every place that we go. But that's not the way the world works, sir.
Well,
So if you say certain things in Russia, if you say certain things in China,
sorry, the word you're looking for is civil rights.
No. What we're trying to establish here is you're trying to say that the Palestinian people have every right that the Israelis do within the Israeli nation, but they are not Israelis.
There are civil rights.
There are Israeli people who are Arabs who come from the region, but they are not. But the Palestinian people who live on the West Bank and who live in Gaza, by the way, many of whom in Gaza.
Can I just try and correct you for 2 seconds? When we are talking about rights, it's important to distinguish between two things that we're talking about. They're both valid concepts that exist. You're just using them confusedly. Fundamental human rights and civil rights. Do you understand the distinction I'm drawing there?
Yeah, but the real distinction is this.
No, before you, can you tell me the distinction being drawn there?
Okay, repeat it again because I was about to make a point.
Fundamental human rights.
Right.
Civil rights.
Right.
What is the distinction between those two concepts?
I would say that civil rights exist within the laws of each nation, and the fundamental human rights are the laws that we all have as human beings, as a co-op.
So when I go to China, do I lose my fundamental human rights?
Quite possibly, yes. And if you go to Russia, the same, yes.
Then we don't understand the concept.
No, we do understand the concept. You're talking philosophy, and I'm talking about reality. You go to Russia, and you do certain things that you do here, and you're going to the gulag.
I'm talking about how we use these words.
I'm talking about reality. I don't care about how you're using words. I'm talking about you do certain things in Russia that you can do in America.
Yes, and they
you are going to the gulag. They infringe upon you, but that is reality. That is reality. However, what I'm not going to do, which is obviously what you want to do. No, I'm looking at things in a much more nuanced way than you're willing to.
Nothing about that is nuanced. You're just using the word wrong. I told you the correct way to say it. Right.
No,
the correct way to say it is when I go to Russia, my fundamental human. Okay, is it wrong when they violate my free speech in China?
Absolutely.
Why is it wrong?
Because I come from a nation that believes in the concept of free speech. There's no objective reality to it,
sir. Is it wrong
when
they violate the free speech of their own citizens?
Is it wrong? In my opinion, it is, but obviously they don't think it is.
In your opinion, so if it is wrong to do something, just hear me out. If it is wrong to infringe upon a freedom of a human, then that human has a right to that freedom. And so when we say, hey, it's wrong to do this, in a rights-based theory of morality, we are saying it's wrong because you have violated a right.
But in the real world, regardless of what you think that is right, regardless of what you think,
we're talking about what should happen here.
we are talking about what should happen. I agree with you. What should happen, but that's not the point. The point is what happens. Okay, so we take each situation and we look at it based on its own individual notation. In other words, in Israel, where you have a population in Gaza who majoritively denounce the nation state of Israel, they support H group as a political group, and they have shown to be, unlike you, an actual physical threat to the nation of Israel. It would be complete.
An physical threat to them.
I know you. No, but you're incorrect. Not the Israeli nation.
Wait,
no,
sorry, Israel hasn't been an actual physical threat to the citizens of Palestine?
No, no.
Wait, this is a crazy, wild thing to say. You're saying that the state of Israel hasn't been an actual physical threat to the civilians of Gaza?
No, I am saying it 100%, and I'm going to tell you why.
So
if you let me
Israel has
finish.
been an actual physical threat. So I really don't give a fuck if the citizens of Gaza have been an actual physical threat to Israel when 10 times more Palestinian civilians, almost 50 times more Palestinian civilians have been killed by Israel than ever.
Did you
Israeli
hear
civilians have been killed by
what I
Palestine.
said? I'm going to double
Israel has the
down.
right to subjugate a whole class of people because of comparatively much less civilian deaths, right? Then in what world do you think that that Gaza doesn't have a right to respond? I'm very confused.
No, because it was the Palestinian side that initiated this conflict, sir.
Oh, that's fascinatingly wrong. That's incredibly wrong. Israel was committing crimes. Israel was committing crimes against Palestine almost nonstop.
When the situation flipped over from a war against Arab nations to a struggle by the Palestinian people, which was approximately, let's say, after the '67 war, right? At the Arab summit in Khartoum, was Yasser Arafat, who was the leader of for all intents and purposes, we all acknowledge that Yasser Arafat was a leader of the Palestinian people. And his reply to any offerings of peace was no recognition, number one, no recognition.
And what did he say in 1990?
Doesn't make any difference. We're talking about how this conflict was started. We're talking about how this conflict. We're trying to establish initiation.
I said I know that you are a sane person who can hear and see. Did he recognize the state of Israel in 1990?
Doesn't make any difference, right? To the point I'm making.
Can you answer the question?
No, he walked away from negotiations.
Okay, you're saying that the PLO did not recognize the state of Israel in the 1990s.
I'm saying that they had no intent of recognizing.
Answer the question that I asked.
I don't know. Nobody knows.
Then why are you speaking on this? Yes, the PLO recognized the state of Israel in 1990. Why did they not stop bombing the fuck out of Palestine?
Because the Palestinian side did not stop bombing the hell out of them.
That's insane. They just bombed the West Bank. When was the last bomb that came out of the West Bank?
Stop shooting at the Palestinian. Stop shooting at the Israeli side.
Oh my goodness, they're throwing rocks at the IDF, and the IDF
not rocks,
targeted missiles.
Not rocks. No, not rocks. They were blowing
in
things
the West
up.
Bank,
Sir.
that's what's happening. Why did they bomb the West Bank?
Okay, first of all, there's two parts of Palestine, sir. There's the West Bank and Gaza. You can't just completely.
It's currently occupied by Israel.
There are two regions in what we are calling Palestine. They exist as one entity, which is the Palestinian region, which is the region that is
the Palestinian state.
You can call it whatever you want, Palestinian state, but there are two regions and they exist as one Palestine.
Why you're depriving rights of Palestinians?
So it is not collective.
The right to self-determination.
What's that?
I'm intrigued. So you're still engaged in the racist denial of rights
because they have initiated at every point. If you let me finish,
initiate the 1960s. Sorry, did Palestinians initiate the war in 1967?
Yes, they did. No, not Palestinians. The Arab side.
Okay, so no. So I'm sorry, they all look the same to you.
What?
So they didn't initiate 1967. That's fascinating. Did they initiate in 1948?
Yes, they did.
No. Israel
upon recognition
independence illegally. You're wrong. And also there was an explicit stated goal of expelling Palestinians in 1948. Right. So no, Palestinians have not initiated every single time.
So resolution.
So did they initiate it on October 7th?
Resolution 181 was just a complete breach of international laws. What you're telling me, because they had they had UN recognition in 1948 to establish the nation. The only reason
Israel
that
never
was
followed
in
it.
any
The UN has
way
condemned precisely the act of 1948 since then. You want to talk about the UN? You want to talk about resolutions of the UN?
I want to talk about 181 right now. We're talking about what we're trying to establish.
So do you think
See, you're jumping around. No,
do you
sir.
think
So
that
you're
resolutions of the UN are helpful and relevant?
yeah, well, I think that the situation with the UN has changed because now there's been a political shift in the UN, and I think many of those elements are acting not.
The UN stuff.
Oh, we all cherry pick. Oh, we all cherry.
Well, this part of the UN I trust in is wholeheartedly true, and this part isn't. So
okay. I think that it's been a long, slow process of regression. Okay, because once again, when you look at the history of the situation, it was the Arab side that started in 48 upon the birth of the
Nope,
Israeli
that's not
nation.
true. No, that's not true.
They
That's not true.
invaded. They made an attempt to
According to
invade
Ben
the
Gurion
nation.
in private meetings, they explicitly. Sorry, that's not true. According to Ben Gurion, in private meetings, they explicitly expanded out to aggravate the Palestinians and Arab nations into a war because they knew that was the only possible way to expand into the territory that they wanted. Because the 1948 territory that they needed was not attainable otherwise.
Then why don't they just, if they have the territory in the way that you say, why don't they just make it a part of the Israeli nation and just be in complete defiance?
They have.
It is not a part of the Israeli nation.
That's so interesting. Do you know what the 1948 partition looked like?
The West Bank and Gaza today do not exist as part of the Israeli nation. Okay,
you're saying that they're de jure they do. So the East Jerusalem is part of. So East Jerusalem. 1 second. East Jerusalem is part of the West Bank. Yes.
East Jerusalem is a part of that.
Oh, be there.
The West Bank, yes, sir. The only reason.
1 second. No, stop speaking for 2 seconds. East Jerusalem is part of the West Bank. According to Israel, what is East Jerusalem? Is it Israel?
It's Israel.
Okay, so what you said just there was wrong. You said Gaza and the West Bank are not part of Israel. You're wrong. East Jerusalem is de jure part of Israel. Portions of the border, the Green Line, are part of Israel, which are properly part of the West Bank. And the Golan Heights, which is annexed part of Syria, is de jure part of Israel.
Well, Jerusalem has been a part of Israel, sir. Okay, since now.
No, it hasn't. That's not true.
Yes, it is. What is the capital of Israel today?
What is the capital of Israel today? Depends who you are asking. The diplomatic
capital
of Israel is Tel Aviv.
No, what is the capital of Israel today?
The diplomatic capital of Israel.
What is the recognized capital of Israel today?
Recognized by whom?
What is the recognized capital of Israel today?
Depends who you're asking. It's either unrecognized because Israel is not recognized, diplomatically Tel Aviv, or West Jerusalem.
Okay, it's Jerusalem. Okay, and you know it.
Why ask me a question, honestly?
Because you're telling me that Jerusalem exists as a part of Palestine, and it doesn't exist as a part of Palestine.
What did I say?
They had the opportunity.
What did I say?
Repeat yourself, because I'm not going to try to.
I don't know why I'm speaking. I really don't. If we're just going to lie about what I said, like after I say it like 4 times, I don't.
Okay, so then you. Okay, no. Then we're straight then.
I really don't.
Then,
what I said was that I'll repeat, and I actually want you to listen this time. East Jerusalem, according to the UN and pretty much every independent organization that has ever looked at the happenings of the international law in this case, is rightfully part of the Palestinian state and has been illegally annexed by Israel following 1967.
It's been illegally annexed by Israel. It was taken back in a war that was started by the Arab side, sir. How was that illegal?
Back to this point, you cited one Israeli propagandist to support your point, and I have every single third-party organization showing you that you are incorrect on the international law. The ICJ has ruled that you are wrong on this. The UN General Council has ruled that you are wrong on this. Amnesty International has said that you are wrong on this.
And
Human Rights Watch has said you're wrong on this. B'Tselem says you're wrong on this. Literally, no one recognizes it. America doesn't even recognize it. You are just wrong.
And why does it remain a part of Israel then?
Because Israel has the biggest guns.
Exactly. And this is what ultimately is going to decide this conflict. Should the Palestinians...
You're saying that the British were right in colonizing. You're saying America was right in slavery because we could do it.
I'm not talking about right or wrong.
People with the most guns can just do whatever they want and they're justified in doing it.
Let me tell you something, my friend. I'm very pro-American, okay? I am glad that we won the Revolutionary War. But if we lost,
what I'm saying is that if you are saying the people with the biggest guns do whatever they want, then you are justifying some of the largest atrocities in the world.
You know, sometimes I wish that I was a little bit more popular so I could have a home place and I wouldn't have to cede to everybody the right to the microphone. I have no home place because I support a two-state solution. So being a compromising bloke, I'm always on the other guy's turf. Now, having said all that mishmash, I'm going to tell you this, sir, that regardless of what I feel.
Tell me why you're justifying the worst atrocities in the world.
Because ultimately, as the world exists today, the organizing principle exists in a concept of warfare. Had we lost the Revolutionary War, I would be under British authority today. That is just reality.
It would be unjust.
Call it what you want, but it is more important than whether you think it's unjust or not. It is just reality.
It's entirely irrelevant to what we're talking about because
it is not irrelevant.
What should be done.
No, it is not irrelevant. It is very relevant because.
Do you think Israel should not commit genocide?
I don't think Israel is committing genocide. That's to me. That's complete fallacy.
Are you? Do you hear me? Do you hear the things? Do you hear the words I'm saying? Are we confused in what I'm saying? Do we not know what I'm saying?
No, you're asking me a load of
questions.
Okay, do I think Israel should commit genocide? Is that the question that you just asked, word for word? I think that question leads us into a false point because Israel is not committing genocide.
It doesn't.
I don't think anybody.
I didn't say Israel is committing genocide. I said should they be?
No. Okay, God. Okay, no.
Okay, I shouldn't have to ask a fully grown adult a question 5 times to get them to answer. Do you think that's fair?
Well, when you load the question up, I think any full of...
How is it loaded?
You're asking me if I think that Israel should not commit a genocide. That suggests, that infers that they are to any objective person.
I'm just trying to set a moral standard.
It sounds like that
apartheid is wrong.
Yes, I do. It is wrong in every...
Then what we move to is not who is capable of committing apartheid, right? Or who in fact will end up committing apartheid, or who in fact will end up engaged in genocide. The question at hand, okay, is whether they are in fact committing it and whether it is wrong. That is the extent of the discussion. So when you go, well, I know you're trying to stop crimes and I know you care about them doing something wrong, but pish posh, they can and they're the most powerful. Do you understand how that turns us into a totally different discussion? The question of what is wrong and what they are doing has nothing to do with who will end up being able to do it. Do you understand how?
No, but I'm not going to be able to convince you that Israel is doing right because obviously you think they're doing wrong.
I agree because they aren't. So you keep trying.
No, you agree because you think they aren't, but you're absolutely incorrect.
Then we have a discussion about it.
Don't
pivot away from it.
You have representation. You have Arab representation in their Likud, in their Knesset.
If you're going to be bad faith, as you have been throughout this discussion,
you have complete right of.
We're gonna go way down in this discussion. Your whole realpolitik,
you're trying to establish
principle bullshit is irrelevant to the discussion. Yes,
it is relevant. No, it is.
Okay, how is it relevant to the question of whether they are and whether it's wrong?
Well, first of all, I was about to answer specifically, sir. The people who live in Israel who are not Israeli citizens.
No, I didn't ask a question about that. How is the point you made?
Of course you didn't ask me a question like that because it answers your question.
No. I asked you a direct question. I want a direct answer. I'm not wasting my time more. How is the question of realpolitik, who's capable of it, who's powerful enough of it, relevant to whether they are and whether they should?
It is not relevant, which is why we're having this philosophical debate, which is secondary.
Stop wasting everyone's time. Thank you for admitting you wasted my time. Now answer the question. We can have the discussion of whether they are. Can you stop bringing up the realpolitik edge bro bullshit of, it's who's powerful. Actually, slavery was okay because they ended up just actually being more powerful. Actually, all the genocides in the world were okay because they were just more powerful. That's the actual argument that goes on. So let's talk about whether they are and whether they should. Are you interested in that discussion?
I'm very interested in that discussion.
Okay,
Israel is not, and they should.
Do you want to stay on that discussion?
Yes, I do. Go ahead.
Okay, then stop bringing up realpolitik bullshit. So let's talk about whether they are committing apartheid. Are they occupying the West Bank right now?
Yes, as a result of a defensive war, yes.
Okay, if you are occupying a place, do you have an obligation to the people you are occupying?
Yes, you do, but you don't give them the same absolute autonomy that the people have in your nation. No occupying force ever did that. When the United States occupied Germany for 4 years, they did not become American citizens with equal rights to Americans or Russians or French or the British people. They did not have equal citizenry.
What's the difference between those two occupations?
There is no difference, really. There was a result of a war that was lost. What's that?
One of them did America annex?
No. When did those apartheid? When did the one in Europe end? When did the one in Europe? No.
Talk about the annexation.
When did the one in Europe end?
This is a really interesting question. Did America move its civilians into East Germany?
No, they didn't.
West Germany? Sorry.
No, they did not.
No. So when you're occupying something for security purposes, which is that what you're saying they're doing with?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you're occupying something for security purposes, do you move your civilians into that area?
What civilians from Gaza or the West Bank have been moved?
When I ask you a question, what do I expect you to do?
The Israelis have never moved their citizenry.
This is really simple. When I ask you a question, what do I expect you to do?
Answer it with a yes or no answer.
No, I just want you to answer. I just want you to address
the question. Ask the question again.
As I asked,
okay.
When you are militarily occupying a territory for security, do you put civilians into that military occupation?
No, you don't, which is what Israel has not done also. Okay, go ahead.
Israel has not moved its civilians into the West Bank?
No.
Okay, we're not living in reality. So the settlements of the West Bank don't exist?
Under Area C, where Israel has...
Is Israel occupying Area C?
Yes, and what supersedes any
Israel
international...
occupying Area C for security purposes?
No, they're occupying Area C because this is what the Palestinian side agreed to during the Oslo Accords. For what I don't know for what purposes, but that was the way the agreement...
What was the purpose of setting up Area C?
Purpose of setting up Area C, I don't know what the purpose was, but I know that...
You don't know what you're talking about. Area C was set up for security purposes. It was claimed...
Yes,
okay, and when you set up...
I don't know where you're going. I don't know where you're going.
Occupation for security purposes, you and I have agreed, okay, that you don't put civilians into that territory.
The fact that the Arab side or the Palestinian side, agreed to Area C being under the authority of the Israelis supersedes anything that was an agreement that was...
They didn't agree to settlers.
Excuse me? No,
they didn't agree to settlers explicitly.
Okay. They did not agree to settlers, but they agreed that Israel was in charge of that area.
Yes, but
they held domain over the area.
With an obligation to consistently transfer more and more power to the Palestinian Authority. It was a transitionary agreement.
Provided that the Palestinian side stopped shooting at them, sir.
Did the PA shoot at Israel?
The PA, the Palestinian side has consistently...
No. It was an agreement between the Israeli state...
Palestinians...
No.
You're ducking the question. Call me East LA, that's fine.
East LA. Did the PA shoot at Israel?
Palestinian side, the threat
individual civilians and militias that commit war crimes can cause treaties between states to be invalid. Is that what you're saying?
If it represents a direct threat to the existence or the autonomy of the nation, yes. To the security of the nation, yes.
PA doesn't have to do with Israel because settlers in organized gangs have lynched Palestinians in the West Bank. Is that what you're saying?
Well, then you hold those settlers accountable. You hold those. Okay. You hold those settlers.
Israel has not. Do you condemn Israel for not holding their domestic terrorists within the West Bank to account for lynching Palestinians?
I don't know if what you're saying is true.
Do your own goddamn research, because you don't know what you're talking about, and you're defending a criminal state that has committed genocide against thousands
I know
of
the accusations that have been made about your side.
America, the people that suck off Israel the most publicly.
I know the accusations.
How do you not know about this accusation? It's one of the largest, most public things ever.
I know the accusations that have been made against by your side. No, because I do not base condemnations on accusations, which is all that you have right now. Number one,
we have proof, we have video evidence of it, we have multiple reports of it, we have hundreds and hundreds of accounts of it. We have third-party reports of it. Human Rights Watch has said this, Amnesty International, the goddamn U.S. Department of State has said this. What more do you need?
well, first of all, once again, I want, if it in fact comes to light that what you are saying is true,
how much more light can be put on it?
So far, they're not enough for me. I'm sorry.
How much is enough?
What I am, sir, I am aware of the history.
So
I'm
how
aware.
much is enough?
I am going to double down on what I said initially. The Palestinian side, by means of
how much is enough for you to condemn Israel for not holding to account their domestic terrorists?
I can ask the same question of you. How much is?
Tell me. Actually, answer
how much? Okay, enough evidence to where there are prosecutions laid down. Now, let me ask you a
prosecutions
question.
by whom? Prosecutions by whom?
I don't know right now, really, because if the
Israel, we're holding Israel to account. Who would prosecute them? In order for you to condemn Israel for lacking prosecutions of its domestic terrorists, you're saying they would have to prosecute their domestic
So
terrorists?
then let me ask you the same
Who would
question.
prosecute them?
Let me ask you the same question then. If you ask me the question,
so
now
you're saying
allow
you don't
me,
know. So you're
allow
saying there's
me
literally
to.
nothing.
I
There's
literally.
nothing that would cause you to condemn Israel.
So
for
right
not holding
now,
domestic terrorists to account.
I'm going back to my original philosophical argument, which is that the Israeli nation not only has an obligation to exist to its people, but it has a right to exist. Okay,
So it has
and
an
until
obligation to allow. It has an obligation to allow its
it
citizens
has
to lynch
an
Palestinians.
obligation.
Does it have an
to-
obligation to allow its citizens to lynch Palestinians?
That's a loaded question. I'm not even going to answer.
Does it?
I'm
asking you why you don't
my
condemn
friend.
it for- Sorry, no.
What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to answer a question like that because it's completely loaded.
I am asking you why you do not condemn it for it allowing its civilians to continue living in peace, in freedom, in openness, after having been caught publicly and openly lynching Palestinians. I'm asking you, does your defense of they have an obligation to exist, they need to exist, do they need to allow their civilians to lynch Palestinians?
They don't need to allow anybody to be lynched.
Okay,
no,
then how
sir.
the fuck does their right to exist have to do with whether you can condemn them for allowing domestic terrorists to continue to live in freedom within their country?
Because you have failed to establish that the Palestinian side has not done many variations of the
Does
same
that justify
thing
lynching
that you are
civilians?
accusing.
Does that justify lynching civilians?
No,
Does the fact that there are terrorists on the Palestinian side justify terrorists on the Israeli side? Is
both
that what you're saying?
instances, two wrongs don't make a right. However,
Correct.
at
And you
the
can
same
condemn both. Look at this.
Oh, Jesus.
I condemn the Hamas. Wow, look at that. Amazing.
But the difference, no, here's, but
Crazy.
here's the only difference.
You condemn Hamas, yes?
Yes, I do.
Okay, despite there having been terrorists on the Israeli side?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. So, wow, crazy. So terrorists on one side don't justify terrorists on another. So can you condemn Israel for not holding their own terrorists to account?
If that is in fact the truth,
Why do
yes,
you not
sir.
know? Amnesty has said it. Human Rights Watch has said it. The United Department
Because I don't think that
United
Amnesty
States Department
International.
of State has said it.
I
What
don't
else
think
do
that
you need? Answer me.
I don't think that Amnesty International is an unbiased
What else
source.
do you need?
An unbiased.
Who? Tell me who you would trust.
I would trust. Once again, once you lay down indictments and you have
From who?
I don't know. I don't know. Right now, I would say probably the ICC.
This is really significant. Indictments from who?
The ICC.
The
Possibly.
ICC won't prosecute individual civilians. That's not what they do.
I thought the ICD did. Okay, I was under the impression that the ICC did to prosecute
No,
individuals.
by and large, it prosecutes high level.
By and large, or 100%.
I don't know any single instance where they have prosecuted.
Do they have prosecutory powers to do so
I guess
against
hypothetically
individuals?
could, but I don't know if you know what the ICC.
Okay.
They never
Then
have.
if they-
That's not their purpose.
if
Their purpose
it
is to
doesn't-
go after
okay,
high-level political
once
figures.
again, you asked me by what means they could be prosecuted. If the ICC was to prosecute individuals and or elements of the government, then I would take that very seriously. However, I would not call for the elimination of the government because regardless of the crimes against
Video
humanity,
and third-party verified evidence of them killing Palestinians openly and publicly is not enough.
has that video?
Yes, it's released. It's public. Look at this at all. Are you denying that there are any settlers in the West Bank that have committed like violent hate crimes?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not denying that, but I think that they should be held.
Are you denying? Sorry, let's just like start on the basic factual basis, because you're holding such a racist double standard. You're saying immediately there are terrorists on the Palestinian side, right? Which because I'm a sane person, can accept that, right? Because I've seen it. Because I've seen it.
Has nothing to do with racism, though.
Why? Actually, this is interesting. There have been there are individual civilians and terrorists on the Palestinian side. How do you know that? The ICC hasn't indicted them.
Sure, neither you or I, we are both Americans living thousands of miles away.
You're saying
I'm not holding.
I won't trust that any Israeli has been a terrorist until the ICC prosecutes them.
Quite simply, the reason
Palestinians that have been terrorists, but the ICC hasn't prosecuted them. Why?
The reason I hold a double standard in this conflict is because the Israeli side is a nation that is recognized as such.
This is real politics. It doesn't matter if you're a
nation. It is a real nation.
We're talking about civilians.
The Palestinian side is a The Palestinian side is a destabilized region that has. I'm talking about civilians too, people that exist.
So does what country I'm from determine whether I should be held to a higher or lower moral standard?
When you are talking about one side that has a country and another side that doesn't have a country, not by a higher.
Sorry, just no. Question. I actually want this because this is racism.
Jesus.
Do you believe stateless people should be held to a higher moral standard?
No, I do not.
Do you believe that Palestinian civilians should be held to a higher moral standard?
No, I do not.
Then why do you hold Palestinians to a higher
Because the consequence to not having an organizing principle based on a nation is that your region is destabilized because it has no effective means to get any type of.
What does that have to do with whether, in fact,
because once you have a destabilized region, then you open up the specter of probably or most likely or certainly having more elements of criminals, more elements of terrorism, because you have more elements of poverty. It is a destabilized area. Are you crazy? Gaza is not destabilized. They have been run.
Is Israel in a destabilized region?
No, they're in a destabilized region, but they're the only they're the only element of. They're the only element of stabilization in that region.
That's stupid. Jordan? You don't think Jordan's stable?
Nope.
You don't think Jordan's stable?
No, they're a monarchy. They're a monarchy. They have a very weak economy. They have a lot of problems. They're a recognized state, yes, but they're recognized.
Why would they not be stable?
Because another benchmark that you separate states from is their success, and unfortunately, Jordan is not a successful nation state. Excuse me.
Also, we're talking about stability. Jordan is very stable. It's actually
you stabilize your nation.
Way fewer wars than Israel has. What do you want about?
Right, that's because Israel's been attacked. God, Lord.
Yes, but I mean, you're just wrong. I mean, Jordan's quite stable.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I mean, but also the only reason you said they're stable is they also happen to be the only ones that you would identify with as like a European.
No, it has nothing to do with that. Matter of fact, no. First of all,
and the only one that you would probably identify as white.
First of all, Israel is not a Europe.
Orientalism and racism. But I was saying, you're saying that because you hold a double standard for people that are from one nation or another and one area and another. That's racism by definition. If I told you right now that I was from Palestine or from the area of Palestine, you would say that I'm more. You would judge me at a higher moral standard on whether I was a terrorist.
And who am I? And which side am I favoring in my view of racism? What side am I favoring?
The Israelis.
But what race am I favoring?
So what I said was that it was being racist because they were the group that you would most likely identify with as being white adjacent, right, or European identifying, which is true.
You made the accusation that I am in fact being racist.
Yes, you are. Because the same stereotypes that justify you treating Black or Latinos worse because they are further away from the central hegemony of European whiteness than Europeans are, is the exact same thing that you would. background.
No, you're giving me you're giving me a tummy ache, so I'm pouring myself some seltzer water into a glass of ice. Okay.
It's just super loud. Move away from the mic if you can.
Okay, let me mute the mic.
Okay. Yeah, so when I say racism, we have like this central idealized concept of whiteness in like white supremacy. And then we have people like in the penumbra away from that centralized ideal of whiteness. And in like the global West idea of culture, European Americans are at the center. And then Israelis are often viewed quite central to it as well. That's why we view whitewashing like across like the global East and the global South, right? Because it fits in with that type of stereotyping. It's somewhat complicated, but surely we understand that.
So you're accusing me of whitewashing, literal whitewashing? Is this what you're accusing me of?
Being racist.
So in favor of white societies?
In favor of Israelis.
Israelis are not white.
You can still be racist regarding them. Also, a vast majority of Israelis have a...
First of all, Israelis are not a race, so you're accusing me of being racist. They are not white, yet you're accusing me of racist. Jewish people are not white. They are... Jewishness, sir. Jewishness is an ethnicity.
I've explained to you how I believe you're applying white supremacy here.
Already. How could I be supplying, how could I be displaying white supremacy when there are no white people involved in my, there are no white people involved in my.
There are no white people in Israel?
There are no white people involved in my argument. There are no Jewish people that are white. There are no Israeli.
What are you on about?
The Israeli people, the Jewish people are not white, sir.
There are no Jewish people.
Jewish people are not white. I am serious. Jewish people are not white. They self-identify.
We get into a really complicated discussion of race, but like I have Jewish heritage and I am white.
Yeah, you have Jewish heritage, but you're not Jewish. Are you Jewish?
I'm one generation away from
Are you Jewish?
I'm one generation away from Israel considering me Jewish.
Are you matrilineally Jewish?
I'm sorry, wait. This is wild though, because this is like when it actually gets mind-numbing and super mega racist.
Yeah, right? Because you accused me of being racist, and you're absolutely incorrect.
Let's really fucking get into it.
Because number one,
only go down one side of your family.
No.
Okay, then why the fuck would matrilineal lines matter?
Because we're trying to establish an issue regarding Jewish people, and Jewish people are not. Jewish people are
as well as
not
a religion.
white.
And it's like it's a complicated discussion.
But you accused me of racism, and
yes, you're being racist. Correct. Do you want me to explain why I believe you're being racist?
I want to hear it.
Great. So by and large, when we talk about what like racial biases people have, okay, like if you see a darker skinned black person, most racist people will be more racist to the darker skinned black person than the lighter skinned black person. Okay? Even though neither of them are white. Do you understand that concept?
Yeah, but what I want to know is when you said...
do you understand that? How you can be racist.
I understand that.
You can be less racist to this and more, like you're applying a white supremacist ideal to everyone dependent upon their proximity to the white supremacist hierarchy. Do we understand?
I understand. Can I ask one question?
Okay, cool. So what I'm saying is that you apply a stereotype, a racialized stereotype, to all of the Arab nations around Israel that you don't apply to Israel. And that is a dehumanizing and brutalizing stereotype that you don't apply to Israel because Israel, in your view, is closer to the white supremacist center of culture.
So when you use the words, which you use these people, who are you referring to as these people?
What?
Right now, you said, in the context that you just used it, you said these people when you were referring to the Israeli side. Obviously, you were referring to the.
Yes, I'm referring to all the civilians of Israel, right? Who we in our minds think of as an Israeli, right? As compared to those members of the Arab countries around it.
Okay. So you're okay. So far we have established
you are racist as it pertains to treating your concept of the Arab people and the Arab countries compared to the Israeli and the Israeli country.
Give me 20 seconds to explain myself. Okay, to see my perspective, to unveil my perspective. So far, you've addressed these people as the Israeli people. You've addressed them as Israelis. We've also addressed them as Jewish. None of these people are white. None of these people are of a race. It is true, sir. None of these people are of any particular race.
In Israel.
No, I'm denying that Jewish people are white.
There are Jewish people in Israel.
Malcolm X had red hair and
in Israel.
No, there are white people.
That there are any white Europeans in Israel?
No, I'm denying that there are Jewish people are not white people. That's what I'm saying.
None of these people are white.
None of the Jewish people are white. When I was referring to the Jewish people
in Israel?
Yes, there are. They're probably
wonderful.
Scandinavian people.
Are there people that are descendant of white people in Israel?
Yeah, of course.
Are the vast majority of Jews in Israel at least descendant of white people?
They have white in them, but they're not white. They
Fantastic.
are no way.
Okay, then I don't
they are
care
not white.
about what I would consider, by and large, to be a completely useless and inane discussion of whether religion can trump our modern concept of race.
Well, then, if you're going to make accusations of racism, I would suggest that you identify a race as what as part of the element. But it makes no sense. You have yet to establish
how the concept you have of people living in you. So you already homogenized and like you
and then
of people living in Palestine.
And then, by the way, and then you say, and then you make the accusation, which is completely false. But you make the accusation that the people that I am prejudiced against are Arabs, and Arabs aren't even a race either. So you have yet to establish any aspect of race regarding your accusations of me being racism, to which, in my opinion, I say with all due respect, sir, and objectively speaking, it kind of sounds like you're out to lunch.
So that was a Joe Biden line. What you just said. So
I didn't get it from Joe Biden. I got it from Mad Magazine.
You have like white supremacist ideals in which Arabs are viewed as animalistic and bestial, and
Arabs are not a race.
Once again, they can still, within the white supremacist ideal, fall outside of it.
So can white people fall outside of it. Everybody.
Correct. White people are
racist people.
Ding, 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 ding. Colonial white supremacy affects everyone in different and nuanced ways. You got it, bro. Ding, ding, ding,
but
ding,
it's
ding,
not
ding,
racism.
Ding.
What?
I'm so bingo. Like, oh my goodness, how many times do we have to say this?
Didn't make
Yes.
No,
so Arabs within the white supremacist colonial ideal are viewed in a certain bestial and animalistic way. That is what you are portraying by holding a disgusting, racist, and colonial double standard of Palestinians against Israelis. Because Israelis within the hegemony of culture, right, are viewed as the civilized, democratic, totally not racist, that they are. Ding, 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 ding. I'm so proud of you for understanding how white supremacist racialization can impact many different cultural hegemonies that don't strictly fall within the Western concept of race.
Only you forget to mention the original differentiating point that I made, in that those Arab societies have been subjugated and they have been colonized first by the Ottoman Empire. Then, of course, when they were supposed to be granted their autonomy, they were mandated by the Brits. Okay, these things have a destabilizing effect, not only in the Middle East, but throughout the world.
British mandates have a destabilizing effect. So Israel was also.
Of course it did. Of course.
Okay, so Israel's a colony?
No. You're asking. No, I can only answer one question at a time. Of course, mandates that follow mandates that follow occupations, that follow colonization, yes, they have a destabilizing effect, not only in the Middle East, but throughout the world. It's why Honduras, it's why Guatemala, it's why even Mexico has the problems that they do, because they were colonized originally and they were unable to reestablish themselves as a unifying political entity after the colonization, and they turned out into, fought into factions throughout revolutions.
Interest of mine. You think Guatemala and Honduras are failing because of their original Spanish colonialism?
Yes, I do. Of course I do.
think that's so wildly, insanely stupid when democratically elected, productive, good leaders of them were illegally overthrown by American CIA agents.
Because, once again, because they were seen as corrupt.
Stabilized by the
we can have that argument.
Do you think America should continue supporting Israel?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
absolutely.
So America is the destabilizing agent in the world.
You could say that. But you
the
have
reason
no.
Honduras is failing is because America assassinated their democratically elected leader.
You
the
realize
Guatemala isn't failing is because Israel, because America assassinated their democratically elected leader. The reason Belize is failing is because America assassinated their democratically elected leader. The reason Haiti is failing is because America assassinated their democratically elected leader and led to one of the largest embargo and smear campaigns known to the world. Same thing with why Cuba is kind of still succeeding what it is, because America's failed to kill its leader. We could go down the how many do we have to go? Colombia, right? Democratically elected leader killed. Chile, democratically elected leader killed. Peru, democratically elected leader killed. Argentina, democratically elected leader. Do you want to know what they did to them? They killed them. So America, so you are supporting America continuing to support Israel by suggesting that Israel is the stabilizing force when it is being supported by the most destabilizing force in the world for the past 30 years. Explain.
Quite simply for one reason, and one reason only, because, by the way, I agree with most of what you said. However, the reason I still advocate for America is because there is a protocol that exists within superpowers, right? And it is a concept of power. Quite simply put, before you interrupt me, quite simply put, if America is not at the helm, then one of two nation states will be either Russia or China. And I truly believe that if either one of those attains the power element that America has and replaces America as the quote-unquote policeman of the world, that the world will be thrown into a much higher degree of destabilization. And this is the only reason, once again, the only reason why I advocate for America as the number one superpower and as the policeman of the world. Because if the Russians do it, I guarantee you, based on their history...
Who was the last democratically elected leader that the China killed?
Excuse me?
Who was the last democratically
China
elected leader?
has not ascended itself to the position of power that America has right now. But once China...
You don't really say that China is number two, right?
No, I would say Russia's number two.
In what fucking world is Russia number two? We could talk GDP, we could talk population, we could talk military. In what world is Russian? By what metric would you say Russia's number two?
Because I think that the Russians will establish themselves as... if America is, in fact, toppled as the primary superpower in the world, I truly believe that the Russians will establish themselves
why?
As the most powerful nation in the world.
Like eternally give you the anti-communist mind virus? What are we talking about? By what metric is Russia number two in the world?
Because by no metric right now, but I think that eventually.
Okay, by literally nothing.
I think that
okay, in the future, then what would allow them to beat out China as number one?
Because eventually, I think what's going to happen is that China, because of the, oh God, if you let me answer the question, I'll answer it.
Give me a metric.
I'm going to give you a prognostication because I can't give you a metric, okay? Because what we're talking here is hypothesis, okay? So I'm going to give you why I think that the Russians will eventually attain the primary status in the world, okay? I think the Chinese have a tremendous burden regarding just the sheer numbers of their population. Okay, and this must be overcome, and I don't think they'll be able to do it. Whereas on the other hand, the Russians, they are more integrated into a society that aligns itself with the West, okay? And I think that the West will choose as a primary ally amongst the superpowers. They will choose Russia before they will China based on the racism of the West, yes. But right now, regionally speaking, the West holds the most powerful position. The United States as its leader, but I think that the West, speaking in general, would pick Russia as their leader over China. Therefore, they would project the power primarily. So it's just a matter of power. That's all I'm basing it on.
I think it's wildly stupid to suggest that if China came into power, right, as a nation state, they would begin doing exactly what America did, right? America is evil.
I didn't say that.
No, you said that America needed to continue doing their evil shit, right? So that they
didn't say that either.
Oh, do you think Israel should continue doing their evil shit?
I didn't say, I never used the words evil, and I never used the word which might get us banned on TikTok that you're using either. So no, what I'm saying is that once again, the destabilizing effect of having China as the primary aspect
What would be destabilizing about having China as the primary aspect?
because the West would never trust China. Quite
okay, but
simply.
the West currently doesn't trust China, and China
Absolutely.
But China doesn't currently trust the West. That's
So if it
right?
comes to a choice, if the United States is eliminated and it comes to a choice of backing Russia,
I'm talking right now with the economic power of America. I also don't really know.
well,
what
you're jumping
to justify
around.
America continuing to fund a genocidal
I'm
nation.
not justifying. I'm talking reality.
No,
I'm
I said,
saying,
should America do this? That's justification.
you want to know what I think? I think that yes, America has committed many, many crimes.
I just want to be clear. We're trying to justify America doing something. Yes.
No.
Okay,
no, we're trying to
I
pick
asked you a
the
question
West.
of what America should
We're
do.
trying to what this is the way I'm going to draw the parameters of what we're trying to do. Okay, what we're trying to do is find the scenario where there is the least amount of destruction, and a unified Europe.
Because you think that's the should. You think that's what should happen. You think that's
No, I think that's what's going to happen. In other words,
I don't care. I don't really care. I'm asking you.
Well,
what
then
should
don't
happen.
ask me.
I didn't. I didn't.
I
asked you what if America should continuing to support Israel.
Yes.
Yes. So we're talking about should. That's what I asked.
Because
Great.
and by the way,
You're fucking talking shoulds.
and by the way, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I think America should support Israel. Because in spite of the fact that every nation, including America, Russia, China, all of the nations, have committed acts of hypocrisy and even acts of barbarism. I hate to say that about America because it's my nation, but what we did in Vietnam was wrong. Okay? What we did in Salvador was wrong. Okay. But in spite of all that, this is the main reason why.
Trust them to continue funding Israel.
This is why I believe that America should continue to back Israel. Because in spite of all the hypocrisies, I think that the one nation state on this whole freaking planet that has been the least hypocritical is Israel. Oh, okay, you hold your mouth open.
How?
All you want.
Walk through and explain that one to me.
Well,
they are
first
one
of all,
the most condemned internationally nations in the world. Across the board, America doesn't agree with their position.
Okay, okay.
No one in this world agrees with what Israel's doing.
And by the way,
Zero people.
I want to establish once against the parameters of, first of all, I am dissenting against America, but I am in no way.
I'm asking you, who agrees with you?
But in spite of my dissension of America, I want to make this perfectly clear. I will never betray my nation, and I will always be loyal to it.
I really don't.
Okay.
I really don't.
I know you don't, but I do. I know you don't, but
I really don't care.
It does matter to me. Okay, so thank you for that moment. Okay, okay.
I don't care.
Okay, I'll stop. Okay, it's your show. It's your show. I'll stop. Okay. Now. But you asked me why I support Israel.
I mean, they have been very.
Let me tell you specifically.
You're right. They have been hypocritical because they've continued to commit genocide and ethnic.
Let me tell you why I said what I said about.
Actually,
Israel.
no. I'm going to ask specific questions here, because I don't want like a running monologue from you.
You haven't had a money mount. You've interrupted me a hell of a lot more than I've been interrupted you. Which is your show. You have a right to do, but I don't think I think you're incorrect.
So, leading up to the foundation of Israel, there were three organizations: the Irgun Lehi and Haganah. Do you know those organizations?
Yes, I do.
Do you condemn all three of those organizations?
To varying degrees, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay, so they were designated international terrorist organizations.
They were necessary. They were necessary.
So you are on here saying terrorism was necessary.
They were necessary.
Are you
That's
on
what
here
I'm
saying
saying.
that terrorism was necessary?
No, I'm willing to qualify necessary by the extent of damage and the extent of a threat that they have been. Are you
denying they were terrorist organizations?
I don't think that Haganah was a terrorist organization. I think a better case could be made against Lehi and Irgun. However, even
unilaterally the Nazi collaboratists of the Lehi.
They're not Nazi collaborators.
They were. Are we going to go to collaborate the Nazi? They sent out two or three letters to the Nazis explicitly asking for collaboratism because of their shared values.
Because of what?
Their shared values and interests in authoritarian state.
If that is in fact true, then I denounce them for that. However, I look at
Okay, so you condemn the Leahy. Do you unilaterally condemn the Nazi collaboratists of the Leahy?
I unilaterally condemned Nazism. Okay.
Do you unilaterally condemn the Leahy?
No. I mean, yes. Yeah.
Okay,
No, wait a minute.
You failed to condemn a Nazi collaboratist organization.
I do not condemn Leahy. I think that they were too radical. Okay.
You don't condemn the Leahy?
No, I don't condemn Leahy.
So the Leahy openly and publicly bombed residential areas of Palestinians.
I know. I've looked at the.
So do you condemn okay, I condemn all direct violence against civilians.
Yes, but I don't condemn them to the extent that I condemn Hamas.
Do you condemn the Leahy?
To a degree, I dissent against.
Actually, I don't give a.
No, I don't. Okay, no. You know what? I'm gonna.
1 second.
I'm gonna give you the answer that you want to hear. Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna get the answer I want to hear, or else you're gonna be like straight up the worst person. Do you condemn unequivocally the Leahy?
No.
Okay.
No,
do you condemn unequivocally Hamas?
Yes.
You are a racist, my friend.
No, I'm not.
Okay, explain to me why you are unwilling to unequivocally condemn a internationally recognized terrorist organization that directly targeted Palestinians for the purpose of terrorism and attempted to establish a fascist terrorist state in the land that is now Israel.
Well, okay. Number one, and I'll give you 3 reasons. Number one, because of what took place on October 7th. Number one.
The Leahy?
Okay.
How does that do with the Leahy?
This is why I condemn H group. Okay, I'm telling you why I condemn
I agree with your condemnation of H group. That's fine.
Okay.
The Leahy, I'm asking you why you don't unilaterally condemn the Leahy.
Because the Leahy never committed the crimes against humanity that
How
H
many
group
civilians
committed.
do you have to kill for you to unilaterally condemn?
It's not the number of civilians that you have to kill.
Is
It's
it? Is
the
it
act.
the directness? Because they
It's
did
the
bomb
number
directly
of
civilians.
civilians that you kill with
So it's the amount. So how many is enough?
along with the
Do I get like a
hideousness.
free pass of 100 civilians?
Along-
You condemn me?
It's the number of people that you unalive, along with the level of atrocities that you have committed, along with the number of
So
your.
how many atrocities do I get to commit before you condemn me? Do I get 2? Is it buy one get one free? How many is it?
To the point where you are literally using your own people as cannon fodder and pawns to propagate your radical ideology, where you surround yourself with your own people to protect the lives of your operatives, where you unalive your own people, where you unalive your own people in mass in order to
They unalive their own people en masse? That's
yes, they
fascinating.
do. They do.
That's wrong. But that you're
Are you serious?
You are not. You are failing to condemn.
The people of Gaza have
failing
lived.
to condemn a Nazi collaboratist organization that wanted a genocide.
They're not a Nazi collaboratist
They are.
organization.
I mean, either you don't know what you're talking about, or you are lying. I don't care. Say it again. Let's start looking at it. Do we want to take 5 seconds? Do we want to take a breath and check it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that what we want to do?
You can do whatever you want, my friend. But you know what? You know
I
what?
mean, if you're just going to keep lying.
No. You know what? You can do whatever you want. But I'm going to just tell you this. That,
No. If you're gonna keep lying about what you are supporting. So in 1940, Leahy contacted Germany with a proposal to aid German conquest in the Middle East in return for recognition of a Jewish state to unlimited immigration.
Yeah, and you know why they did that?
That is collaboratism.
Yeah.
Leahy contacted Germany with a proposal to aid German conquest in the Middle East.
Do you realize
Leahy contacted Germany with a proposal to aid German conquest in the Middle East.
Give me the specific year, the year that you're talking about, please.
1940.
Do you realize, sir, in 1940, the Jewish people, as a people, were in such a desperate, hideous situation that they had no choice.
They were willing to collaborate with the Nazis.
That they had no choice at certain points to deal with the devil so that they could somehow salvage some working method to futilely, and as it turned out, rather futilely, try to save their own people. They were desperate. They were backed into a corner. They were literally, the whole world, the entire freaking planet turned their back on the Jewish people, and they somehow had to scratch out some element of some concept in order to save the lives of their people. And if it meant dealing with the devil under certain situations, I completely understand why they did it, because they were trying to save their freaking family members and the people that they loved most.
They were
when
willing
the entire
to aid
world
the mass genocide of people within the Middle East to save people they own thought. Also, you're downplaying the common interests that they had with the Nazis.
Do you real? Oh my God!
We're just going to continue going. So
you are not going to list what is it? The Havar? You're not going to list that as part of the collaboration, are you? The Havar.
So were there? Sorry, do you want to talk about Havari agreement?
They were brokering for the existence, for the life of their own people, and they had to do things that were, for the lack of a better.
Collaborate with the Nazis is what you're saying. You're saying collaboration with the Nazis was justified.
That's not collaboration of the That's not collaborating.
They did.
That's not collaborating for the Nazis.
It literally says collaborate. Sorry, it literally says.
I don't give a damn.
Aid in their conquest of the Middle East.
I don't give a damn what the classical definition is, because I know what they were doing. I know what they were doing. They were brokering for the lives of their people in the face of a world that had turned their back on them. When you do that,
you're saying their collaboration with the Nazis was justified.
No, it wasn't justified. It was necessary to save Jewish lives.
Nazi collaboratism was necessary.
It was necessary to save Jewish lives. When there was a point in history, you didn't let me qualify. I can't believe. No, you know what?
You're saying them aiding the Nazis.
I have never.
When inevitably would be the genocide going on in the Middle East.
I have never.
The people in the Middle East, okay?
I have never.
As deserving of genocide. So my question to you, just answer it immediately. Oh, can you not hear me at all?
I can hear you.
Okay. Was the collaborations with the Nazis condemnable and unacceptable?
You will never get me to say, the words will never be uttered from my lips.
You don't condemn Nazi collaborative organizations.
You will never hear me. Hear me straight up. Hear me straight up.
It's a mildly good conversation.
You will never hear me say collaboration with the Nazis regarding the Jewish people. And if you think that's disgusting.
Isn't that like personally embarrassing? Send a guest request if you can. Yeah, I'm done with that. This is the thing, is if you're unable to condemn the actual literal Nazi collaborators, right, that helped found Israel, I don't know how in the world we can have a nuanced discussion about the right type of things.
Well, thanks so much for bringing me up. Hey, just really quickly, one thing. This guy, essentially, he's saying it's justifiable for them to do that, to collaborate and not condemn it. However, to save their people. But however, when H Group goes out and does what they need to do to try to save their people with no unjust means, then all of a sudden now he can't justify it. So it's kind of hypocritical. That's all I wanted to say. I appreciate everything you do, Will. Love you.
Of course, Trish. Anyway. Hello.
Hello.
Did you send a guest request to disagree on?
I could be wrong, but I think I overheard you say that both the H groups are T groups. I was just wondering if that's what you said or if I just didn't hear that properly.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. What's your reasoning for that?
Insofar as they use political violence or they use violence for political aims against in an illegal way.
Against who?
Against, at least in part, civilians in an illegal way.
So you don't see, so could you see them, could you see why people would call them a resistance?
They can be a resistance group and still be a terrorist organization. Taking hostages is illegal under international law.
No, yeah, I disagree with taking. I mean, if they take hostages,
that makes you a terrorist organization. No, the low bar.
No.
It just makes you like the second you commit a crime, you become a criminal.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, do you believe in what's it called? If
I believe in the right of an occupied.
I feel like people love to hyper focus on like the minority of things that certain people in the hate group do, and they try to generalize the entire group. I just don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair at all. I disagree.
I don't hyper focus. I'm just saying as an actual matter of real fact. Regardless of the relevance or importance or proportion, they are in fact engaged in terrorist action because they are actively defending taking hostages, which is illegal international law. Just as Israel is, right? No, like there's no rhetorical issue here. Just as like an actual matter of fact, regardless of, we can talk whether I should focus on it, which I don't, or whether I should even say it publicly, it's kind of like I'm just going to say what is true. But I certainly don't think a focus should be put on it. I agree. But just as an actual matter of real fact, they are a terrorist organization.
Sure. So. I mean, I disagree, but I'm going to reply to someone in the comments, and then this will also back up my point when it comes to this as well. Someone said that the war started by Palestine when it didn't. Obviously, in 1948, they were occupied and whatever. So the hate group in Palestine came from, obviously, ethnic cleansing, displacement, murder, yeah, and the same happened in Lebanon when the hate group in Lebanon were made in 1982. So do you believe that, so let's just say, for example, that the majority of the fighters that were in hate group and in both Palestine and Lebanon, if the majority of the actions of that group were like resistance, like fighting Israeli soldiers and stuff like that, would you then say that they are resistance because that's what the majority of them do?
No, it's not a matter of majority. It's a matter of whether they organizationally and systemically do engage and are co-conspirators in terrorist actions. Whether those actions are one action that they organizationally and systemically act upon or multiple actions, it doesn't matter. As long as they organizationally and systemically support and act upon terrorist actions, they are a terrorist organization. Hamas and Hezbollah are doing that. And so therefore they are a terrorist organization. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you say every 1 out of 100 actions that they take are terrorist organizations. As long as they are systemically and organizationally doing those actions, the organization is responsible for them.
So, if the orders were given out to commit a terrorist act, that would make the organization a terrorist organization. However, if an individual committed a terrorist act, if he's part of the organization, they would not be considered a terrorist organization, correct?
If the individual acting alone and without any co-conspirating, and then the organization actively did not enable them, but this is not the case with Hamas. Is Hamas as an organization intentionally and openly holding hostages as an organization?
The thing is, I don't agree, but you have to think about.
Just ignore them. If they are openly, publicly, and as an organization doing one action that is a terrorist organization, at least. That makes them.
I don't think taking hostages is a terrorist act because I think it's.
I'm sorry. We're just gonna disagree on that. If I took that is violence against civilians for political aim. That's terrorism.
Isn't the definition of terrorism a violent act against civilians for political aims, like violent act? I don't think
taking a hostage. Wait, sorry. You don't think taking a hostage is violence? Also, terrorism is the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians. Taking a hostage is certainly intimidation and necessarily involves violence.
Yeah, sure. The thing is, I could definitely see that. I don't agree. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, though, taking hostages that are not civilians, I'm pretty sure that's allowed. I mean,
it could be, but there are civilian hostages with Hamas. At least there were before Israel.
But I think that the majority, if not all of them, were released early in the war last year.
No, there are still civilian hostages. And also in the first place, when they took civilian hostages, they knew they were civilians.
Wait, sorry, say that last part again. Your voice.
So when they
cut out.
took civilian hostages, they knew they were civilians, and they still have civilian hostages.
Yeah, with that I don't agree. Civilian hostages. I mean, I see why they do it.
No one denies that. Hamas says they have civilian hostages.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not denying that at all. I don't agree
So
with that.
like we can condemn that as a terrorist action.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's specifically for the
So an
civilian
organization
part.
that takes a terrorist action is a terrorist organization.
Yeah, for the civilian part. Yeah, I do not agree with that.
Okay, then
at all.
Hamas is a terrorist organization.
No, no. I don't. No. Because if they do one thing that is considered a terrorist act, I don't see them as okay.
If
Like
you
for
commit
example,
one crime, are you a criminal?
it depends on the crime, but yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, if I murder one person, am I a murderer?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Okay. So if
Definitely.
I commit one act of terrorism, am I a terrorist?
But it's not an individual though; it's an
Okay,
organization.
if an organization who's run by the same people or has the same staffing, right? We can maybe say like it expires after 10 years, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like now, like it's the same people doing the same things, continuing to do it. Right now, today, they're all holding hostages, which is a war crime. So if the organization right now is committing a terrorist act, are they terrorists?
No, I don't see the organization as terrorists.
How many terrorist acts do you have to do? What's the bar? Like I'd say it's one. As long as you are systemically and organizationally doing it, it makes you a terrorist organization. And I'd say that's pretty consistent.
Okay, cool. But then I can argue that the purely resistance is very consistent by the hate group on both.
They
Lebanon
are also a
and-
resistance organization. Portions of their actions are justifiably executing their right to violent resistance against the Israeli occupation, and then portions of their actions are terrorism. Both can be
why do
true.
you
That's
class
fine.
them- So yeah, but then why do you class them as a terrorist organization more than a resistance?
I don't necessarily. They can be both. I don't think proportions work that way. There are two labels.
Because I asked you and I said, do you see them as terrorist organizations? You said yes.
Yes, because you didn't, and then you asked me if they were resistance, and I said yes.
So would you see them more as a resistance or more as a terrorist organization?
I don't know if that's how labels work.
Okay, well, let me phrase it in this way then. Would you see them as an organization that indulges in more resistance acts than terrorist acts? Because
Do I think a majority of their acts are... So the issue with this is crime tends to taint everything once you commit one, right? So the second that I'm like a convicted murderer, right? Me walking in the street and then running past a cop is a crime, and rightfully so. You know,
it's not a crime. Yeah,
it is a crime. When if I'm a convicted murderer and they're chasing me,
sorry, I thought sorry, I didn't hear the first part. Yeah.
And so the second that Hamas has committed one crime, right? Well, the international community has the right to go after them. And actually, arguably, under the ICC, Israel has a right to persecute every single one of Hamas's victims. Just as Hamas, actually, under international law, has an obligation to go, to prosecute and get every single one of Israel's leaders.
Yeah.
So the second you commit a crime, a lot more of your actions become crimes. Do you see what I mean? Just on mere technicality. This is why I don't think this is very helpful. What we can talk about is whether this action could itself be justified in international law, right? Which is, could the actions on October 7th, specifically attacking military installations, be justified in international law? Yes. Yes, they can. Great. Could a lot of the actions on October 7th, targeting or taking hostages or being reckless with civilian casualties or even directly targeting civilians, not be justified in international law? No. So bifurcation. We could talk about maybe very isolated instances of this person was doing this thing, that's a crime. This person was doing this thing, that's not a crime. Interesting. I don't think it's that helpful because I think ultimately the solution is the same. Whether it's terrorism and they've lost their mind, right, or it's fully justified and they have really good lawyers, which I don't think they do, right, that are telling them precisely where to strike, what to do. I don't think that's what's happening. The solution's the same. The solution is for Israel to stop occupying them so that there's no question of the extent of resistance and there's no necessity of violent resistance. So this debate isn't terribly helpful to me. And I think by and large, it leads to a lot of infighting that's entirely unnecessary.
Okay. So just to make it clear then, so yes, you believe that they have done acts of terrorism, but you also believe that they're consistently doing acts of violent resistance under international law against the Israeli soldiers, not just from October 7th.
It's hard to say that them as an organization have, because once again, the second that you become a terrorist organization, you lose your right to do really anything, right? There's an issue there.
Yeah, okay, but then I would argue that
were they not themselves? Yes, some of their actions would be justified and legal. Yeah.
Sure, but I see the thing is I could argue that so taking civilian hostages, obviously, I don't agree with that at all. But then I could say,
it's a terrorist act. Yes, it's a terrorist act.
But then I can say, cool. First of all, all of the hostages that have came out. First of all, besides the fact that they've been treated well, they've been fed and whatever. That's fine. But then I can see why they have taken civilian hostages in the first place, which is to trade the Palestinian hostages taken by Israel.
That's not how law works. Law isn't real politics. It's just the law. They broke the law. It's a crime. But then if you're dealing with Israel, following the law only to go so far, because obviously if you want to bring, then you get the label of terrorism. It's kind of like we have international law for a reason here, and if you think it's wrong, we can talk about why it's wrong. I think generally it's pretty right. I think actually international law is better than the vast majority of analysis on this, and we can talk about it. But it is just true, if we're using the words as what they mean right now, they are they could be labeled aptly as a terrorist organization.
Okay, the thing is, I can completely see why people. If we're talking legally, as in taking civilian hostages. And stuff like that. Legally they have that. Taking civilian hostages is a terrorist act. I can see what. And now personally, I don't see the group as terrorists, even though they have done, like you said, taking civilian hostages. I see them consistently as a resistance. But I was going to say that
they're also consistently committing a terrorist act, right? By keeping the hostages.
But then this is what I was going to say though, is that obviously, dealing with Israel legally only goes so far. They've been breaking the law since the illegal occupation in 1948 and whatever. But I believe that if you were a Palestinian child, man or woman, and you were behind Israeli bars for no reason, I don't think because obviously the ratio of Israeli hostages to Palestinian hostages that have been traded is for every. I don't know if you know. I think hundreds of Palestinian hostages were traded for. I think a handful or a few dozens of Israeli hostages. The number is really it's a lot bigger.
You can say it's a good strategy. That's fine. On a matter of real politics, that's fine. So is being a corrupt politician in Indonesia. I don't care.
It's a good. The thing is, it's a good strategy. But then you could you need to see it from their point of view, why they would do it.
I understand why they're doing it. I have a real analysis as to why they do it. It just doesn't hinge on whether they're a terrorist organization.
Yeah, okay, cool. If you're just basing it purely off law, regardless of whether that it's justified, whether or not
justified, that's fine.
Whether or not okay, cool. I believe I can see why they do it. Morally, I'm not 100% sure about it, but I would partly agree with it. But under the law, specifically under the law, then it's illegal, and I could definitely see that. But then would you say the same for the H group in Lebanon? Because that's completely different than the H group in Gaza.
Their explicit stated goal was to be complicit with Hamas. And so if you're complicit with a terrorist organization, that openly as well, you get the crimes of that organization, just like people.
Sure, but then I could just argue the same way that you agree that a lot of the acts that the H group in
But there's no argument here. The second you're complicit, you're complicit, you're complicit, you're complicit. The second I'm complicit in one crime, I'm a criminal.
No, because I was going to say that they see them as both Hamas sees Hezbollah as a resistance, Hezbollah sees Hamas as a resistance. They obviously, we can argue about legalities and stuff like that when it comes to terrorism and taking civilian hostages.
Yes, they're both terrorist organizations.
Wait,
that's the direct question.
Wait. Would you say any army in the world is not a terrorist?
The Swiss
Guard. Terrorist things, terroristic acts.
The Swiss Guard, probably.
Okay, well, that's one out of 190.
Yeah, it's really hard to follow the law.
Okay, but
it's
then
supremely hard to follow the law. Like, most people are not criminals. Like, it's very difficult to follow the law. Yes.
so okay, wait. So you would agree that the American
Wait, the United States Department of Defense is like the largest largest violent terrorist organization in the world. Of course.
Okay. I mean,
Obviously,
look,
are you shitting me? I hate the Department of Defense.
Okay, like the thing is, if you're going purely based off law, then I think every single country would have done certain terrorist acts.
Bingo.
Yes.
Boom.
Okay. If you're going off law, but I'm not talking specifically about law.
That's what the word means. I'm using the word and applying it to the things.
Yes. Okay. If you're talking about law, then okay, I understand that. I was talking about like actual like resistance acts, like strategies and stuff like that. I wasn't obviously. If you're going to talk about law, then every country in the world would have done something that's illegal that would make them considered a terrorist.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then. Okay. Thank you. Then there's not really that much we would like disagree on. So thank you for that.
Beautiful. Thank you.